I traveling from a post-apocalyptic world to swallowed star. My wish fulfillment system also travel with me. Now see how I will conquer the universe, dominate the sea of the universe, and break through reincarnation. Chapter 451 Wind, Thunder and Quicksand Area. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Xiao Yu meant that this operation should not be carried out in the name of the human race. But if they don't act in the name of the human race, they will care more about Xiao Yu's reputation. I agree with Xiao Yu's opinion, said the Giant Axe founder. The Giant Axe founder's words extinguished the hopes of some universe lords present who still wanted to strive for it. I also agree, City Lord Chaos said with a smile. A peak domain supreme treasure is no longer that important to the current human race. Agree. This discussion meeting about a peak domain supreme treasure was finalized by Xiao Yu at the beginning of the meeting. The reason why he could do this was inseparable from Xiao Yu's powerful strength and contribution to the human race. In addition, there was the approval of the Giant Axe founder and City Lord Chaos, as well as the number of peak treasures that the human race now possesses as a foundation. Okay, then this matter is settled, said the Giant Axe founder. You can talk to Luo Feng privately, but you cannot force him. Yes, with a powerful third brother like Xiao Yu, how dare they force Luo Feng? They wouldn't even dare to speak harshly. Not long after, City Lord Chaos summoned Luo Feng on Thunder Island and told Luo Feng about the content of the meeting. Teacher, I want to explore it myself, Luo Feng replied. Okay, if you want to venture into the Divine Eye Palace, then go, City Lord Chaos said with a smile. He didn't bother to seize the opportunities of the younger generation, and he also supported Luo Feng to venture out on his own. Besides, with Xiao Yu's endorsement, there was no need to worry about Luo Feng. Cosmic Boat. Next to the No. 9 Black Pattern Stone Pillar, in the 300,000 times time acceleration zone. Inside the towering iceberg, Xiao Yu was still immersed in the inheritance space. In the distance, around the Black Pattern Stone Pillar, hundreds of universe lords were gathered around the No. 9 Black Pattern Stone Pillar. Blood Orchid Ancestor was entrenched on a huge rock, and no other strong person dared to approach within hundreds of billions of kilometers around. It's been more than 10 years, and that Creation Master hasn't come out yet, Blood Orchid Ancestor said angrily. For experts like us, it's not a problem to cultivate for dozens of epochs at a time. What does 10 years count for? Star Master Baiki said directly. Creation Master is so close to the Black Pattern Stone Pillar, so what if you are impatient? Blood Orchid, can you still rush over? Demonic God Ungxing sneered. How long will we have to wait like this? I'm not waiting anymore. Whoever wants to wait can wait. Anyway, I'm just resting here. Many of these hundreds of universe lords were adventuring in this cosmic boat, resting and recovering in this safe Black Pattern Stone Pillar space. The vast majority of them were just watching the excitement. If it weren't for Star Master Baiki's call, they wouldn't have participated here at all. Now they are even more impatient. More than 10 years, under hundreds of times the time acceleration, is equivalent to thousands of years. Immediately, some universe lords left this Black Pattern Stone Pillar space after resting enough, and some universe lords flew towards other Black Pattern Stone Pillar areas. At the same time, in the inheritance space, Xiao Yu was concentrating on controlling the world seed to devour the year's crystal sand. As he devoured, Xiao Yu felt a change in the world seed. The original world seed seemed to be fixed. Whether it was the endless space or the fire law and water law contained within it, everything seemed to be unchanging. But since absorbing the year's crystal sand, Xiao Yu felt changes inside the world seed. Various laws fluctuated. For any world, time and space are indispensable. Without time and space, the world would have no evolution, which is equivalent to a person having no life, Xiao Yu sighed. After more than 5 million years of devouring, only the last bit of year's crystal sand remained. Boom! As the last particle was swallowed into the world seed, a shock wave was transmitted from the world seed. It was transmitted into Xiao Yu's entire body. Xiao Yu felt that his understanding of the space law and time law had reached a new height. He felt that even in the cosmic sea, he could reverse time and space and revive some lives from the past. At the same time, Xiao Yu felt that the world seed was spinning rapidly, spinning at a speed of over 10 million revolutions per second. As the world seed rotated, its interior was constantly changing. The various law treasures absorbed before were transforming into law seeds. Xiao Yu always devoted a fraction of his mind to the changes within the world seed. This is definitely a rare opportunity, Xiao Yu sighed. After reassigning the tasks of each split soul, Xiao Yu moved his mind and exited the inheritance space. Inside Cold Cliff Fortress, Xiao Yu woke up, stretched his muscles, and then looked into the distance. The direction he was looking at was the next coordinate location, where there were 2 treasures. In the virtual projection, that coordinate was 300,000 light-years away from the black patterned stone pillar space. Wind and Thunder Quicksand, this name is interesting, Xiao Yu smiled. Wind and Thunder Quicksand, located in the core of the cosmic boat, is a cultivation place for the strong in the cosmic boat. The entire area is tens of thousands of light-years in size. As for why it is called this name, there is no introduction. Xiao Yu is not clear for the time being and can only wait for him to explore it. It will take at least 3,658 dangerous places to pass from the black patterned stone pillar space. This is the best route Xiao Yu has made by balancing the safest and shortest paths. Immediately, the towering Cold Cliff Fortress turned into a stream of light and flew away. The speed reached 10,000 times the speed of light. Creation Master, why are you leaving so anxiously? Blood Orchid Ancestor transmitted his voice, and at the same time a blood-colored domain unfolded, and endless murderous aura enveloped the entire space. Oh, Xiao Yu wondered, he hadn't killed anyone for a long time, and he felt a little rusty. Immediately, Xiao Yu directly left Cold Cliff Fortress, and a blood-colored divine body with a height of 1 billion kilometers appeared in the void, exuding an aura stronger than the strongest. The Blood Orchid Ancestor, who was shrouded in millions of kilometers, suddenly became a younger brother, not even reaching Xiao Yu's souls. Star Master Baiki gasped. He had heard that the human creation master's divine body was only 10,000 times the gene, with a height of only 100,000 kilometers. Now it is as high as 1 billion kilometers, but the aura exuded is even more powerful. Creation Master, have you broken through to true God? Star Master Baiki asked. Baiki, are you confused? How can you not even distinguish between Universe Lord and the strongest? Demonic God Ungxing mocked. He had always disliked Star Master Baiki. Tell me, why are so many of you gathered here, and blocking me, what is the matter? Xiao Yu asked, don't you want to spar with me? Creation Master, you don't, Blood Orchid Ancestor clamored. Blood Orchid, let me ask. Star Master Baiki stopped Blood Orchid Ancestor from continuing, and said directly, since you came, not long after, the time flow rate of the entire black patterned stone pillar space has dropped by half. We want to ask, is this related to you? Star Master Baiki's tone was peaceful, not like he was looking for trouble at all, as if he was just asking routinely. Chapter 452 Ice Star Region. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Our main goal is to understand the whole story. If it wasn't you obtaining some treasure that caused the time flow here to slow down, perhaps the black stone pillar space would undergo a major change. We, who stay in the black stone pillar year-round, need to prepare in advance, Star Master Bei Che continued. It has nothing to do with me. I still want to ask you. Is it someone among you who took away some key treasure? Xiao Yu smiled, his eyes looking down at the group of universe lords and strongest beings in front of him. For example, you, Blood Orchid, or you, Rampage, or even you, Bei Che. Don't try to change the subject. Among us, you are the closest to the black stone pillar. If anyone is suspected, it's you who could have done it, Blood Orchid Ancestor coldly snorted. The hundreds of universe lords in the entire space were all shocked by Xiao Yu's size. It's not that they haven't seen taller divine bodies, but Xiao Yu was able to increase his divine body from more than 90,000 kilometers to 1 billion kilometers high. This is an increase of 10,000 times. The volume has increased by 1 trillion times, which means that the divine power contained in the divine body is 1 trillion times greater than before. Such a distance of divine power, for them, would take endless years to fill, and all their wealth would not be enough. Blood Orchid, don't be so absolute. Demon God Ztn still sat cross-legged on the 11th black stone pillar, transmitting his voice. He had just seen Xiao Yu's divine body, which was as high as 1 billion kilometers, and was completely shocked. He had personally witnessed Xiao Yu's battle scenes. At the same time, he also thought of a legend, which was a piece of information he saw in an ancient civilization ruin. So it seems that Xiao Yu actually wants to take the divine power route to break through and become the strongest in the universe, demon god Ztian thought to himself. So what if I took that treasure? Xiao Yu smiled contemptuously, directly admitting it. Blood Orchid Ancestor didn't continue, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't dare. He thought of the God Eye clan that had already been destroyed. In that case, we can rest assured, as long as it's not a problem with the space itself, Star Master Bei Che smiled. Since there's nothing else, then everyone should leave, Xiao Yu coldly snorted, then flew back into Cold Cliff Fortress, and then rode Cold Cliff Fortress towards the distance. The Universe Lords next to him, seeing that there was no good show to watch, also left one by one, each going their own way. Isn't this Blood Orchid Ancestor not as cruel as the legends say? A blue-robed Universe Lord asked his companion next to him. Shui Feng, Blood Orchid Ancestor's cruelty depends on who the target is. That's the Genesis Lord, a ruthless person who destroyed the entire God Eye clan. Blood Orchid Ancestor can't compare to him at all, the black-robed Universe Lord transmitted his voice while flying. The two of them transmitted their voices while flying. Little did they know that their voice transmission had already been eavesdropped on by the narrow-minded Blood Orchid Ancestor. HMPH, you juniors from the original universe actually dared to insult me like this. Blood Orchid Ancestor coldly snorted. She was already full of pent-up anger, and just happened to have two people run into the muzzle of her gun. Die! Blood Orchid Ancestor suddenly screamed, and flew towards the two departing Universe Lords. The laws of the universe retreated, and Blood Orchid Ancestor's speed broke through 10,000 times the speed of light. Soon, she caught up with the two people who were slandering Blood Orchid Ancestor. In the distance, inside the towering ice mountain fortress, Xiao Yu turned his head to look and found that they were not Universe Lords from the Hong Alliance, so he no longer cared about this nosy matter. Before leaving, he transmitted his voice to demon god Ztian. Ztian, please take care of my two Universe Lords from the Hong Alliance. Don't worry, demon god Ztian was almost about to join the Hong Alliance, so naturally he wouldn't let them be bullied, not to mention there was still Xiao Yu's relationship. Blood Orchid Ancestor, what are you doing? We didn't get close to you, Lord Shui Feng asked sternly, feeling that his voice transmission with his companion would not reach Blood Orchid Ancestor's ears. Little did they know that their voice transmission had long been heard clearly by these strongest beings. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm killing you. Blood Orchid Ancestor was in a fit of anger and didn't say any more, directly launching a killing blow. Immediately, countless blood-colored vines suddenly soared hundreds of billions of kilometers, suddenly enveloping the two of them. Countless blood-colored vines, either whipping or piercing like javelins, each strike was a secret method attack, and each attack reached the power of a seventh-order secret method. You want to kill us? I'm not convinced, I'm not reconciled. The two of them roared violently, and the divine power of their whole bodies burned up, erupting violently. The armor on their bodies suddenly soared hundreds of kilometers, and then suddenly merged, forming a fire beast god. Endless flames burned up and attached to the nearby vines. This fire beast god enveloped the two of them inside, protecting them. Boom, 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 countless vines constantly whipped at the fire beast god burning with flames, completely ignoring the flames attached to the vines. The fire beast god was violently shaken and exploded by countless vines. Yulian, it seems that this Blood Orchid Ancestor doesn't want to let us go. Let's self-destruct, Lord Shui Feng solemnly said. The two of them were doomed to perish. However, they dared to come to the inner domain of this universe boat because they relied on having clones. That's why they dared to come. Even if they self-destruct, they can still re-nurture clones in the future, but it's better to lose some treasures than to be invaded by the Blood Orchid Ancestor's soul. Boom. The fire beast god only lasted for a moment before it exploded, and countless fragments scattered. Boom, boom, two explosions sounded, and countless smaller vines were affected by the endless explosion of divine power. Branches broke off one by one, and then new branches grew out instantly. HMPH, you self-destructed quickly, Blood Orchid Ancestor coldly snorted, countless vines flying, picking up the treasures left by the self-destruction of the two Universe Lords and putting them into his world ring. Then Blood Orchid Ancestor flew towards the boulder on the 9th black stone pillar where he originally was. In the distance, many newly arrived Universe Lords finally witnessed the evil and cruelty of Blood Orchid Ancestor. They flew towards the area of the second black stone pillar where Star Master Bei Che was without even turning their heads. Some also flew towards the area of the 11th black stone pillar, including Lord Yan Ying, who had already received a voice transmission from Genesis Lord Xiaoyu. Leaving the black stone pillar area, Xiaoyu rode Cold Cliff Fortress towards the core area, using his domain to explore dangerous places along the way. If he could teleport, he would teleport. If he couldn't teleport, Cold Cliff Fortress would also fly at 10,000 times the speed of light. Along the way, he passed through more than 3,000 dangerous places, most of which were dangerous enough to make universe lords fall, and even 63 places where even the strongest beings risked falling. After passing through this ice star region, it will be the wind and thunder quicksand region. Xiaoyu looked at the coordinates, and then was shocked by the scene in front of him. What was in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and water. Above was an endless ice field, and below was an endless blue water flow. In the ice field, countless stars were frozen, even the eternally radiating heat of the stars was covered by endless ice. But the star was still constantly emitting light, just like a light bulb magnified countless times. Chapter 453 Eagle Wing Demon. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Below, the deep blue waters flowed extremely slowly, as if they were still. Endless, frigid energy emanated from it. Space was frozen, and teleportation was prohibited. Even time seemed to be frozen, with not a single ripple emanating from it. The entire ice starfield was like a still world. This ice starfield, spanning hundreds of light years, was like a frozen hell. Previously, a strongest being had entered it, and had not emerged to this day. It was certain that the strongest being had not fallen, because his miniature universe was still operating normally. Xiaoyu stood hundreds of light years away, and with the Source God blade in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards the ice starfield, sending a world seemingly filled with endless blade light towards the ice starfield. Spanning tens of light years, it entered the ice starfield and seemed to fall into stillness, moving very slowly. Instantly, the blade light of creation seemed to be compressed to the limit. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I didn't rush in recklessly, otherwise I would have been trapped as well. Once inside, even if I didn't die, perhaps by the time I came out, the original universe would have been destroyed. Even a secret technique with the power of a peak tier 13 could not break the extreme cold of the ice starfield. Xiaoyu didn't think he would be an exception if he entered. It seems I can only go around. Xiaoyu thought to himself, and immediately, with a thought, the Cold Cliff Fortress accelerated and began to detour. Flying along a stretch of wall about 500 light years long, resembling rock, they continued to fly. Because it was close to the ice starfield, it was affected, and space was affected, making teleportation impossible. Fortunately, time was still normal. The Cold Cliff Fortress bypassed one dangerous place after another at 10,000 times the speed of light. A month later, Xiaoyu finally entered the Wind and Thunder Quicksand Zone in the coordinate area. Upon entering, Xiaoyu inside the Cold Cliff Fortress was completely shocked. He had never seen such wind and lightning. The entire Wind and Thunder Quicksand Zone had endless lightning in the sky. Highly condensed lightning formed tangible blue particles, and each lightning particle flowed slowly like sand. Below, there were endless gray sands, rotating and flowing with endless storms, like flowing water. This gray sand is also condensed from wind. These sands, although called sand, each one is like a star. Xiaoyu exclaimed. Each grain of sand here contained the power of a full blow from a Tier 6 universe master. The middle area seemed to form a void. From time to time, blue sand would fall to the bottom, and then be annihilated by endless storms. And from time to time, gray sand would rise to the top and be annihilated by endless lightning. The Cold Cliff Fortress flew in the middle of the void, carefully avoiding the grains of sand. There are still 300 light years to the coordinate position above, and 500 light years to the coordinate position below. Xiaoyu constantly compared the coordinates and flew. This Wind and Thunder Quicksand Zone was extremely dangerous, but occasionally a treasure would be born. Although perhaps only one or two treasures would be born in endless epochs, once born, they would at least be top-quality pinnacle treasures. The entire Wind and Thunder Quicksand Zone was like a powder keg. Although there were few people who came to explore, they were generally the strongest beings. A month later, the Cold Cliff Fortress, as small as a particle, flew past. Along the way, Xiaoyu did not encounter any strongest beings. Dozens of light years away from the cold cliff fortress, there was a tiny, elegant domed palace suspended in the void. Inside this palace, a tall, golden-armored alien beast was staring at an area in the distance. Several light years ahead, the endless gray sand below suddenly exploded, emitting endless storm power. The endless storm formed a huge vortex that was constantly expanding. Countless sands were affected, but did not cause more sand to explode. The wind and thunder quicksand zone, although the environment is harsh and extremely dangerous, the dangers are traceable. The golden-armored alien beast smiled. Although very few treasures appear, once they appear, they are at least at the level of pinnacle domain palaces, or even supreme treasures. Judging from the momentum this time, it should be a supreme treasure level. The time between each treasure being born in the wind and thunder quicksand zone was very long, and the more powerful the treasure, the greater the commotion when it was born. Suddenly, the golden-horned alien beast turned its head to look at the stream of light rushing towards it, and thought, Cold Cliff Fortress, so it's the God-Eye clan, no wonder it's so rampant. A white stream of light suddenly stopped next to the tiny, elegant domed palace. Inside the Cold Cliff Fortress, Xiaoyu sipped wine elegantly. Suddenly, the hand holding the glass hung in midair, and he said happily, "Oh, I actually encountered a treasure being born. It seems to be an extraordinary treasure." Boom, boom, boom. The storm vortex in front became more and more intense. From time to time, wine sands exploded with power, and the exploding power was actually accelerating the vortex's rotation speed and expansion speed. Supreme treasure, it's definitely a supreme treasure. The golden-armored alien beast roared unconsciously. He had been here for tens of thousands of epochs, and this was the first time he had seen a treasure being born. Xiaoyu saw the palace treasure still hovering there, and was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a strongest being who didn't avoid him after he destroyed the God-Eye clan. Moreover, seeing his posture, it seemed that he wanted to compete with him for the treasure, so he found it quite interesting. He carefully observed it for a while before realizing who the person in front of him was. Wing God Palace, Eagle Wing Demon God's Palace Treasure, Supreme Treasure, no wonder. The Eagle Wing Demon God was alone strongest being in the second reincarnation era. His strength was comparable to the God-Eye True Master, but it was said that he was trapped in an unknown place in the universe boat. For tens of thousands of epochs, he had not appeared in the universe sea recently. You scum of the God-Eye clan, this is my Eagle Wing Demon God's territory, you are not welcome here. The golden-armored alien beast, the Eagle Wing Demon God, suddenly roared. Immediately, endless wind and thunder power suddenly erupted, forming a wind and thunder domain, and this wind and thunder domain seemed to be amplified in this wind and thunder quicksand zone. The strength of the domain was stronger than that of ordinary top-quality domain-type supreme treasures. Endless binding force concentrated on suppressing the Cold Cliff Fortress. If it was really the seventh true master who was controlling the Cold Cliff Fortress, perhaps it would really be suppressed. However, the master of the Cold Cliff Fortress now was Xiaoyu, a person who could not be judged by common sense. Xiaoyu's whole body's divine power suddenly surged up, and endless nine-colored divine power diffused out along the source god blade in his hand, permeating out of the Cold Cliff Fortress and spreading within the wind and thunder domain. The nine-colored divine power flickered with endless light, and then formed endless secret patterns in the void. These endless secret patterns were densely distributed within a range of nearly 100 light-years around Xiaoyu. The nine-colored light flashed, and the endless secret patterns disappeared into the void. Instantly, the domain power of the wind and thunder domain plummeted to 1/10 of its original strength. What kind of method is this? The Eagle Wing Demon God was shocked. You are not the seventh true master of the God-Eye clan. The God-Eye clan definitely does not have such methods. Old antique, don't mention the God-Eye clan at every turn. Xiaoyu shouted in a low voice, the God-Eye clan is already a thing of the past. Chapter 454 Black Storm. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. What do you mean? The God-Eye race is gone. Eagle Wing Demon God hesitated, how is that possible? The God-Eye race is a superpower in the universe sea. Even your human ancestral god couldn't do anything to the God-Eye True Master back then, let alone dare to be an enemy of the entire God-Eye race. Old fellow, that's right, the God-Eye race is indeed gone, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Tell me, how exactly did the God-Eye race perish? Eagle Wing Demon God asked eagerly. I'm afraid that even if the God-Eye race incurred public wrath, it wouldn't incite all the forces in the Universe Sea to crusade against them. At least the two Holy Lands wouldn't participate. Moreover, now in the entire Universe Sea, there isn't even a single 10th Order Universe Master. How could anyone be able to make the God Eye True Master fall, especially since the God Eye race also has secret methods inherited from ancient times? When exerted with full strength, even a top 9th Order strongest could be killed. Eagle-winged demon god couldn't believe it, that was 7 of the strongest and more than 100 Universe Masters. How could they suddenly disappear silently? Haha, I originally had no obligation to solve your doubts, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll answer your question, Xiao Yu said with a light laugh. The God Eye race was destroyed by me, and the 7 strongest of the God Eye race were all killed by me. For a time, the entire Wind and Thunder domain seemed to fall into stillness. What? Impossible. Eagle-winged demon god was completely shocked. Although the human inside Cold Cliff Fort had strange methods, the aura he exuded was like that of an ordinary strongest, definitely not strong enough to make one feel that he could destroy the God Eye race. Believe it or not, however, if you don't get out of the way, I'm afraid you will follow in the footsteps of the God Eye race, Xiao Yu said in a low voice. That supreme treasure was already being born, only to see that in the endless storm vortex, a section of a hilt with ancient patterns was slowly emerging, with endless wind and thunder entwined around the hilt. This was actually a supreme powerful weapon. However, judging solely from the hilt extending 100,000 kilometers out of the vortex, it was still difficult to determine whether this supreme treasure was a battle blade, a divine axe, or a war hammer. It's being born. Eagle-winged demon god's mind was also drawn to the treasure. You're really not afraid of death, Xiao Yu said softly. Wait, don't rush, Eagle-winged demon god said anxiously. Human, don't you know the unspoken rules in this wind and thunder quicksand zone? What unspoken rules? Xiao Yu asked doubtfully. He had never heard of such a thing, even from the descriptions on the maps of the 3 forbidden lands. Since the era of endless reincarnation, all the powerhouses who have entered the wind and thunder quicksand land have formed a tacit understanding, which is, not to fight in the wind and thunder quicksand land, he explained. How could there be such a tacit understanding? Xiao Yu didn't believe it. He felt that the other party was deceiving him. Believe me, I have no reason to deceive you. This tacit understanding has been formed for a very long time. The entire wind and thunder quicksand zone is extremely unstable. As long as there is a fight, it will detonate a region spanning dozens or hundreds of light years of quicksand, Eagle-winged demon god said repeatedly. Once there is a fight, often both sides will perish. Such things happen every few reincarnation eras, Eagle-winged demon god continued. Okay, then let's see who's faster for this supreme treasure. Although Xiao Yu still didn't believe it, he stopped arguing and spread out his divine power. Rumble. As the hilt surrounded by endless wind and thunder power slowly rose, a huge divine hammer finally appeared in front of the two. Endless wind and thunder divine power surrounded the divine hammer. The divine hammer was densely covered with complex and profound secret patterns, and huge wind and thunder fluctuations automatically spread to the surroundings, as if forming a domain. Penetrate into it. Eagle-winged demon god's divine power had already spread out, trying to penetrate into the treasure and imprint his own soul mark on it. Ah, a will impact that surpassed the limit of the strongest, extended from that divine power to the depths of Eagle-winged demon god's soul. Eagle-winged demon god roared, and all his divine power was ejected. His soul was severely damaged. Recognition failed. How is that possible? This is the supreme treasure that is most suitable for me, how could recognition fail? Eagle-winged demon god murmured. At the same time, Eagle-winged demon god's divine power was ejected, leaving only Xiao Yu's divine power penetrating into it. A soul impact comparable to that of a void true god level impacted Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu only snorted lightly and endured it. He smoothly completed the recognition process of the supreme treasure, and a message was transmitted to Xiao Yu's consciousness. So, this supreme treasure is called Wind and Thunder War Hammer. During battle, it can automatically form a wind and thunder domain, which can greatly increase speed and power, and can greatly amplify wind and thunder fusion secret methods, Xiao Yu thought to himself. This supreme treasure also has some other functions, suitable for the strongest who are good at wind and thunder fusion laws. No, Eagle-winged demon god roared, and then his whole body's divine power steamed up, and the power of the domain instantly exploded. Endless wind and thunder power formed 3 huge vortexes within the domain. The huge vortexes had endless lightning inside and endless storm power outside. The vortexes grew larger and larger, and even the surrounding wind and thunder quicksand were affected. The three vortexes instantly enveloped Xiao Yu, and the endless pressure and power contained within made Xiao Yu feel horrified. "Didn't you say that fighting is not allowed here?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. "Haha, that rule is only for you, not for me," Eagle-winged demon god laughed. "I'm like a fish in water here. The wind and thunder power here will not only not hurt me, but also increase the power of my secret methods." Oh, Xiao Yu looked at the other party's domain and instantly understood that the other party was the strongest who cultivated the wind and thunder path, and this place was like his paradise. Moreover, the other party may have stayed here for endless epochs, perhaps creating his own secret methods that can take advantage of the terrain here. "Human, return the supreme treasure to me, and I will let you go," Eagle-winged demon god sneered. "Want the treasure? Wishful thinking." Xiao Yu snorted coldly, and then the origin god blade in his hand was raised high. In the endless space-time, a huge phantom of a battle blade appeared. The phantom of the battle blade was about 100 billion kilometers high, and the phantom seemed to contain the entire world. The huge phantom of the battle blade suddenly turned into 12 blades. These 12 phantoms of battle blades surrounded Xiao Yu, with the blades facing outwards, protecting Xiao Yu in the middle. "You're courting death trying to fight me here," Eagle-winged demon god roared, and then the three vortexes wrapped around and rushed towards Xiao Yu, while Eagle-winged demon god retreated sharply, riding on his palace treasure. "Chop!" Xiao Yu shouted angrily, and the origin god blade was suddenly swung down. Suddenly, the whole world darkened, and the entire wind and thunder quicksand zone seemed to be shrouded in darkness. 12 rays of blade light suddenly flashed across the sky and the earth, like 12 heaven-opening blades. 12 huge openings were cut into the universe space, and endless black storms raged. The three wind and thunder vortexes instantly shattered, and even all the wind and thunder gravel within a radius of hundreds of light years around them burst open, but they were also annihilated by the endless black storm. What kind of attack is this? Eagle-winged demon god had never encountered a secret method with such power before. He had never even heard of it. Chapter 455, Netherworld Wind Ball. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. The storm quicksand within a radius of hundreds of light years around exploded like a detonated powder keg, and endless power of wind and thunder erupted instantly. It affected nearly a light year around. The entire universe space shattered instantly, generating endless space-time turbulence, and an endless black storm mixed with endless wind and thunder power raged. This place instantly became an extremely dangerous place, where even the strongest would perish in an instant. The power here had already exceeded the 10th level, and even with a palace treasure, it would not last even a second. The eagle-winged demon god was riding a palace treasure and fleeing rapidly, but was enveloped in an endless black storm. "Ah, I am falling. Humans, you won't have it easy either." The eagle-winged demon god roared. The endless power of wind and thunder mixed with the endless black storm, and the power had already exceeded the limit of the strongest treasure palace. Endless power penetrated into it. It eroded the body of the eagle-winged demon god, exceeding the limit value of the strongest treasure armor, and greatly weakened the weakening effect. Almost instantly, the eagle-winged demon god was submerged in the endless power, constantly impacting his true god heart. The eagle-winged demon god, even on the verge of death, wanted to drag Xiao Yu down with him, and suddenly detonated his body. With a boom sound, endless storms raged. The eagle-winged demon god completely perished. At the same time, all life within the eagle-winged demon god's small universe instantly perished, and endless space-time began to collapse and be destroyed. Even the origin of the small universe was in turmoil. "Serves you right," Xiao Yu snorted coldly and concentrated on dealing with his own crisis. After becoming aware of the eagle-winged demon god, Xiao Yu notified the human race's group of powerhouses in the virtual universe and asked them to rush over to scavenge for wealth. Under the cover of the endless storm, Xiao Yu was not having an easy time either. It could be seen that his 3,000 knife domains had already been deployed to their limit, but they could not stop the endless storm in the slightest. He could only occasionally slash out a knife towards the surroundings to clear an area of wind and thunder power, but it also caused an endless black storm due to the shattered space. However, the power of these black storms was ultimately limited and could not break through the defenses of the cold cliff fortress. However, the cleared wind and thunder power could not be maintained for even a second before being covered by the raging giant storm again, and Xiao Yu could only keep slashing. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's current divine power was astonishing, and he did not care about these consumptions at all. Even without using the divine power reserves in the world ring, he could cope. Xiao Yu felt that the two coordinates in his sea of consciousness were rotating and moving chaotically with the force of the huge storm. Suddenly, he felt a core containing endless wind power flying towards him. Haha, what a coincidence. Xiao Yu laughed, and his divine power had already grabbed the treasure like a palm. Inside the fortress, Xiao Yu looked at the black sphere emitting endless wind power, somewhat dazed. System, analyze the treasure in front of me. Open black lens bracket 1 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket netherwind orb, a precious treasure produced in the endless wind domain of the origin continent, containing endless wind power, is a precious material for refining supreme treasures. It can be placed in the void, and after millions of epochs, it can form a wind domain, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Haha, I've also obtained a treasure of the wind law. Next, I only need the 4 law treasures of gold, wood, light, and lightning to gather the 10 great laws. Xiao Yu was secretly delighted. Of course, Xiao Yu's ambition was not limited to this. He would also try to let the world seed devour some strange objects. If he could obtain other law treasures, he would also let the world seed devour them. Immediately, he flew towards the other coordinate again, constantly opening the way with secret techniques, and after a while, he also obtained the other treasure. This was an irregular sphere of blue color containing endless lightning divine power. Although it was only the size of a human palm, it seemed to contain endless divine power. System, analyze the treasure in front of me that contains endless lightning divine power. Open black lens bracket 1 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 9 heavens thunder crystal, a precious treasure produced in the endless thunder domain of the origin continent, containing endless lightning power, is a precious material for refining supreme treasures, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. That's great, I've obtained another useful treasure. Xiao Yu was secretly delighted in his heart. Right now, I have to get out quickly. Immediately, he put the 2 treasures into the world ring. Xiao Yu looked at the depths of the wind and thunder quicksand, at the eagle-winged demon god, and felt a burst of reluctance in his heart. The alien race's strongest person possessed at least 3 supreme treasures. However, the depths of the wind and thunder quicksand constantly transmitted an aura that made him feel terrified. 3 supreme treasures are all there is to it. Even if I can find them later, it's still important to save my life now. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Immediately, the micro-sized cold cliff fortress suddenly turned its head and returned the way it had come. Rumble, bursts of loud noises were constantly transmitted over. Xiao Yu's divine power spread over, but it seemed to enter an abyss, and he could not detect anything other than the endless storm. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiao Yu immediately accelerated continuously. The speed of the cold cliff fortress instantly broke through 10,000 times the speed of light, and it was still accelerating continuously, 50,000 times the speed of light, 100,000 times the speed of light. It could be seen that behind Xiao Yu, in the core area of the wind and thunder, the location where the eagle-winged demon god had just detonated himself, a piece of universe space seemed to have collapsed, collapsing towards an unknown dimension. The surrounding endless wind and thunder power, along with the black giant storm, were sucked into it. The endless suction force formed a huge vortex, and this dark vortex grew larger and larger, devouring everything around it. This dark vortex was expanding rapidly. The speed exceeded 10,000 times the speed of light, reaching 100,000 times the speed of light, and was still accelerating continuously. As the vortex grew larger and larger, the speed of swallowing also became faster and faster. Fast, fast, Xiao Yu felt the terrifying aura behind him, which had almost affected the vicinity. The endless suction force instantly affected the surroundings, and the cold cliff fortress was instantly slowed down by the endless suction force, and the speed had already fallen below 10,000 times the speed of light. I am space-time, Xiao Yu roared and once again used this heaven-sent secret technique. With Xiao Yu's current understanding of space-time, the power of the secret technique had already broken through the limit, reaching the 6th level, and then reached the 10th level under the blessing of the origin god Saber. Suddenly, A space-time river hundreds of light-years wide and of unknown length separated Xiao Yu and the dark vortex. At the same time, the eternal fire and eternal ice were also cast at the same time, and the eternal starfield instantly unfolded. The burning god orb was also actively activated, and the power of all secret techniques increased by one level. Suddenly, the endless power of the domain was resisting the endless suction force, and the cold cliff fortress finally maintained a speed of 100,000 times the speed of light and fled. However, the dark vortex devoured the endless wind and thunder power, and the expansion speed had already reached 1,000,000 times the speed of light, far greater than the escape speed of the cold cliff fortress. Xiao Yu only felt the suction force behind him getting stronger and stronger. Then, the origin god saber was raised again, and then a series of destructions were slashed towards the dark vortex. These attacks, whose power reached the 14th level, not only failed to hinder the speed of the dark vortex, but instead caused the speed of the dark vortex to increase sharply. Phantom slash. Instantly, the cold cliff fortress was taken into his body, and then, no phantom appeared in the distance of Xiao Yu. What's going on? It's useless. How could it be? Xiao Yu was puzzled. For the first time, the phantom slash did not work. Seeing that the dark vortex was about to affect Xiao Yu, at a moment of crisis, could he only wait for death? Chapter 456, Land of Nothingness. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. A flash of cold light, and Xiao Yu once again entered the micro-particle-like cold cliff fortress. With time accelerated 10,000 times, the cold cliff fortress almost instantly broke through to 10,000 times the speed of light. In addition, Xiao Yu's whole body divine power continued to burn, and the eternal star domain constantly resisted the swallowing force. He also continuously used the source god blade to cast, I am time and space, constantly hindering the swallowing force of the dark vortex. With 1 light year to go, I can escape this wind and thunder quicksand area. Xiao Yu could already see the ice star region not far ahead, as if seeing hope. Although that ice star region was also extremely dangerous, and even time was frozen, falling into the influence of endless slow time. But at this time, in Xiao Yu's eyes, perhaps only the ice star region could hinder the expansion of that endless dark vortex. A moment later, when the cold cliff fortress was about to fly out of the wind and thunder quicksand area, the speed of the dark vortex had already increased to 10,000,000 times the speed of light. And the speed of the cold cliff fortress had already dropped to 100 times the speed of light under the endless swallowing force. Despite the resistance of the eternal star domain, it still couldn't resist this disaster that seemed to cover the entire universe boat. Seeing that the dark vortex had already reached millions of kilometers behind him, Xiao Yu could only gather all the power of the domain, protecting himself, and in addition, cast, I am time and space, to envelop himself. Whoosh! Xiao Yu felt that he was suddenly enveloped by darkness. Endless swallowing force tore at Xiao Yu, and, I am time and space, only lasted for a moment before the endless river of time and space shattered. Even the endless ice and fire stars did not produce an effective hindrance to the endless tearing force. Boom, boom, boom. Endless tearing and strangling forces acted on the cold cliff fortress. The cold cliff fortress was immediately torn apart by endless chaotic forces, flying randomly in the darkness. However, Xiao Yu still felt as if he was constantly flying downwards. Resist it, Xiao Yu kept praying in his heart. If the cold cliff fortress was torn apart and destroyed, he would only have the Cosmos God armor as his last reliance. After a long time, with his will immersed in endless darkness, Xiao Yu felt the cold cliff fortress constantly colliding with huge objects. Several times the defense of the cold cliff fortress reached its limit, and time again, endless tearing forces penetrated in, but were resisted by Xiao Yu's Cosmos God armor. His divine body suffered severe damage several times, but fortunately, there were branches of the world tree to restore his divine power, so his will remained intact. Xiao Yu suddenly looked at the coordinates in his consciousness in surprise. In the virtual image, Xiao Yu had already approached the treasure located in the most core area of the universe boat. 3 months later, having stood on the edge of falling several times, Xiao Yu had persevered. Xiao Yu found that he seemed to have arrived in a void. Here, there were no law fluctuations, nor any light. But according to his coordinates in the virtual image, he should be in a treasure vault. What exactly is going on? Could it be that I have been affected by illusions, and everything in front of me is fake? Xiao Yu thought to himself. But even if Xiao Yu's soul will was firm, even if he used the 14th order, reincarnation, he could not break the so-called illusion. Although he still couldn't figure out the situation, Xiao Yu felt that he had escaped the fatal crisis. With a thought, he brought the two treasures into the inheritance space. In the inheritance space, Xiao Yu looked at the two treasures in his hand, the Netherwind Ball and the Nine Heavens Thunder Crystal. He controlled the World Seed to begin swallowing these two treasures, swallowing them simultaneously. In an instant, endless swallowing force was produced, and the swallowing energy of the World Seed seemed to suddenly increase by thousands of times. The Netherwind Ball and the Nine Heavens Thunder Crystal were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, the World Seed once again obtained the treasures of the Wind Law and the Thunder Law, and the Wind Law and the Thunder Law began to gestate within the World Seed. The World Seed also changed from 4 colors to 6 colors. Now my World Seed has begun to gestate the 7 major laws of wind, water, fire, earth, thunder and lightning, time, and space. Xiao Yu was still secretly pleased with the progress of the World Seed. However, being trapped in this void was also quite difficult. Unable to leave this void for the time being, Xiao Yu exited the inheritance space and immediately continued to ride the Cold Cliff Fortress towards the distant coordinates. The Cold Cliff Fortress flew rapidly, constantly accelerating towards the coordinates. Virtual universe, in Luo Feng's exclusive plane. Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air, standing in front of the towering palace, and in the next instant, he had already locked onto the location of Luo Feng and Hong. Immediately, he teleported into the palace. Third brother, you've come. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He had now officially advanced to become a universe venerable, and his strength had made rapid progress. Old third, you're here. Hong also smiled. He was currently on the primitive star with his teammates, searching for treasures. Old third, although Thor was still comprehending the lost steel in Xiao Yu's divine kingdom, he also wanted to attend Old Fourth's advancement celebration banquet. Luo Feng's celebration banquet, how could I be absent? Xiao Yu smiled, then sat on the chair, picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Luo Feng, how is it going on the primitive star recently? Xiao Yu asked. He was also concerned about the situation of the people of the Earth lineage. Old Fourth is also very powerful now. It is said that he already possesses top overlord level strength, already comparable to Palace Master Tian Shi. Hong said. When Luo Feng killed Lord Fangguang, who was a universe overlord, after Lord Fangguang was resurrected, Luo Feng's strength had already been confirmed. This message quickly spread throughout the primitive universe. It is estimated that he may be targeted in the future. Luo Feng sighed. Previously, Xiao Yu had not made any response to their previous targeting of Luo Feng, which would inevitably breed their ambitions. Notify me if anything happens. I have always been in the Genesis Universe country, and I can rush over at the fastest speed. Xiao Yu said. Next to the Genesis Universe country, there was a passage leading to the primitive star. The celebration banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the 4 brothers had a good drink for 3 days. The plane space of the virtual universe belonging to the giant axe creator. On both sides of the long table, all the universe lords of the human race were present. Xiao Yu and the giant axe creator were also present in the main seat. The giant axe creator looked around. Everyone, the Star Tower has disappeared. We just learned about it. How could the Star Tower disappear? It has stood in the void for endless years. Even the strongest in the universe cannot forcibly take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? The universe lords such as Lord Huang Jian were also shocked by this explosive news. Then, under the instructions of the giant axe creator, the virtual universe system presented the process of the Star Tower's disappearance in front of many universe lords. Immediately, the universe lords all expressed their opinions. Xiao Yu, what do you think of this matter? The giant axe creator suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yu, who was wandering in the gods next to him. The appearance of this Star Tower was sudden. It must have been placed there by a strong person. As for the reason why this strong person placed it here, I also have some guesses. He should have been to choose a master for the Star Tower. Xiao Yu said directly, now that the Star Tower has suddenly disappeared, it should be that someone has completed the recognition of the Star Tower as its master. Chapter 457 The Source of Nothingness. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Who exactly became the master of the Star Tower? Lord Huang Jian asked. It should be a strong human, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The reason I say this is because the 7th battlefield now completely belongs to the territory of our human race, and no alien race can easily enter without being detected by the virtual universe system. Is there a possibility that an alien race completed the recognition of ownership long ago, but their strength was insufficient to move such a supreme treasure? After all, the consumption of a supreme treasure is enormous, and ordinary universe venerables cannot satisfy its needs, Lord Peng Gong asked with a hearty laugh. Yes, how can you be sure it's definitely a human? Lord Huang Jian pressed. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. If you want to know, you can go and use time reversal yourself. Once you know who put it there, you will understand, Xiao Yu continued. The disappearance of the Star Tower would naturally attract the attention of the human race. Not only the human race, but also the mechanical race, the demon race, and the Zerg Alliance discovered this matter at the first moment. Although the three races can no longer directly go to the original 7th battlefield, they also possess Universe Supreme Masters. Their words carry the weight of law, and they could also sense the spatial fluctuations generated when the Star Tower disappeared. Alright, reclaiming the Star Tower requires opportunity, Founder Giant Axe said. Regardless of who obtained it, whether it is a human or a mechanical race, or an alien race like the Zerg Alliance, it is their opportunity. I believe many super powerhouses have tried it long ago, but none were able to take it. Now that the Star Tower has suddenly disappeared, it means that whoever took the Star Tower is either a newly advanced super powerhouse or a lucky existence who isn't too strong, Founder Giant Axe continued. However, no matter who takes the Star Tower, they will eventually use it, Founder Giant Axe said. As long as we persevere in investigating, the truth will eventually come to light. As long as they use it, they will be exposed, without a doubt. As long as it is not owned by our human race, then we can seize it, Lord of Darkness also said. Founder Giant Axe ordered, use the resources of my Hong Alliance to carefully search for information. We must find out who the Star Tower has fallen into. Yes, the Universe Masters obeyed the order and acted. Not only did the Hong Alliance begin to investigate the whereabouts of the Star Tower, but also the major super forces and top forces in the primordial universe began to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Star Tower is a very precious supreme treasure, and even the human race, which now possesses many supreme treasures, cannot ignore it. Time flies, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu had been traveling in this void for 100 years and finally reached the coordinates. He saw only a formless treasure as small as a particle in front of him. Its shape was constantly changing, sometimes spherical, sometimes triangular, and soon it became an irregular shape. It was as formless as water and as colorless as air. Xiao Yu's divine power penetrated it, but he could not detect any existence, as if it did not exist at all. It was like the void itself. Any law fluctuations could not approach it, or rather, any fluctuations that approached it would become nothing. System, analyze the treasure ahead, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Open black lens bracket 10 billion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket source of nothingness, the source of nothingness, accidentally produced in the void domain of the origin continent, is naturally condensed from the power of nothingness, possessing endless power of nothingness, which can turn endless time and space into nothingness, and is the core material for refining cross-domain transmission channels. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. This is truly a treasure. If all laws are being, then nothingness is true, non-being. Being and non-being exist in opposition, but they are also interdependent and indispensable, Xiao Yu thought to himself. However, the interdependence of being and non-being was only Xiao Yu's speculation, not a true comprehension. System, grab the source of nothingness. Xiao Yu used all means but could not grab the source of nothingness, so he could only rely on the power of the system. Open black lens bracket 100 million wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Invisible forces were generated out of thin air, and then penetrated out of Cold Cliff Fortress, covering the source of nothingness, and then formed a ball emitting an energy aura. Suddenly, the surrounding void space seemed to become a rootless source, and patches of nothingness were filled by the cosmic space. The ball emitting an energy aura also appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. As nothingness disappeared, all laws such as light, space, and time reappeared in this cosmic space. Xiao Yu also discovered that Cold Cliff Fortress did indeed appear inside a huge palace. This palace had a huge dome, about 100 billion kilometers high, and the entire palace was about 600 billion kilometers long and wide. The walls on one side of the palace and the huge stone pillars were all covered with secret patterns, which were of the same style as the secret patterns Xiao Yu had seen on the unknown island, and also of the same style as the secret patterns on the black patterned stone pillars. On one side of the palace, there was a row of huge treasure rack-like structures, divided into individual square spaces, each square space being about 100,000 kilometers long, wide, and high. Each square space was covered with a layer of water curtain. Through the water curtain, one could see pieces of treasures inside. Some were warhammers, some were war knives, some were armor, some were palaces, some were spaceships, some were compasses, and various other treasures. Each treasure was densely covered with secret patterns. These secret patterns were all like the secret patterns engraved on the black patterned stone pillars. They were of the same style. This is the armory of the strongman in the universe boat. Xiao Yu thought to himself, looking at the endless treasures, each of which was at least at the supreme treasure level. It would be a lie to say he wasn't greedy. However, Xiao Yu understood that the primordial universe would not allow so many supreme treasures to appear in the universe sea. Let's try it. Immediately, Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air outside Cold Cliff Fortress, holding the source of nothingness in one hand and reaching out to the water curtain with the other. Boom! Xiao Yu's left hand was directly bounced back. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate it. Not only could he not reach the endless treasures, but even his divine power could not penetrate them. It's a pity, the endless treasures in this treasure trove, Xiao Yu exclaimed regretfully, feeling somewhat reluctant. Fortunately, I still obtained this source of nothingness, which is the most suitable treasure for me. Xiao Yu looked at the source of nothingness in his right hand and immediately stopped feeling regretful. With a thought, Cold Cliff Fortress reappeared, and with a flash of light, Xiao Yu had already appeared inside the fortress. 10,000 times time acceleration. With a thought, Xiao Yu instantly accelerated the time flow rate within Cold Cliff Fortress to 10,000 times. After comprehending the secret patterns on the black patterned stone pillars for billions of years, Xiao Yu's control over the flow of time became even more adept, and the consumption of divine power was only 3/10 of what it used to be. Immediately, with a thought, Xiao Yu took the source of nothingness into the inheritance space. Good kid, not bad, you actually got your hands on something good. A Kanglong's gentle voice came. Xiao Yu immediately became happy and said, Old Meng, you've woken up. HMPH, I woke up a long time ago. You've used time acceleration so many times. I've been asleep for tens of thousands of epochs. How could I not wake up? Old Meng snorted coldly. Xiao Yu immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Chapter 458 The Source of Dreams. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Kid, tell me, where did you get this thing of nothingness? Old Meng pressed. Logically speaking, such treasures shouldn't exist within your primitive universe. Inside a universe boat in the universe sea. I estimate that the universe boat came from the origin continent to invade the universe sea, or perhaps it was drawn over from other dimensions by the original will. Xiao Yu directly stated his guess. Facing a heaven-defying expert like Old Meng, he didn't hold anything back. The other party even knew the roots of the system, so there was no way he could hide anything. Origin continent, the origin of the chaotic laws in your world. Old Meng smiled. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Huh, Xiao Yu was puzzled. Was the world interesting because of the origin continent, the universe sea, or something else? Good kid, don't be too ambitious. Knowing these things now isn't good for you. Old Meng turned his right hand into a divine hammer and hit Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu rubbed his head where he was hit. That hit just now was quite painful. Old Meng, is the source of nothingness very precious? Xiao Yu asked. He was very curious as to why Old Meng was so shocked when he saw the source of nothingness. Old Meng must have already woken up, but before, he hadn't bothered Xiao Yu when he saw the Netherworld Wind Orb, the Nine Heavens Thunder Crystal, and so on. Why was this source of nothingness so magical that it caused Old Meng to suddenly appear? Kid, once you understand the true meaning of nothingness, you won't be so calm. Old Meng stroked his beard and smiled. Old Meng, are nothingness and void the same? Xiao Yu asked doubtfully. No, void is a space without any matter or any fluctuation of laws. It relies more on repelling everything to form. Old Meng smiled, while nothingness is both zero and infinite. It can be meaningless nothing, or it can be all-encompassing. Nothingness is the foundation of existence. Oh, I don't understand, Xiao Yu said, puzzled. He still couldn't distinguish the real difference between void and nothingness. He understood the literal meaning, but this understanding wasn't concrete and wasn't on the same level as comprehension at all. You don't need to understand now. You just need to know that once your world seed absorbs this source of nothingness, it will have laid a good foundation, the most solid foundation. In the future, your growth will have no limits and no constraints, Old Meng said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Although he still didn't understand, he also understood that this source of nothingness was the best for him and would benefit his future. Absorb it, Old Meng said, and then disappeared. He's leaving already, Xiao Yu thought to himself. He had originally wanted to ask other questions. Now that Old Meng had left, he calmed down and began to absorb the source of nothingness. Unlike any other treasure, the world seed devoured the source of nothingness in just an instant. The world seed's devouring had just begun and it had already ended. However, the changes in the world seed after devouring the source of nothingness had only just begun. Rumble. A series of sounds came from inside the world seed. Within the world seed, endless time and space began to separate, no longer overlapping. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, and the law of the soul were being conceived. In addition to these 11 laws, Xiao Yu even saw an unknown law also being conceived. What law is this? Xiao Yu had never comprehended this law. The law being conceived contained endless mysterious secret patterns, which were extremely complex, much more complex than the 10 original laws of the primitive universe combined. As the law began to be conceived, the inside of the world seed also suddenly underwent a violent change, and endless time and space were expanding violently. From the original 10 kilometers, it soared to 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1 million kilometers. It stopped soaring only when the spatial diameter reached 1 trillion kilometers, and then it grew slowly. Within the world, various laws were still constantly being conceived and changed. Xiao Yu had been observing the changes within the world seed. Time passed, and 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. After 10,000 years of observation, Xiao Yu had gained a greater understanding of the 10 original laws and the law of the soul. The path of law is truly profound and unpredictable. The more I comprehend, the more I feel my own inadequacy. The so-called enlightenment is still far from omniscient, Xiao Yu thought to himself. As the world seed evolved, Xiao Yu had already felt that the world seed was in the gestation stage, and no longer needed to absorb any treasures, nor could it absorb any treasures. All previous plans had been scrapped because of the absorption of the source of nothingness. At the same time, Xiao Yu also had a certain understanding of the 12th law, which seemed to be an illusory, fantasy-like law. It was like a dream come true. Or it could be called the law of imagination, the law of hypothesis. Both are possible. However, this was only Xiao Yu's current understanding. Although the world seed was in the gestation stage, it also had a certain power. Xiao Yu could form an absolute world domain within a range of 10 million kilometers around him. Within this world domain, Xiao Yu was like a true god. Not bad, although it is still in the gestation period, it has already formed a world domain. Old Meng appeared out of thin air within the domain and smiled. Old Meng, how can you suddenly appear here? Xiao Yu was shocked. Kid, feeling like your wings are getting hard. Old Meng glanced at Xiao Yu. No, how could I? Absolutely not. Xiao Yu shook his head repeatedly. Even if he did, he couldn't say it. The strength of the world domain is closely related to the world within you. Only when the world within you grows to the strength of the primitive universe can it possibly reject me. Old Meng smiled. Besides, the entire inheritance space is just a shadow of a trace of my world domain. Ah, so that's how it is. Xiao Yu suddenly understood. Otherwise, how do you think I could isolate the original will of the primitive universe and be able to talk to you about the origin universe here? Old Meng smiled. Speaking of which, the supreme law operation mechanism of the origin continent in your world is really interesting. Perhaps it's because they don't want low-level practitioners to come into contact with everything on the origin continent too early, just like the protection of a novice village, Xiao Yu smiled. Perhaps, I forgot to tell you before. After devouring the source of nothingness, all the laws previously contaminated into the world will be nurtured into the source of laws. The 12th law in your world seed is the source of dreams, or it can be called the source of fantasy. This dream law still follows the principle of equivalence, Old Meng smiled. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Go out, your world's gestation period requires a long time. Old Meng began to drive people away, as if he had remembered something, and solemnly instructed, remember, in non-emergency situations, do not use the fundamental power of the world, and do not let the original will think that you are its enemy. Understood. Xiao Yu nodded emphatically, and then left the inheritance space. Chapter 459 Spacecraft Center. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Inside Cold Cliff Fortress, Xiao Yu stood up and waved his hand to cancel the time acceleration. Looking at the two coordinates representing treasures remaining in the universe boat within his consciousness, Xiao Yu was still tempted. Although the world seed no longer needed these treasures to nurture laws, Xiao Yu, as a treasure refining master, could use these materials to refine precious treasures. He could even refine supreme treasures with astonishing power. I'll go to the control room of the universe boat first, and then go find those two treasures, Xiao Yu planned in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yu rode the Cold Cliff Fortress out of the huge and majestic palace, and what came into view was a group of palaces, an endless group of palaces, each one just like the one Xiao Yu had just emerged from. This must be the entire treasure room. Xiao Yu sighed. If all these treasures could be taken out at will, perhaps every venerable and above in the human race could be equipped with a complete set of supreme treasures. Xiao Yu kept lamenting in his heart, reluctantly leaving the endless palace complex. Leaving the palace complex, Xiao Yu arrived in a void. Within this void of nearly 10,000 light years, there were no dangers, nor any buildings or anything else. After the 3,000 blade domain probed and found no danger, Xiao Yu directly teleporting continuously. In just a moment, Xiao Yu was shocked. He saw a huge building in the void. All 6 sides of this building were walls made of unknown metal, each wall nearly 50,000 light years high and 50,000 light years wide. The walls were covered with intricate secret patterns. The space around the walls within a range of nearly 1,000 light years was frozen, making it impossible to teleport. Xiao Yu rode the Cold Cliff Fortress and flew around the wall at more than 10,000 times the speed of light for nearly 10 years, but he didn't find a single door. How on earth do I enter the control center of this universe boat? Xiao Yu kept studying. Could it be related to the secret patterns on the wall? They also have identification functions. Using secret patterns to create walls with information recognition could only be considered a small trick. Primitive universe. On primitive star No. 02933, chaotic air currents surged, forming a barrier hundreds of billions of kilometers in range, as if it were an independent miniature universe. This was the "I am the universe" technique that Luo Feng used after burning his divine power when he reached the universe venerable level. Previously, after Luo Feng advanced to universe venerable, he entered the primitive star again and encountered an ambush by powerhouses from the Northern Territory Alliance, the Mechanical Race Alliance, and other forces. After becoming a universe venerable, Luo Feng also obtained the Star Tower, and his strength was greatly improved, so he no longer tolerated it, but completely let himself go. He successively killed more than 800 universe venerables. This attracted the arrival of universe masters such as the Northern Territory Alliance's Lord of the Turtle Dove, and the human race's Dragon Walking Lord, who was already exploring on the primitive star, also arrived at the first time to help Luo Feng fight against the Lord of the Turtle Dove and others. Later, as more and more universe masters from the Northern Territory Alliance, the Mechanical Race Alliance, and other forces gathered, Luo Feng broke the rescue medal that the City Lord of Chaos had given him. When the City Lord of Chaos arrived, the two sides seemed to become evenly matched, and Luo Feng, amidst the siege of thousands of universe venerables, resisted the continuous attacks of the Lord of the Turtle Dove and 2 other universe masters. Using "I am the universe" to trap the 2 universe masters, he simultaneously used the miniature universe to quickly press down on the more than 6,000 universe venerables chasing Luo Feng. The huge miniature universe was like an infinitely huge steel plate to these universe venerables, and they couldn't resist it at all. Ah, no! Accompanied by endless screams, more than 6,000 universe venerables all perished. The news of Luo Feng single-handedly resisting 2 universe masters and annihilating more than 6,000 universe venerables on the primitive star quickly spread within the primitive universe. When Xiao Yu learned of this, it was already before the Giant Axe meeting. Virtual universe, Giant Axe Plane. On both sides of the long table, the City Lord of Chaos, the Lord of Darkness, and other universe masters of the human race were all present. The giant axe founder and Xiao Yu sat in the main seats. I believe everyone has already heard about it. Luo Feng of our human race fought with the Lord of the Turtle Dove on the primitive star for a long time, and also annihilated more than 6,000 universe masters of other races in one fell swoop. Luo Feng already has the battle power of a universe master, the city lord of chaos said. Since he possesses the battle power of a universe master, he must obtain the status of a universe master. Therefore, I propose that Luo Feng be the 20th universe master of our human race, the city lord of chaos continued. I agree, Luo Feng's battle power is what I saw with my own eyes, the dragon walking lord also said. Although Luo Feng can fight with the lord of the turtle dove, that lord of the turtle dove is only a newly promoted universe master in the Northern Territory Alliance, and his strength is very weak, the Lord of Void Gold said. I do not agree. This is tantamount to forcing growth. We should still wait for Luo Feng to officially advance to become a universe master before raising his status. The Lord of Void Gold is the universe master of the giant axe fighting arena, and he is unwilling to see the virtual universe lineage occupy an absolute position in the human race's high-level ranks. Now, Xiao Yu of the virtual universe lineage already has a right to speak comparable to the giant axe founder, and in terms of voting rights, the virtual universe is already the same as their giant axe fighting arena. If a new universe master is added, it will be extremely unfavorable to their giant axe fighting arena. Immediately, the universe masters of the giant axe fighting arena also held opposing opinions. Yes, for the current Luo Feng, cultivation and growth are still the top priorities. Prematurely contacting the affairs of the human race's high-level ranks will not be beneficial to his growth. The Lord of Barren Mirror also held a different opinion. In this matter that is not related to the fate of the human race, every universe master has different ideas. They each represent their own interests, and it is difficult to reach an agreement. Especially now, as long as Luo Feng becomes a universe master, it will mean that the virtual universe lineage will have one more vote in voting rights. This will be unfavorable to all of them. I agree, the Lord of Peng Gong also expressed his opinion. Just like the previous Lord of Genesis, before he advanced to Universe Master, he also obtained the corresponding status because his strength was comparable to that of a Universe Master, and now he even has the same status as the Giant Axe founder. We are all the highest level of the human race. When making decisions, we must not favor one over the other, nor can we change our course. The words of the Lord of Peng Gong made the 5 universe masters of the giant axe fighting arena present all look at the Lord of Genesis, staring only at his expression. They were afraid that he would be angry. Now, many of the human race's affairs, the real decision-making power, are mostly in the hands of the giant axe founder and Xiao Yu. Such as the pricing power of treasures, the confirmation of contribution points, etc., these are all jointly determined by Xiao Yu and the giant axe founder in the virtual universe system. Xiao Yu glanced around, and then said, Luo Feng already has the battle power of a universe master. Since he has such battle power, he should have the status of a universe master. Everyone, raise your hands to vote, the giant axe founder said. Agree, the city lord of chaos said. Agree, approve. Except for the 5 universe masters of the giant axe fighting arena, all the other universe masters present all agreed. Agree, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Agree. The giant axe founder also agreed. I also agree. Finally, the Lord of Void Gold and the other 5 universe masters also agreed. In the end, Luo Feng became a universe master and obtained a unanimous vote. Chapter 460, The Original Ancestor Appears. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. After the Giant Axe Conference, City Lord Chaos convened a small internal meeting within the virtual universe at the Thunder Island Palace. All 7 universe lords of the virtual universe lineage were present. The main purpose of this meeting was to introduce Luo Feng to the universe lords of the virtual universe lineage. After all, these would be his closest comrades in the future, so it was necessary to get to know them beforehand. During the meeting, Xiao Yu, City Lord Chaos, and the others chatted happily. Xiao Yu, thanks to your bodyguard this time, otherwise my pinnacle domain treasure would have been snatched away by Lord Ao Yu and the others from the Second Cycle era, Dark Lord said with a smile. 500 years ago, another pinnacle domain treasure, Sand Flame Sea, appeared in the Valley of Extinction God, and Lord Ao Yu and the others happened to pass by. Dark Lord arrived in the Eternal Illusion ship and had Lava Demon God drive away Lord Ao Yu and the other 3 universe lords before leisurely completing the treasure's recognition process himself. It was equivalent to picking up a pinnacle domain treasure for free. It's still because Martial Uncle is lucky, Xiao Yu said with a smile, not taking credit. With another universe lord in our virtual universe lineage, I'm afraid that Lord Void Gold won't have a good face in the future, Lord Ice Peak said with a smile. The 7 universe lords of the virtual universe lineage chatted with each other, and Luo Feng occasionally chimed in. Luo Feng, why didn't you ask me to support you in this battle on the original star? Xiao Yu chided. Ask you, if we asked you to go, how could we show off? Lord Dragon Travel laughed. Third brother, I heard you were busy in the universe C, Luo Feng said quickly. Luo Feng, you can't say that. Is it only him who's busy? Lord Dragon Travel said loudly. No, that's not what I meant, Luo Feng quickly shook his head to deny. The highest level meeting of the human race is about to begin. Before that, Luo Feng, have you decided on your Universe Lord title? City Lord Chaos asked with a smile. Luo Feng thought for a long while. Galaxy Lord, Luo Feng said with a smile, I'll be called Galaxy Lord. Good, then the 7th Universe Lord of our virtual universe lineage will be called Galaxy Lord. City Lord Chaos then looked at Xiao Yu next to him. Xiao Yu, you built the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield before, wasn't it for today? After hearing Luo Feng call himself Galaxy Lord, City Lord Chaos had already roughly guessed that this Galaxy Lord's permanent residence should be the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Who knows? Xiao Yu said with a smile, neither admitting nor denying it. Alright, next, we should pay respects to Primal Ancestor, City Lord Chaos said directly. Primal Ancestor? Luo Feng asked in confusion, as it was the first time he had heard this name. Primal Ancestor is the first strongest being of our human race and the true founder of our virtual universe lineage. Most of the universe lords of the human race today have received the grace of Primal Ancestor, Xiao Yu said. That's right, even Giant Axe Creator has received guidance from Primal Ancestor. I, Dark Lord, and Lord Ice Peak are all direct disciples of Primal Ancestor, City Lord Chaos said. The 7 people flew upwards through the chaotic airflow as they spoke. In a short while, they arrived in a void, and City Lord Chaos led the 7 people to worship Primal Ancestor's lifelike statue. Then, City Lord Chaos recounted the recent achievements of the human race and formally introduced Luo Feng to Primal Ancestor. Greetings, Grand Master, Luo Feng respectfully saluted. Good, another universe lord has appeared in my human race, a gentle voice came. Primal Ancestor spoke again, could it be that this Luo Feng is another creator-level genius? Lord Ice Peak and Dark Lord pondered in their hearts. Teacher, City Lord Chaos, Dark Lord, Lord Ice Peak, and the others quickly saluted again. Alright, you may retreat for now. I have something to say to Creator Lord, the gentle voice sounded again. Yes, City Lord Chaos, Dark Lord, Lord Ice Peak, and the others all took their leave and departed. Xiao Yu was left behind, feeling quite puzzled. He couldn't understand why Primal Ancestor would leave him behind. Grand Master, Xiao Yu looked at Primal Ancestor's statue in confusion. A blinding light flashed. An extremely kind and handsome youth appeared before Xiao Yu, his appearance exactly the same as Primal Ancestor's statue, only much younger. Xiao Yu, I have been watching you for a long time. Primal Ancestor looked at Xiao Yu with a smile, you've done well. Thank you for your praise, Grand Master, Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. Looking at Primal Ancestor, Xiao Yu's mood also became very good. Are you very puzzled as to why I left you behind? Primal Ancestor asked with a smile. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. He did indeed have such a question. This time, it's not that I have something to ask of you, but that the original universe has something to ask of you, Primal Ancestor said directly. Oh, if the origin will has something, shouldn't it be discussed through the ancestral god sect? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. Within the original universe, the ancestral god sect is the representative of the origin will, and many things are conveyed through the ancestral god sect. But Xiao Yu didn't believe that Primal Ancestor would deceive him. Then what kind of matter would the origin will use Primal Ancestor to convey? You should know that Primal Ancestor has always been suppressed by the original universe. The Universe C is about to face a great crisis, and the origin will hopes that you can repair the universe boat in order to resist the future crisis, Primal Ancestor said solemnly. Great crisis? What kind of crisis is it? Did the origin will say? Xiao Yu asked. No, the Origin will only sense that this is a crisis concerning the survival of the entire universe. See. That's why it relaxed a bit of its suppression of me and allowed me to convey the message, Primal Ancestor said seriously. The original universe also said that if you can repair the universe boat, then all the treasures inside can be taken by you. Oh, not even saying what the crisis is, how stingy, Xiao Yu snorted, I'm only at the universe lord realm now. It's probably very difficult to repair the universe boat. As far as I know, the realm of the creator of the universe boat is probably far beyond the strongest being realm. Treasures refined at that level are not something I can repair now. Xiao Yu was both telling the truth and making excuses. The rewards promised by the Origin were too insincere. Next, the Origin will talk to you directly, Primal Ancestor said. Then a flash of light passed, and then Primal Ancestor disappeared. He disappeared just like that. I haven't agreed yet, what's going on? Xiao Yu was a little confused. Original universe, creation universe country. In the continuous palace complex, in the most majestic palace, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. He was a little at a loss because of the Origin will. Although he also had the idea of repairing the universe boat, he still didn't have the strength yet. Now is not the best time either. If he wants to repair it, he has to wait until the Jin's world collides with the universe boat. Moreover, even if Xiao Yu repairs the universe boat, he will not be able to control it temporarily. That is a treasure that is hundreds of millions of light years long, and its consumption is not something that the current Xiao Yu can bear. Chapter 461. Boom. Suddenly, the Origin descended, and the universe's laws of operation converged. The palace where Xiao Yu was located was suddenly isolated by the endless power of the laws. The two universe venerable guards outside the palace had no sense of what was happening inside. Origin, Xiao Yu said softly. Request, you make, a fragmented message was transmitted from within the endless laws. The Origin will is equivalent to having only instinct, and its intelligence is average. The fact that it can actively find itself now indicates that it has sensed that this beast crisis is extraordinary. The Origin will possesses the operating rules. As long as Xiao Yu does not provoke the operating rules, even the Origin will cannot do anything to Xiao Yu. Even more, it cannot force Xiao Yu to do anything. Original universe, if I can help you through this crisis, I need to give me a part of your Origin. I don't need much, only 1/10 of you. Xiao Yu directly asked for a large amount. The original universe's Origin will has existed for endless reincarnation eras. Countless reincarnation eras, repeated rebirths and destructions, have accumulated endless origins. Even 1/10 of it is probably enough to supply Xiao Yu with the Origin needed to become a god king. Origin, impossible, the Origin will continue to transmit the message. The Origin will seem to have no emotions. Even Xiao Yu's exorbitant demands could not cause any change in it. Oh, if 1/10 is too much, 1/100th will do. If that's not possible, 1,000th will do. At the very least, 1/10,000th will do. Xiao Yu continued, still wanting to try. If he could succeed, even 1/1,000,000th of the Origin would be enough for him to gather the Origin needed to advance to eternal true God. Even if he couldn't succeed, it wouldn't be a loss for him. Impossible, other requests, make again, the Origin will refused again. Since the Origin is not possible, then let me think about it carefully. Xiao Yu said softly, it's not easy to repair the universe boat, and even if it is repaired, it will not be easy to recognize its owner. Even if it recognizes its owner, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. Repair is enough, the Origin will send another message. Repair is enough, that is to say, the Origin will has the ability to control the universe boat. That's right, it can even pull the Jinji world from a distant place. Xiao Yu thought to himself, in this way, the Origin will wants to use the universe boat to stop or turn the Jinji world. It's like wanting to stop the Jinji world, there is no need to repair the universe boat at all. But the Origin will is preparing this matter so early, perhaps it is too early. Xiao Yu continued to think, is there any change, or is it because the Origin will actually knew about this matter long ago and has been actively planning this matter? Think about the original universe's gift of perfect gene life, which all shows that the original universe already knew about this kind of thing. Perhaps the original universe believes that it will be able to repair the universe boat in the future, which is why it came to find itself. Having figured this out, Xiao Yu continued to think about what requirements to make. Asking for the Origin, it was obvious that the Origin would not agree. Xiao Yu and other experts are nothing in the eyes of the Origin will. Even if more die, all of them fall, it doesn't care. What it cares about is only its own origin. That is, the beast can directly devour the origin of the original universe, but the original universe cannot do anything to the beast, which is why there is today's meeting. Although the original universe can actively destroy itself, there is a rule or process for destruction to enter reincarnation. For the original universe, even if only a small part of its origin is lost, it will take endless reincarnation to recover. It sought out Xiao Yu in order to avoid losing its origin, so naturally it would not use the origin as a reward. For a long time, the origin law had not left, just waiting quietly for Xiao Yu's reply. Then I will make a few requests. First, release the original ancestor. Second, when the original universe enters reincarnation, let me bring people into the origin to see the entire process of destruction. Third, the universe boat should belong to me after it is repaired. Xiao Yu said, this is my request, the final request. Original ancestor, can release, repair well, only 3 can watch, universe boat, you, the origin will finally agree to Xiao Yu's request. Okay, 3 people is fine. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. Immediately, the endless origin law disappeared instantly. The isolated palace also returned to normal. Xiao Yu could once again sense all the space-time changes in the entire universe country. When Xiao Yu appeared in the virtual universe again, he received an email. It was a notice from the Giant Axe Conference. Xiao Yu knew the content of the meeting even if he didn't attend, but this time it was the first meeting that Luo Feng attended as a universe master. Even if he arrived a little late, he still had to go. Immediately, he teleported directly into the Giant Axe plane. In front of the simple temple, universe masters were talking on both sides of the stone table. Luo Feng was sitting next to City Lord Chaos, observing the universe masters of the human race. After observing for a week, he found that the universe masters of the human race were more powerful than each other. Among them, the most powerful are City Lord Chaos, Lord of Darkness, and Lord Peng Gong. After these 3 universe masters possessed the strongest treasures, their strengths all reached the top of the 6th level. My human race is really powerful, but it's a pity that I can only be considered the tail end here. Luo Feng was sighing. He saw 2 positions above the main seat. City Lord Chaos looked at Luo Feng and said, these 2 seats, one is for the Giant Axe founder, and the other is for Lord Genesis Xiao Yu. Luo Feng was amazed. How long has it been? His third brother has already been considered one of the only 2 top experts of the human race, much stronger than himself. Along the way, he has also received a lot of help from his third brother, as well as the arrangements of his teacher, Zuo Xianxia, otherwise he would not have grown so smoothly. But what about his third brother? He has actually reached this point on his own. Whoosh, the Giant Axe founder, like a savage, appeared above the main seat. Luo Feng, Galaxy Lord, this is our first meeting. The Giant Axe founder looked at Luo Feng and nodded slightly. Giant Axe founder. Luo Feng also responded respectfully. At the same time, he suddenly had some reveries about the relationship between Rong Jun and the Giant Axe founder. The main reason is that the 2 are too similar in temperament and appearance characteristics. At the same time, he also had a better understanding of Rong Jun's experiences along the way. Lord Genesis will be a little late because he has important matters to attend to. The Giant Axe founder smiled and said, I won't wait for him anymore. Today, I have gathered everyone here to collectively welcome Luo Feng to become one of us. From today onwards, the number of universe masters in our human race has increased by 1. Luo Feng has the ability to have a talented clone, and his survival ability can be ranked in the top 10 in the universe, which is also the luck of our human race. The Giant Axe founder continued. Most of the universe masters looked at Luo Feng. Obviously, what the Giant Axe founder said about survival ability ranking in the top 10 surprised them very much. However, some people, such as City Lord Chaos, who knew the inside story, did not find it strange. My human race can have 2 universe masters appear continuously within 10 epochs, which is the great fortune of my human race. The Giant Axe founder exclaimed. Chapter 462 Galaxy Lord, AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Bang! Above the main seat, Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air, his entire body radiating endless power. The Lord of Creation has arrived. Lord of Creation. One by one, the lords of the universe hurriedly greeted him. Sorry everyone, I was just discussing a deal with the Origin Will, which is why I'm a little late, Xiao Yu said softly, offering a reason for his tardiness. What Xiao Yu said was also the truth. However, it was unknown how many of them would believe it. This Lord of Creation is really something, so what if he's late, why bring up the Origin Will? Lord Huangjian thought to himself, not believing a word of what the Lord of Creation had said. Lord Huangjian looked at Lord Peng Gong and Lord Qing Dong beside him, and the three exchanged glances, all indicating that anyone who believed it was a fool. The reason they didn't use sound transmission was because they were aware that sound transmission was not secure for powerful beings. Oh, City Lord Hun Dun was a little puzzled, wasn't it Ancestral God who was looking for Xiao Yu? How did it become the Origin Will? Xiao Yu looked at everyone's expressions, as if saying, whoever believes it is a big fool, and said, everyone, continue, don't mind me. Anyway, the matter the Origin Will entrusted to him would not begin for a long time, so there was no point in saying more now. Lord of the Galaxy, according to the rules of our human race, every being who becomes a lord of the universe is entitled to a treasure from the race equivalent to a peak supreme treasure weapon. Luo Feng, what are your requirements? Giant Axe founder asked. With the human race continuously acquiring many peak supreme treasures in the two great wars, and with Xiao Yu himself being able to refine peak supreme treasures. Xiao Yu and Giant Axe founder had previously agreed to raise this standard from the original top-tier supreme treasure weapon to the level of a peak supreme treasure. Luo Feng glanced at Xiao Yu, then looked at Giant Axe founder and said, I don't ask for other treasures, I hope the race can modify the Milky Way galaxy. I plan to reside in the Milky Way galaxy permanently in the future. As expected, the Lord of Creation is as wise as a god. City Lord Hun Dun, Lord of Darkness, and other lords of the universe all looked at Xiao Yu above the main seat. Ha ha, Giant Axe founder also laughed. Luo Feng, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, we had already built the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield into a residence for lords of the universe at the request of the Lord of Creation. Xiao Yu. Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. He had mostly returned to Earth directly through Divine Kingdom teleportation, and although he had sensed some anomalies, he hadn't thought much about it. Luo Feng, I knew long ago that you would want to reside in your hometown after becoming a lord of the universe, so I prepared a residence for you in advance. Just go there with peace of mind. But the peak supreme treasure that should be given still needs to be given, Xiao Yu said. With Xiao Yu speaking, the others naturally agreed. Although they were curious as to why Luo Feng wanted to reside in the heartland of the human race, no one raised any objections. Then a psychic weapon, Luo Feng said hopefully. At the level of supreme treasures, there were actually not many true psychic-type weapons. Okay, I happen to have killed a lord of the universe named Yin Tuo from the ancestral god sect of the first reincarnation era in the universe boat. He has a psychic-type peak supreme treasure, Golden Sha armor, which should be suitable for you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Yin Tuo, he is a lord of the universe who cultivates the way of the golden beast god, City Lord Hun Dun said with a smile. Luo Feng, this treasure is indeed the most suitable for you. Thank you, Lord of Creation, Luo Feng said sincerely. If you really want to thank me, then contribute more to our human race and dedicate your own strength to the human race, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Now you are also one of the highest levels of the human race, and this is all the race can give you. In the future, if you want to obtain any supreme treasures or materials, you will need to exchange them with supreme treasure points. Then the 21 powerhouses of the human race began to celebrating the addition of a super powerhouse to the human race. Original Universe, Creation Universe Country, within the towering Divine Palace. Xiao Yu said with a smile, Craft God is visiting, welcome, welcome. Craft God, who resembled a mountain range, said, Yan Sankai, have you forgotten something? What is it? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. He naturally knew what Craft God was talking about, but now he was just teasing the other party. What is it? Craft God's voice rumbled. Naturally, it's that you promised to help me refine Craft God Star into a supreme treasure of the highest order. Oh, you're talking about that, Xiao Yu pretended to have just remembered. I remember that, but my main body is still in the universe boat. If I want to return, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of years. Hundreds of years? Then I will wait for you for hundreds of years, Craft God said with a smile, then sat on a throne. Give me another cup of that. rock marrow essence, wine you treated me to last time. That wine is really strong, it's a pleasure to drink. Rock marrow essence was a wine suitable for rock lifeforms, specially brewed for rock-type beings. Ordinary flesh and blood lifeforms could not withstand that kind of wine, and after drinking it, their whole body would feel like it was burning. Okay, knowing you were coming, I specially prepared it for you, Xiao Yu said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, a large bottle of rock marrow essence appeared on the long table next to Craft God. Universe boat, core area. Outside the control center. Xiao Yu had been studying the secret patterns for a long time, and finally figured out some of the mysteries, and also understood the general function of the secret patterns contained on the huge wall. Even if I know the function, I can't enter. At least I don't have the ability to change the identification function of the secret patterns without authorization. Xiao Yu was still somewhat self-aware. Through research, Xiao Yu had determined that the entire universe boat was a mechanical type treasure, at least at the level of a chaos dominator. The system has set me as the highest level authority holder of the universe boat, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Open black lens bracket 10 billion trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Strands of invisible energy appeared out of thin air, containing endless secret patterns. Then, endless secret patterns poured into the wall made of unknown metal. After a moment, the secret patterns on the towering metal wall radiated endless light, and other secret patterns began to reorganize, combining into different shapes than before. It was as if two teams were forming to confront each other. After a long time, the confrontation seemed to have produced a result, with one side finally gaining control. Then the light dissipated, and the wall's secret patterns returned to their original state. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Through the system prompt, Xiao Yu had confirmed his success. He possessed the highest authority. Let's try it first. Xiao Yu left Cold Cliff Fortress and appeared next to the wall, then extended a hand and pressed it against the wall. Instantly, the endless secret patterns on the wall radiated light. Countless secret patterns seemed to be reorganizing. T0 authority holder. Confirmed. Entry allowed. A message was directly transmitted into Xiao Yu's mind. The metal wall seemed to melt, naturally opening a huge gap. Endless light transmitted from inside the gap. Xiao Yu looked inside the wall. He saw that the gap faced a huge, long passage, and endless aura of laws transmitted from it. These auras of laws were very complex, not only containing the 10 original laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, lightning, time, and space, but also containing various fusion laws, as well as more complex and profound laws. Chapter 463, 3000 World-Cutting Boats. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Xiao Yu rode the Cold Cliff Fortress into the passage filled with the aura of endless laws. As soon as he entered the central area of this universe boat, Xiao Yu was shocked. He saw that the passage seemed to have no end, and on both sides in the distant places, there were dilapidated small universes. The smallest of these small universes were 100 million light-years in diameter, and the largest exceeded 100 billion light-years. Most of the cosmic walls of these dilapidated small universes were already incomplete, and some even had only a small part of the cosmic wall left. The endless internal space-time had also collapsed. The origin of endless small universes drifted in the void. Forming various wonders, there were floating lands of fire in the void, as well as large floating ice fields, and even celestial bodies like endless black holes. Various wonders, among which there were many dangerous places that made Xiao Yu feel palpitations. This was actually like a small universe sea. The control center of this universe boat, which looked only 50,000 light-years long, wide, and high from the outside, had an internal space that far exceeded that. It's a bit dilapidated here, but the aura of origin is strong. Xiao Yu thought to himself. The power of origin escaping throughout the space also made Xiao Yu quite excited. These small universes may be the small universes of the original powerhouses in the universe boat. Xiao Yu guessed. Perhaps some of them grew up and were promoted to powerhouses within the universe boat. Fortunately, the space here hasn't been frozen, otherwise, I don't know how long it would take to fly. Xiao Yu thought to himself, and then continued to teleport at his limit along the passage. Continuous teleportation at the limit, almost every second teleporting a distance of hundreds of millions of light-years. After a while, Xiao Yu finally appeared at the end of the passage. This was a majestic palace shrouded in chaotic airflow. The maximum diameter of the palace was 10 light years, and the walls around the palace were engraved with mysterious secret patterns. These secret patterns were profound and emitted an aura stronger than the laws of chaos. There were 6 passages around the palace connecting to the surrounding walls. Each passage was connected to a huge bronze gate. This gate was about 100 billion kilometers high, and the 2 majestic gates were also engraved with secret patterns of the laws of chaos. Xiao Yu came out of the cold cliff fortress, put the cold cliff fortress into his divine body, stretched out his right hand, and placed it on the giant gate. T0 permission, allowed to pass. The palace's secret patterns transmitted a message. Rumble. The majestic gate slowly opened automatically. An ancient aura came to his face. After the giant gate was completely opened, Xiao Yu stepped in. Now that he was the highest authority holder of this universe boat, he believed that he would not encounter any life-threatening dangers. T0 permission holder, welcome to the 3000 World Conquest Boat Control Center. A crisp voice came from the void. This was an unknown language, and this language entered Xiao Yu's mind, allowing Xiao Yu to automatically understand its meaning. 3000 World Conquest Boat, are you saying that the 3000 World Conquest Boat refers to the universe boat? Xiao Yu thought to himself, but he didn't ask. I want to go to the control center of the 3000 World Conquest Boat. Xiao Yu said directly. The route will be sent to you immediately. The crisp voice came. Accompanying the voice were secret patterns, and after these secret patterns entered Xiao Yu's mind, they turned into a message. This message was a map. It was a map of the entire control center. Xiao Yu flew according to the map, and when he passed an open room, he saw a broken body inside. Only half of the body remained, and the wound seemed to have been torn by a beast. Continuing forward, Xiao Yu even found some broken bodies in the passage. These bodies did not know how many epochs they had experienced, but the aura emanating from them was still comparable to that of a universe lord. In a moment, Xiao Yu arrived in an ancient room. The entire room seemed to be completely sealed, with only a purple metal door and no other doors, windows, or decorations. The surrounding walls were covered with secret patterns. Xiao Yu walked into the room. Welcome T0 permission holder, to the control center of the 3000 World Conquest Boat. Next, the real permission granting process will be carried out. The crisp voice came from all directions. Please T0 permission holder, go to the center of the room and sit cross-legged. Xiao Yu followed the guidance and went to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. The room door slowly closed. Then the endless secret patterns in the entire room emitted various colors of light, and endless laws of aura surged, enveloping Xiao Yu in it. Xiao Yu felt that he was being subjected to a will impact. This will impact quickly became stronger from weak, until Xiao Yu felt a burst of stinging pain in his soul, and then it receded like a tide. Will reaches the limit of the eternal true God, meets the requirements. The crisp voice came again. Immediately, Xiao Yu felt his body being slowly raised, and found himself sitting cross-legged on a throne, and the throne was slowly rising. At the same time, a slowly rising stone table appeared in front of Xiao Yu. There was a crystal in the center of the stone table. This crystal had 10,081 sides, and each side was engraved with complex secret patterns. Each secret pattern exuded a powerful aura. Please pick up the control core of the 3000 World Conquest Boat. The crisp voice came. Xiao Yu followed the guidance and picked up the so-called core, and immediately felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his whole body was dizzy. Then endless messages poured into his mind. These messages were extremely huge, as if they contained a huge will impact. Finally, Xiao Yu fell into a coma. After a long time, when Xiao Yu woke up again, he heard a crisp voice in his ear. The 3000 World Conquest Boat has completed its recognition, and you are the 18th master of the 3000 World Conquest Boat. It's done. Xiao Yu felt that he had just slept, and he had already completed the recognition of the universe boat, such an important treasure. Who are you? Xiao Yu asked his doubts. I am the spirit of the 3000 World Conquest Boat, Tutu. The crisp voice came again. Tutu, introduce the 3000 World Conquest Boat. Xiao Yu asked. The 3000 World Conquest Boat is an level mechanical treasure, comparable to a king-level treasure. It was jointly refined by the great mechanical refining master of the Wu Kingdom and a group of masters. It took 30 reincarnation eras just to refine it. Tutu introduced. Some words were directly erased by the will of the origin. Xiao Yu listened breathlessly. The 3000 World Conquest Boat is severely damaged, so that the will of the origin of the universe C can directly interfere with the operating rules inside the universe boat, so many contents cannot be directly said. In short, this is the pinnacle of a mechanical treasure. 2-2 continued. The 3000 World Conquest boat was the treasure of the ancient civilization of the Wu Kingdom, and later, due to various circumstances, it was destroyed in the universe C. 2-2's voice trembled, as if she could not help herself. Xiao Yu understood that the will of the origin must be interfering, not allowing 2-2 to tell the truth, so Xiao Yu did not continue to explore. 2-2, what is the current state of the 3000 World Conquest boat? Xiao Yu asked. Currently, the 3000 World Conquest boat is severely damaged. The 3000 World Conquest boat has a total of 100,000 units, of which more than 30,000 units have been damaged, and many divine power conversion and operation secret methods have been damaged. 2-2 responded. Chapter 464. Although the 3000 world-destroying boat is only 30% damaged, the entire treasure cannot even operate its divine power now, nor can it fly on its own, let alone defend or attack, 2-2 said. If I want to repair the 3000 world-destroying boat, how long will it take? Xiao Yu asked. With your strength, even if you had 10,000 more law masters like you, even if you had all the blueprints, you wouldn't be able to repair even 1% in one reincarnation era, 2-2 said. Xiao Yu felt greatly hit after hearing this and became a little depressed. Master, don't feel depressed. You must know that the refiner of this 3000 world-destroying boat was led by an existence that can be called a king. This was still a collection of everyone's power, and they are all far more powerful than true gods. Your realm is far behind. 2-2 continued. Oh, Xiao Yu felt that the spirit of this 3000 world-destroying boat was a little dishonest, always belittling him. Perhaps this 2-2 had seen too many super experts above the true god level before, and suddenly calling a law master, was a little unaccustomed to, or unwilling. But under the effect of the system, it had to acknowledge Xiao Yu as its master. 2-2, send me all the blueprints of the 3000 world-destroying boat, including the secret pattern diagrams, Xiao Yu directly ordered. Master, the core in your hand already contains all the blueprints of the 3000 world-destroying boat, including the secret pattern diagrams, construction diagrams, various secret methods, various repair secret methods, etc. It also contains the core inheritance of the Wu Kingdom, but this core inheritance is restricted by the origin will, and you can only see the true god level, 2-2 said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, true god level it is. In addition, the 3000 world-destroying boat also contains the inheritance of many powerful individuals. Almost every one of the 108 branches of the Wu Kingdom has left an inheritance in the 3000 world-destroying boat, but some of these inheritances are of a very high level and can reach the king level, while some can only reach the saint level, and some cannot even reach the saint level, 2-2 continued. Can I obtain these inheritances now? Xiao Yu asked. No. As the master of the 3000 world-destroying boat, you should respect every strong individual who fought for the Wu Kingdom. They each have their own methods for selecting inheritance, 2-2 continued. Didn't the 17th master of the 3000 world-destroying boat leave behind a virtual intelligence? Xiao Yu thought of the Duan Dong inheritance and asked. No, the 3000 world-destroying boat has a great spirit, Lord 2-2. The masters can rest in peace, and it is not convenient to disturb them, 2-2 said, becoming more and more sentimental. Then my previous masters, didn't they leave behind some memory stones or something like that? Xiao Yu continued to ask. No, all the inheritance content is in the inheritance core. Each master of the 3000 world-destroying boat will integrate the core into their body. The core can record the secret methods practiced by each master to a limited extent, 2-2 said. Ah, Xiao Yu was surprised. This core is integrated into the divine body, wouldn't it even record some unspeakable secrets? Master, don't worry, the content recorded by this core needs to be approved by the master, and it will only return to the universe boat after each master truly falls, 2-2 seemed to know what Xiao Yu was thinking. Does the fall of an avatar count? Xiao Yu asked. No, only a true fall, when the life imprint returns to the highest law, is considered a true fall, 2-2 continued. Master, you will know after you integrate the core into your divine body. System, analyze the core in front of me, Xiao Yu said silently. Open black lens bracket 1 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket control core is the control core of the 3000 world destroying boat, which can be integrated into the divine body to control the 3000 world destroying boat for flight, attack, defense, etc. It is also the Wu Kingdom core inheritance crystal, containing all the secret methods practiced by the past masters of the 3000 world destroying boat, as well as some experiences and knowledge. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Okay, then I will integrate this control core, Xiaoyu said, and then a trace of divine power penetrated into the so-called core crystal. The entire crystal seemed to melt and extend into Xiaoyu's divine body along with the divine power. Finally, it entered Xiaoyu's soul body. At the same time, streams of information poured into Xiaoyu's mind. Endless information poured into Xiaoyu's mind, including endless blueprints, endless law secret patterns, endless secret pattern information. Even with Xiaoyu's current powerful soul sensitivity, it still took 3 years to roughly sort things out. Much of the content was only browsed and categorized. 90% of all the inheritance content was left by the first master, and the remaining 10% was some secret methods and experiences added by the past inheritors, Xiaoyu said with emotion. The content is too similar. It can be described as all-encompassing. Excluding some experiences that cannot be seen, the rest also amazed Xiaoyu. Among them, the various blueprints for refining the 3000 world-destroying boat alone exceeded 1 trillion copies, the secret pattern diagrams exceeded 10 trillion copies, and there were 360 kinds of refining and repairing secret methods. Many units have unique repair secret methods. In addition, there are more than 3,000 kinds of secret methods for controlling the 3000 world-destroying boat to fly, among which the most applicable is a secret method called cutting the sea, and the difficulty of the secret method content that can be seen alone has exceeded Xiaoyu's self-created Genesis secret method. There are 25,681 kinds of attack secret methods and 18,954 kinds of defense secret methods. Finally, there is the Wu Kingdom core inheritance, which contains more than 1 trillion kinds of secret methods, including various secret methods for perfect advancement, foundation secret methods, cultivation secret methods, recovery secret methods, flying secret methods, attack secret methods, defense secret methods, auxiliary secret methods, etc. In addition, there are countless kinds of cultivation insights. Among them are the cultivation insights of the past inheritors themselves, and they have also collected the cultivation insights of others. The cultivation experience of countless strong individuals, the concepts of countless cultivation schools, it is truly all-encompassing, and it was created by countless strong individuals who stepped forward one after another. Xiaoyu was very satisfied. This is a complete and perfect inheritance, and as for the level that can be cultivated, Xiaoyu estimates that it is at the God King level. However, Xiaoyu can now only see the peak level of the true God. But it is still extremely precious. Among them, there are some systematic secret methods for cultivating geniuses to the peak level of true gods. This is exactly what Xiaoyu needs. Although he has already found the way to become a true god, he still has the earth lineage and the Xiao family that need to be cultivated. Among the entire inheritance, the most core inheritance is the 3 major categories of secret methods: burning, killing, and survival. Although the names of the secret methods are simple, they are very appropriate. The burning character secret method is a secret method for burning the body at the true god level and above, which can explode stronger strength. It is divided into 7 layers, and each layer is divided into 3 levels. Currently, only the 3 levels of the first layer can be seen. The first layer corresponds to the true god level. First level, divine power evaporates, the level of the released secret method increases by 1 level. Second level, the divine body burns like flames, the level of the released secret method increases by 2 levels. Third level, the divine body burns like an explosion, it can only maintain a momentary burst of burning state, and the level of the released secret method directly increases by 3 levels. Chapter 465, 10 million times the speed of time. AI model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Kill, is the core killing inheritance of the Wu Kingdom, including body techniques, attack secret techniques, defense secret techniques, and various killing and body protection methods, divided into 9 levels, but only 3 levels can be seen. Among the survival secret techniques, there is a series of combat life-saving secret techniques. The most core secret technique is immortality. Even if only a trace of soul power remains in the body, as long as the soul imprint still exists, it can absorb divine power and recover. Master, do you really want to repair the 3000 realm extermination ship? Tu suddenly asked. The Origin will ask me to repair the 3000 realm extermination ship, so I will naturally do my best. Xiao Yu said directly, without any concealment. The Origin would actually ask Master for help. Tu exclaimed in surprise. As the spirit of the universe ship, it had personally witnessed the power of the Origin will. That's right, perhaps the Origin will foresaw that it might encounter unpredictable disasters in the future, so it prepared in advance. Xiao Yu said with a smile. He already knew that even within the control center of this universe ship, the Origin will still possessed extremely strong control, so he naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. What can make the Origin will feel threatened can only be something that represents the opposite of the original universe, destruction. Tu continued. The Origin will has the entire original universe as its backing, and the power it can exert is completely beyond imagination. Before the destruction, Tu's voice was interrupted. Although the length of the universe ship is also hundreds of millions of light years, compared to the original universe, it is still like a grain of millet compared to the sun. Many things, only when Master has passed through reincarnation, will you be qualified to understand. Tu said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and changed the subject. As an inheritor, do I have an exclusive cultivation space or something like that? Master, the entire 3000 realm extermination ship belongs to Master. The black pattern space is the most suitable cultivation space on the universe ship. Now that Master has obtained permission, you can enter the cultivation space inside the black pattern stone pillar. Tu responded. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, he already knew what privileges he could enjoy. Now, he can not only enter various core areas, but also teleport directly to any location within the universe ship, and he no longer needs to condense divine power into secret patterns. As long as he moves his mind, he can go to any location. If the universe ship were intact, he could even teleport into the universe ship directly from tens of billions of light years away. Okay, I'll leave first. Xiao Yu said. Master, I will not leave the control center of the 3000 realm extermination ship. If Master has any questions in the future, you need to teleport to the control center here. Tu said disappointedly. Currently, the connection between the control center and many locations has some problems. However, Xiao Yu possesses the control core and can turn two spaces within the universe ship into nothingness at any time, and then connect them together to achieve the purpose of teleportation. With a thought, Xiao Yu found the black pattern stone pillar area, a cultivation place, from countless various areas of the universe ship in his mind. Immediately, Xiao Yu appeared directly inside the No. 1 black pattern stone pillar. In this stone pillar space, Xiao Yu found that there were 9 layers inside. The first layer is suitable for geniuses below the level of Law Master to use for cultivation, and the time flow rate is up to 100,000 times. The second layer is suitable for strong people whose will has reached the Law Master level to use for cultivation, and the time flow rate can reach up to 1 million times. The third layer requires the will to reach the true God level, and the time flow rate can reach up to 10 million times. The 4th to 9th layers are temporarily closed. Xiao Yu came directly to the 3rd layer, walked to the last cultivation room in the passage, and pressed his hand on the metal giant door covered with secret patterns. After the permission verification was passed, the door opened automatically. Walking into this room, he immediately found that this room was like a world, surrounded by dark void. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged, and the giant door closed automatically. Immediately, the time flow rate instantly increased to 10 million times. Xiao Yu directly mobilized 80,000 times of soul sensitivity, gathered it in his deity, and then began to sort out and rest on the inheritance he had obtained this time. Among them, 50,000 times of soul sensitivity were all used to familiarize, learn, and practice the drawings, secret pattern diagrams, and construction and repair secret techniques of the 3000 realm extermination ship. The last 30,000 times of soul sensitivity were all used to sort out all kinds of secret techniques and knowledge. As he learned more deeply, Xiao Yu truly discovered that this was a perfect method for cultivating strong people to the extreme. Whether it is the core inheritance of the Wu Kingdom or various inheritance secret techniques of other schools, there is not much difference above the level of becoming a true god. After tens of millions of years of cultivation and familiarity, Xiao Yu also had a clearer plan for his cultivation path, and also classified all the inheritances he had obtained. When obtaining these inheritances, Xiao Yu also knew that the core inheritance could not be passed on, but the hundreds of billions of secret techniques outside the core inheritance could be spread out. These are all enough for the human race to cultivate to the peak of true God. As for higher-level secret techniques, Xiao Yu had no way to pass them on to the human race. Immediately, Xiao Yu planned to give these hundreds of billions of secret techniques to the entire human race, and also make a copy for the Earth lineage. Virtual universe, the independent plane belonging to the Giant Axe founder. Beside the long table, the Giant Axe founder and the City Lord of Chaos were sitting opposite each other. With the map of the three great Jedi that Xiao Yu gave us last time, my exploration in the core area of the inclined peak realm has been smoother, and I have gained a lot during this period. The Giant Axe founder sighed. The harvest of me and the Lord of Darkness and the others in the universe boat is also very large. Recently, there have been some gains one after another, especially in the God extinguishing stream. With the protection of the 9 bodyguards, many wars have been avoided. The City Lord of Chaos also sighed. The two kept talking about some recent changes. It would be better if our human race could have another Xiao Yu. The Giant Axe founder said. Haha, you can't be too demanding. It is a blessing for our human race to have one Xiao Yu. The City Lord of Chaos said, I don't know what Xiao Yu wants to discuss with us this time. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the Silent Temple. It was Xiao Yu wearing the blood-colored Zhou God armor. Xiao Yu. The Giant Axe founder frowned, carefully observing Xiao Yu. He suddenly found that Xiao Yu had some subtle changes. Not a change in strength, but a change in temperament, just like facing a knowledgeable Confucian scholar. The City Lord of Chaos was also surprised. Xiao Yu, why has your temperament changed so much? This feeling is like when I faced the original ancestor back then. Xiao Yu also noticed some changes in himself, and also understood the reason for these changes, which was because he had been accepting various inheritance knowledge systems for tens of millions of years. Now he can explain the cultivation of the true God level and below, even the comprehension of the law very clearly. Immediately, Xiao Yu restrained his aura, and the aura of killing returned to Xiao Yu's body. Chapter 466, The 100 Strongest. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Teacher. Xiao Yu first respectfully bowed, and then said, Great Axe, I previously obtained some inheritances from powerful individuals within the universe boat. Inheritances from powerful individuals, similar to the God Eye race obtaining ancient inheritances? City Lord Chaos asked. Similar, but much more comprehensive, Xiao Yu said with a light smile. What kind? City Lord Chaos asked immediately. How helpful is it to our human race? Is there any certainty that it will allow our humans to transcend reincarnation? Great Axe also looked at Xiao Yu expectantly. From the undying stage all the way to the limit of the strongest, everything is in my mind, Xiao Yu said with a smile. This time, I obtained over 1 billion types of secret techniques, with numerous branches. It should be enough to improve our human race's training system for the strong. Great Axe and City Lord Chaos exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. That's quite a boast, but I like it, Founder Great Axe laughed. From undying to the limit of the universe's strongest, City Lord Chaos couldn't help but ask, then do you know how to break through reincarnation? The eyes of Founder Great Axe beside him also narrowed, staring at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. Although he had access to it within the inheritances he could receive, he couldn't see it. The inheritance of the Wu Kingdom lineage is very extensive, but due to the influence of the original universe's origin will, I can only know countless inheritance information for cultivating to the limit of the universe's strongest. To go further, one must break through reincarnation to be free from the influence of the original universe's will, Xiao Yu said directly. As for breaking through reincarnation, I also have some guesses, which require breaking through the strongest to reach a new level, Xiao Yu said. Although he believed that as long as one could break through to the void true God level, they would definitely be able to break through reincarnation, the origin will would not allow him to say it. As for how to break through to the void true God, even if Xiao Yu could see some related secret techniques in Dream Old Man's inheritance space, he still couldn't speak of them. Origin will. Great Axe and Chaos looked at each other. They had both been in contact with Origin Ancestor extensively, so they were somewhat aware of the power of the Origin will. Suddenly, Origin Ancestor, dressed in white robes, appeared opposite Xiao Yu. but Xiao Yu, Chaos, and Great Axe did not notice him. Origin Ancestor was frowning and listening intently. Although Origin Ancestor was now suppressed, the Origin Will had still loosened slightly, allowing him to spare some mental energy to pay attention to some events happening in the virtual universe. However, I am clear about how to become the strongest and how to cultivate to the limit of the strongest, Xiao Yu said. I will also transmit this information to you through the virtual universe system later. To break through reincarnation, one must break through the limit of the strongest and reach a new level, then one will definitely be able to break through reincarnation, Founder Great Axe said directly. City Lord Chaos looked at Great Axe in surprise. When you break through and become the universe's strongest, you will understand why I know. Completely breaking through the strongest level and reaching a higher level will definitely break through reincarnation. If you can't reach it, and you take a gamble, it is also possible to transcend reincarnation. As for the probability, it can only be said to be extremely low, not very likely, Great Axe said, looking at Luo Feng and Chaos. Fortunately, our human race still has 3 reincarnation eras. What you need to do is to be promoted to the strongest before the end of this reincarnation era, otherwise, when the reincarnation ends, your strength will no longer be able to improve, Great Axe continued. Then how does a universe master become the universe's strongest? City Lord Chaos asked urgently, as this involved himself. He had been trapped at the universe master level for endless epochs. To break through, every universe master cannot take the same path. Does the inheritance also provide guidance? Great Axe also pressed. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. In the ancient civilization of Wu Kingdom, there were countless powerful individuals, and becoming the strongest was only considered a threshold. They have a systematic understanding and many experiences to follow, which can maximize the probability of breakthrough. Not only is the probability of universe masters breaking through to the strongest greatly increased, but the probability of breakthroughs at all levels within the entire training system for the strong is greatly increased, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Really? Founder Great Axe asked in surprise. Although I don't know how many of the strongest our human race will have at the end of reincarnation, it is inevitable that the number will exceed the God Eye race's number, and may even exceed double digits, Xiao Yu said confidently. Now the human race already has more territory, which can give birth to more geniuses, plus a more complete training system than what Duan Dong had. There can only be more geniuses appearing in the future of the human race. Quiet, more than double digits of the strongest. City Lord Chaos and Founder Great Axe were shocked. This was too heaven-defying. How many of the strongest are there in one reincarnation era? Usually only about 30 or so. This, City Lord Chaos opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Are you confident? Great Axe's eyes lit up. We can try, there will be at least dozens of the strongest, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Good, Great Axe said directly, then give us some guidance, let us see where this ancient civilization is so powerful. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded, he was naturally confident, after all, he had been researching it for tens of millions of years. Moreover, his human body was still located in the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space, constantly gaining insights. Great Axe nodded. I'll arrange for a few of them to come over. Soon, figures began to appear on the stone chairs on both sides of the long stone table. Darkness Master, Void Gold Master, Green East Master, Galaxy Lord, and all the other universe masters of the human race appeared. Founder Great Axe, why are you in such a hurry to find us? Lord Peng Gong asked with a smile. Xiao Yu obtained the inheritance of the Wu Kingdom lineage of ancient civilization within the universe boat. Great Axe scanned the universe masters with his eyes. You have a great hope of becoming the strongest in the future, so come and listen today, and hear how to break through from universe master to the universe's strongest. Boom. Except for City Lord Chaos who could remain calm, the other 18 people, including Luo Feng, were all shocked and excited. Xiao Yu looked at Luo Feng, a hint of elusive meaning flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yu, am I confident in becoming the strongest? Lord Peng Gong asked impatiently. He was now a 6th-tier universe master, and his will had also reached the strongest level, so he was very much looking forward to being able to break through. Everyone, you are the most talented powerhouses of our human race, and you have been able to cultivate to become universe masters without systematic training. With systematic training, you naturally have hope of becoming the strongest, Xiao Yu said, but in the end, who can break through, I can't be sure. Don't ask, listen to Xiao Yu, Great Axe shouted. All the universe masters of the human race endured all kinds of anxiety and doubts, sat there, and listened carefully to Xiao Yu. From universe master to true god, that is, the universe's strongest, it can be roughly divided into two categories, Xiao Yu began to explain. First, is to take the divine power route. Second, is to take the law route. Many of the strongest in my original universe take the law route, Xiao Yu continued to explain. What is the route of becoming the strongest? Breaking the shackles, breaking all the suppression against us. From the law route, it is to break the limitations of the divine kingdom, so that the divine kingdom breaks through the bottleneck and naturally evolves into a small universe. From the divine power route, it is to break through the perfect gene, so that divine power enters a new level. Chapter 467 Complete Inheritance. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. After that, Xiao Yu began by explaining the most basic 10 original laws, expanding from the point to the surface, and continuously improving and expanding on the basis of the 10 original laws. This included the fusion between laws, including the fusion between any two laws, and even the fusion of 3 laws, and finally, he talked about the chaos law formed by the fusion of the 10 original laws. Xiao Yu had actually comprehended these things, and with the systematic understanding of the inheritance, his explanation greatly benefited the universe masters of the human race present. Even the giant axe founder gained something. Especially when Xiao Yu talked about the chaos law, it alarmed the origin ancestor. The origin ancestor even took the initiative to appear in the virtual universe. Xiao Yu, are you talking about the chaos law? The origin ancestor asked, pressing for an answer. Yes, actually my teacher, City Lord Chaos, also knows something about it. I wanted to fuse the 10 original laws into one before, but there was no reference before, so it was quite difficult to actually do it. So far, I have only achieved a very small part, Xiao Yu said directly, revealing a bit of his trump card. Now, Xiao Yu's hard power has surpassed the entire universe C. Except for the original will and the world beasts, he doesn't worry about any other strong people. Even with a complete inheritance, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend the complete chaos law, Xiao Yu continued. The chaos law is the ultimate law of ancient civilizations. Comprehending the complete chaos law would probably be a saint, or a king, in ancient civilizations. For the origin ancestor, the inheritance knowledge of those who cultivated to the limit of true gods was just something to listen to for novelty. Only the chaos law could attract him. Because after being suppressed by the original will for endless years, his gains were enormous, and he had already broken through to the level of void true god. The human race became a peak group because of me, and perhaps it will usher in a more far-reaching transformation because of Xiao Yu, the origin ancestor kept thinking. After hearing that there was no more information about the chaos law, the origin ancestor disappeared from everyone's eyes again, and only said one sentence from beginning to end. Xiao Yu first used general language to explain, then began to meticulously narrate some major guiding theories, and then, he began to truly carefully explain the many difficulties of each theory and how to break through them. Xiao Yu spent more than 3 months just on theoretical guidance, most of the time talking about the law route, and only half an afternoon on the divine power route. These are all theoretical guides, which can be regarded as methodology. I have already transmitted these to the human race's knowledge treasure house through the virtual universe system, and everyone can check them at any time, Xiao Yu said with a smile. When I return to the original universe, I will bring back some detailed inheritance secrets, such as some combat methods, etc., for everyone. Those contents are too vast, and it would be too slow to transmit them through the virtual universe system, and there may be omissions. Similar to the God Eye race's combined attack method. Special secret methods. The combat secret method of the strongest in the universe. The universe masters of the human race, including Luo Feng, looked forward to it. The number of secret methods exceeds hundreds of billions, and each secret method is extremely precious and vast, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Of course, these secret methods are actually only for reference. For the strong, unless it is an extremely precious inheritance, the secret methods they create themselves are the most suitable. After more than 3 months of explanation, the universe masters of the human race were all thoughtful and gained a lot. They also all knew the direction of their future efforts. As for whether they will succeed, it depends on the individual. After all, whether you can succeed depends on comprehensive factors. Everything I said today is the highest secret of our human race and must not be spread, Xiao Yu directly ordered, when I return to the original universe, all the inheritances I share, including the many branch inheritances, are all secrets and must not be spread. Anyone who spreads it is equivalent to betraying our human race. I believe everyone is clear about our human race's consistent approach to traitors, Giant Axe founder also said. Yes, understood. The universe masters suppressed the excitement in their hearts and responded. 3000 world cleaving boat, black pattern stone pillar cultivation space, 3rd floor. 10 million times the time flow rate. 3 months have passed in the outside world, and Xiao Yu has cultivated for another 2.5 million years. Under the soul strength of 80,000 times, Xiao Yu's analysis ability has increased by 80,000 times. Under such terrifying memory ability, many secret methods have long been memorized by heart. Immediately, Xiao Yu's thoughts moved, and then he entered the inheritance space. As soon as he entered, Xiao Yu saw that Old Meng was in the cave in the inheritance space. Old Meng, why are you here? Xiao Yu hurriedly said. He was a little strange. Old Meng rarely appeared here, even after waking up. Boy, can't I appear here? This is my territory, Old Meng said angrily. Old Meng, you can appear wherever you want, isn't it all up to you? I just haven't seen you for a long time, Xiao Yu said repeatedly. HMPH, you entered the time acceleration space again, and it's 10 million times the time flow rate, Old Meng said angrily. You made the old man lonely for millions of years again, and you didn't even say to come in and keep the old man company for millions of years. Xiao Yu thought he had made another big mistake. It turned out that Old Meng felt lonely. Old Meng, don't be angry, it's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again next time, Xiao Yu repeatedly begged for mercy. Well, you know what's good for you, Old Meng was amused by Xiao Yu's pretentious appearance. Your luck is not bad, you can actually get the inheritance of the chaos law. Thanks to you, old man, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Don't blame me, old man, for not giving you more inheritance secrets. I'm not trying to let you build a good foundation. When you have a solid foundation, you will have all kinds of heaven-defying secrets, Old Meng said. How could I, Old Meng? Xiao Yu really didn't have more extravagant demands. Okay, you cultivate, you can also ask me if you have any questions. Old Meng left a sentence and disappeared into the inheritance space. After Old Meng left, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged and then began to comprehend. In this inheritance space, isolated from the prying eyes of the original will, Xiao Yu obtained the complete Wu Kingdom inheritance. From the true God level, all the way to completely comprehending the chaos law, even the inheritance of the God King realm is complete. I am on the right path in the cultivation of the chaos law. With the complete inheritance, Xiao Yu felt that the direction he had explored before was correct. However, if you want to cultivate and comprehend, it is not enough to just comprehend the inheritance, you also need to comprehend various Taos. Only with more insights can there be a possibility of further progress. In this inheritance space, Xiao Yu saw that the secret pattern diagram of the 3000 world cleaving boat was also more complete, and the various construction and repair secrets were also complete. Xiao Yu chose to first cultivate these secret methods for repairing the 3000 world cleaving boat. As for those secret pattern diagrams and construction blueprints, there is really no need to comprehend them now. After tens of millions of years, Xiao Yu had already cultivated 360 kinds of secret methods to an extremely high level. For the current Xiao Yu, refining true God weapons has become possible. Chapter 468 Return to the Original Universe. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Original Universe, Genesis Universe Country. In a towering palace. Xiao Yu was sitting on the throne, controlling a region of space-time, constantly monitoring the movements within the entire universe country to prevent any accidents. Boom! A graceful figure appeared out of thin air outside the palace through the Divine Kingdom teleportation. Xiao Yu, controlling a region of space-time, immediately knew who it was. Emerald, come in. Xiao Yu's voice was transmitted directly to the outside of the palace through the distorted space-time. The incomparably beautiful Emerald Palace Master directly entered the palace and appeared in the center of the palace. She bowed and saluted, "My lord." "What is it?" Xiao Yu asked softly. "My lord, the Blood Cloud Palace Master, who has been silent for more than 3 million eras, has appeared on the original star. He is powerful and killed the 9 Hell Avatar of the fallen Fire Lord. Should we further test and collect information about the Blood Cloud Palace Master?" Emerald Palace Master said. She had already regarded herself as a member of the Earth lineage, and everything was centered on Xiaoyu. Blood Cloud Palace Master. Don't worry about it, when you know his true identity in the future, you will be very surprised. Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously. Currently, your most important thing is to concentrate on cultivation and break through to the Universe Master realm as soon as possible. Xiaoyu did not expect that Luo Feng's acquisition of the Blood Cloud Palace Master, or the use of the Blood Cloud Palace Master's identity, would be a little later than before. The timeline of the swallowed starry sky world has changed a lot because of Xiaoyu's large-scale destruction. Yes, my lord, Emerald Palace Master responded, and then left directly. After Xiaoyu told the Lord of Chaos City and others about his acquisition of the Wu Kingdom inheritance, he also passed on some of the secret methods suitable for the Emerald Palace Master and beneficial to her promotion to the Universe Master realm to her in advance. At the same time, Xiaoyu also placed many cultivation secret methods from the Undying to the Venerable level in the treasure house of the Earth lineage. In addition, he also took the time to sort out the talent cultivation mechanism of the Earth lineage, referring to the Wu Kingdom's cultivation system for humans, and based on the current situation of the Earth human lineage, he formulated a complete set of talent cultivation systems from the planetary level to the Universe Master level. I hope that the strong of my Earth lineage will account for a large proportion in the entire human system in the future. Xiaoyu looked forward to it. Although he is the highest level of the human race, he is also the leader of the Earth lineage, and also Xiaoyu's ancestor. It is normal to have some selfishness. However, Xiaoyu's selfishness is not to hide his secrets, but only that he will spend more effort on the Earth lineage, and will also invest more resources. The appearance of the Blood Cloud Palace Master on the original star caused a great uproar. The various forces of the original universe went to investigate, especially some forces that had feuds with the Blood Cloud Palace Master. Although the strength displayed by the Blood Cloud Palace Master was strong, it was not enough to make people flinch. The Universe Masters began to act in groups of 3 or 2, chasing and killing the Blood Cloud Palace Master to obtain the many treasures on him. Even the Star River Lord of the Northern Xinjiang Alliance took action. After Luo Feng fought with the Star River Lord for 3 days and 3 nights, he left the original star and returned to the Black Dragon Mountain starfield to cultivate. He had previously obtained the second pair of wings of the Wu Killing Wings. The Wu Killing Wings after fusion had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. Luo Feng was cultivating and comprehending in his palace in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. In the Black Pattern Stone Pillar cultivation space. Xiaoyu has been cultivating here for more than 100 million years, especially in the inheritance space of Dream Old Man for nearly 100 million years. During these long years, Xiaoyu had cultivated all the secret methods for building and repairing the 3000 cutting boundary boat to the Great Accomplishment Realm, and felt that he had the possibility of repairing the 3000 cutting boundary boat. In addition, Xiaoyu's understanding of the Wu Kingdom's inheritance has been further improved, especially in the way of chaos law. He has a further cultivation plan. In addition, after the world seed in his body has evolved for hundreds of millions of years, it has also made good progress. Xiaoyu feels that it will only take nearly 10 times longer for the world seed to enter a new stage. And Xiaoyu is constantly comprehending the evolution of the seed world, and his understanding of the field of law has also deepened. Now he has reached the limit. If it were not for his life gene level reaching 99,999 times, and he had a stronger control over himself, he might not be able to suppress his realm anymore. It's really difficult to take the last step on the divine power route. In these long years, Xiaoyu has conducted countless ideas and experiments, but none of them have taken the last step. It's time to leave. One is to hand over the inheritance secret method to the human race, and the other is that I also have to help the craftsman god refine the craftsman god mountain into a supreme treasure. Xiaoyu secretly planned. He had made a promise to the craftsman god before, and naturally needed to abide by it. Immediately, Xiaoyu moved his mind and exited the inheritance space, and then walked out of a divine power incarnation from the world ring inside the huge divine body. Xiaoyu assigned this divine power incarnation a 10,000 times soul sensitivity, and let it stay in this cultivation space with a 10 million times time flow rate to study the drawings and secret pattern diagrams of the 3000 cutting boundary boat. Not only to study the drawings, but also to formulate future repair plans. This will be a huge project. Even under a 10 million times time flow rate, Xiaoyu estimates that it will take a lot of time. Finally, Xiao Yu glanced at the divine power incarnation, and distributed the soul sensitivity of the main body again, leaving only 10,000 times soul sensitivity for himself, and distributing all the others to the divine power incarnations and world tree clones that performed various tasks. Xiao Yu communicated with the control core. A burst of chaotic airflow enveloped him, and then Xiao Yu disappeared out of thin air in the cultivation space and appeared at the gap in the universe boat. Even when he saw the gap of 210,000 light-years long again, Xiao Yu still felt shocked. The entire universe boat has thousands of such cracks. With so many such huge gaps, it is extremely difficult to repair. What's more, these are only surface damage, and there are countless internal damages. Xiao Yu, riding in the cold cliff fortress, quickly left the outer domain of the universe boat, teleporting when he could teleport, and leaving at 100,000 times the speed of light when he could not teleport. When he left, Xiao Yu had already sent an email to the human race universe masters such as the Lord of Chaos City who were exploring in the universe boat. Fortunately, they were mostly waiting in the extinguishing god stream to pick up treasures. With Lava Demon God, a bodyguard comparable to a top true god, their safety should be guaranteed. Xiao Yu left the universe boat without any worries. 3 days later, Xiao Yu had already appeared outside the Toya black hole in the original universe, passed through the huge black hole, and entered the original universe. Xiao Yu then directly teleported through the Divine Kingdom and appeared in front of the towering Divine Palace floating in the void and shrouded in endless chaotic airflow above the world tree. Grow, Xiao Yu shouted loudly, and his divine body was constantly growing from a height of 1 billion kilometers. Endless divine power was transmitted from the world tree to replenish the divine power in Xiao Yu's divine body. Since Xiao Yu's divine power level reached the 3rd level, his divine body height has been unlimited. The specific height is limited by the amount of divine power. If he has enough divine power, he can even become as big as a small universe. Chapter 469, Infinite Divine Body. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Now in the Cosmic Sea, the divine power stored within Xiao Yu's world ring is limited, preventing him from endlessly enhancing himself. Now, having returned to his own divine kingdom, possessing an immensely huge avatar of the world tree, Xiao Yu freely absorbs the divine power stored within the world tree. Especially the endless divine power stored within the 360 billion leaf worlds. Rumble. Xiao Yu's body continuously expands, quickly exceeding 1 light year, yet the rate of expansion doesn't diminish. His true form's height swiftly reaches 5 light years, 10 light years, 20 light years. When his divine body reaches a height of 100 light years, Xiao Yu finally ceases his absorption of divine power, observing his height and then looking at the still incredibly towering world tree. He nods in satisfaction. At this moment, the pressure emanating from Xiao Yu is countless times stronger than when he first returned to his divine kingdom. Xiao Yu restrains the boundless pressure he emits, his body continuously shrinking, reverting to a mere 10 meters in height, and focuses his attention on the entire divine kingdom. Within the 3 million light-year diameter divine kingdom, dense mist shrouds the entire space. The energy contained within the divine kingdom is astonishing, surpassing even the energy within the giant axe small universe. Moreover, countless lives are being nurtured within the endless spacetime. With a wave of his hand, the countless secret patterned lifeforms created by Xiao Yu within the 10 light-year diameter world ring appear in various separated spacetime zones within the divine kingdom. Xiao Yu plans to let them roam freely, allowing them to evolve within the divine kingdom. Subsequently, Xiao Yu notices the small universe origins beneath the divine kingdom's continent, protected meticulously by the world tree under the shroud of endless spacetime. These are all painstakingly accumulated by Xiao Yu, the origin power of the 9 strongest individuals. These are all extremely precious resources, obtainable only through the accumulation of long years. Now, Xiao Yu hasn't even become a true god yet, but he already possesses sufficient accumulation. This accumulation is enough to supply him to become a void true god, and with the continuous accumulation of the world tree, even if he wants to advance to a higher level, it is possible. Immediately, he also notices within the divine kingdom, within the time-space island, a specially separated spacetime zone, a secret realm specifically for the cultivation of the Shao family and the Earth lineage. Within that void of merely 100 light-years in diameter, not only is there a denser origin power, but also numerous treasures are stored. Xiao Yu's gaze seems to penetrate endless spacetime, watching the geniuses of the Earth lineage who are diligently cultivating, including some of Xiao Yu's relatives and friends, some younger members of the Xiao family, and newly emerging geniuses of the Earth lineage. Those who can enter Xiao Yu's divine kingdom to cultivate are, besides Xiao Yu's relatives and friends, at least at the level of a domain lord. Xiao Yu's gaze suddenly notices a middle-aged man in blood-colored armor cultivating beside the law tablet. Dad, Xiao Yu murmurs. The person he noticed is his father, Xiao Donghua. Xiao Donghua can be considered one of the early war gods of the Earth era. Although his ability to become a war god is largely related to Xiao Yu, it still demonstrates that his talent is quite decent. If he weren't a bit older, he might have already become an undying. Xiao Yu's divine power silently and imperceptibly penetrates into his father Xiao Donghua's body, probing, and discovers that his father's comprehension of the fire elemental laws is almost complete. Immediately, a smile appears on his lips, and strands of secret patterns are transmitted into his father's body along with his divine power. Xiao Donghua instantly falls asleep silently and naturally, and soon he wakes up. After waking up, Xiao Donghua is surprised and uncertain. He constantly recalls everything that just happened. I seem to have fallen asleep just now, and had a dream, in which I seem to have become an undying god, Xiao Donghua thinks to himself. In his dream, Xiao Donghua seemed to have comprehended the fire elemental laws and become an immortal undying god. Various powerful secret techniques were readily available, as common as eating a meal. Could it be that I've been under too much pressure lately, and I'm just daydreaming, Xiao Donghua thinks with a wry smile. Among the younger generation of the Xiao family, many undyings have emerged, and they are about to reach 100. But he, the first patriarch of this small family, is still just a domain lord. How can the pressure not be great? Moreover, his son Xiao Yu is now a high-level member of the human race, and he wants even more to break through to the undying level, so that he can live longer and perhaps see a more glorious side of the Xiao family and his son. Not only does Xiao Donghua think this way, but Xu Jingyi, Xiao Guohua, Xiao Guoxuan, and other elders of Xiao Yu all think the same way. Now that the Xiao family is thriving, and it seems that the Xiao family has become the most top-notch family of the human race, possessing unparalleled influence in the entire human race, naturally they are all unwilling to be merely domain lords. Therefore, they, along with some of Xiao Yu's siblings, are also working hard to cultivate. Except for Xiao Ling, their talents can only be considered ordinary. If Xiao Yu hadn't spent countless precious resources on them, it would be a fantasy for them to even become domain lords. Xiao Donghua is surprised. He suddenly finds that his comprehension speed of the fire elemental laws has increased dozens of times, and many problems and bottlenecks that plagued him before seem to be non-existent. Could it be that in the dream, I comprehended and understood it myself? Xiao Donghua thinks to himself, looking around, and finding that no younger members or friends have noticed his abnormality, he starts cultivating again. The distant Xiao Yu believes that with his help this time, his father should be able to advance to the undying level within 100 years. Xiao Yu has always been tolerant of his relatives, and will not favor one over another. After helping his father, he transmits his insights on the laws to his other relatives and friends one by one. With Xiao Yu's current realm and comprehension of the laws, no matter which of the 10 original laws they are comprehending, Xiao Yu can instill a complete understanding for them. Although doing so is somewhat like forcing growth, Xiao Yu's relatives and friends are not very talented in the first place. Being able to become undyings and possess endless lifespans is already enough. When Xiao Yu becomes a true god in the future, he will let them move in and directly attach themselves to Xiao Yu's universe origin, so that even after reincarnation, they can still be immortal. When Xiao Yu passes through reincarnation, perhaps the lifespan they possess can exceed countless true god levels. For Xiao Yu, this is already enough. After dealing with the cultivation matters of his family and friends, Xiao Yu takes another look at Lei Shen, who is diligently cultivating and comprehending the law of time, and then teleports away directly. Primitive secret realm, near the Thousand Treasure River domain shadow. A burst of 9-colored light flashes, and boundless pressure descends, as if endless original laws are descending. Immediately, a 10-meter tall human figure wearing blood-colored armor appears out of thin air. It is Xiao Yu. The pressure just now was because Xiao Yu slightly relaxed his control over the pressure during the Divine Kingdom teleportation, and that's why it was released. But even the release of this trace of pressure still alarmed the City Lord of Chaos in the center of the Thousand Treasure River Palace complex. The city lord of chaos's gaze constantly sweeps across the surrounding spacetime. The origin descended. Who is advancing to the universe venerable? But why is there no movement? The vast pressure also awakens the undyings and universe venerables of the human race who are cultivating in the Thousand Treasure River. Chapter 470, Refining the Most Powerful Treasure. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Xiao Yu immediately teleported to the outside of City Lord Chaos Palace. Greetings, Lord of Creation. The two universe venerables respectfully saluted. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Then he transmitted a message, "Teacher, I'm back. Come in." A gentle voice came from inside the palace. Xiao Yu stepped into the palace under the gaze of the guards. The killing aura on the Lord of Creation is getting stronger and stronger. Of course, I heard that the Lord of Creation has killed over 100 universe masters single-handedly. He is definitely the strongest in our human race. After Xiao Yu entered, the two guards began to discuss, but he didn't pay attention. Instead, he bowed to City Lord Chaos on the throne and said, "Teacher." Xiao Yu. City Lord Chaos smiled. "Teacher, this time I'm back. I have brought back all the inheritances." Xiao Yu said, and then took out a crystal ball. Previously, Xiao Yu had already stored all the inheritances of various schools, a total of about 500 billion secret methods, into the crystal ball. This crystal ball was a pinnacle treasure refined by Xiao Yu himself, with only one function, which was to store things, and it could store endless information. It was not comparable to the crystal ball that City Lord Chaos gave him when Xiao Yu first entered the Universe Sea. The reason for giving a physical object instead of directly transmitting it in the virtual universe was mainly because it took too long. Haha, good, good. City Lord Chaos laughed happily. City Lord Chaos waved his hand, and the crystal ball appeared in his hand. Virtual Universe System, transmit the contents of the crystal ball directly into the treasure vault of our human race, and temporarily classify it as top secret. Only Universe Masters and above can view it, said City Lord Chaos. Then a laser beam was emitted from City Lord Chaos, wrist and shone on the crystal ball. Streams of information entered the virtual universe system. Xiao Yu, the information is too vast, the transmission is estimated to take several years, you can leave first. City Lord Chaos laughed. City Lord Chaos, Thousand Treasure River clone was stationed here, so he had plenty of time. But he also knew that his disciple Xiao Yu was very busy. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then he teleported away directly. Genesis Universe Country, Artisan God Star, Artisan God Mountain. In order to refine the entire Artisan God Star into a supreme treasure, many special lifeforms who had settled here were moved to a Genesis Secret Realm, in the distance in advance. This Genesis Secret Realm was originally the demon races, Jiyu Shuo Secret Realm, with a maximum diameter of only 100,000 light-years. There were no longer any dangerous places inside, and it had been modified to a certain extent by the demon race. The internal source energy was abundant, although it was not as good as the original Secret Realm, it was slightly better than the Doomsday Secret Realm. When this star field became Xiao Yu's station, the name of the Secret Realm was changed to Genesis Secret Realm. The Secret Realm also served as a training ground for the geniuses of the Earth lineage, with many World Master level geniuses of the Earth lineage inside. When the Artisan God came to find Xiao Yu's divine power incarnation to discuss it, Xiao Yu agreed without any hesitation. These special lifeforms could all be said to be geniuses. If they could settle in the Genesis Secret Realm, Xiao Yu would be more than happy. The towering Artisan God, resembling a continuous mountain range, stayed in his palace and kept thinking. This Xianxia is really something, he said. 100,000 years, but it has been delayed for hundreds of years, and now it will be postponed for hundreds of years. The Artisan God muttered to himself angrily. Teacher, a foreign universe venerable said respectfully outside the palace. Enter. The Artisan God's voice rumbled. Then, a foreign venerable with a height of nearly 1,000 kilometers and 8 arms teleported into the palace, respectfully saluted, and then said, Teacher, all the estimated materials have been inventoried from the treasure vault. Xia, you have done a good job. When I and Master Xianxia refine the treasure together, you will take a group of fellow apprentices and follow behind the teacher to help. The Artisan God nodded in satisfaction. This Xia was the Artisan God's third disciple, a special life form, a universe overlord, who could refine high-level treasures on his own. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Venerable Xia said respectfully. Boom. Time and space descended, and the familiar pressure came. Then a blood-colored figure appeared in the next palace. It was Xiaoyu who had returned to the original universe. Haha, you came early. The artisan god said happily. If the artisan god invites me, how can I not come early? Xiaoyu's hearty voice came. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoyu appeared in the artisan god's palace. Yo, Xia is here too. Xiaoyu smiled. Master. Venerable Xia said respectfully. He had followed his teacher, the artisan god, for a long time, and knew the relationship between his teacher and Xiaoyu. Although they had not known each other for a long time, they seemed like old friends. He naturally needed to be respectful to his teacher's old friend. Venerable Xia had always done this very well, which was one of the reasons why the artisan god liked this third disciple very much. Old Stone, your disciple is good. Seeing you powerhouses, your disciples help with small things. I also want to find a disciple. Xiaoyu joked. Xia, you go out first, I have something to discuss with the Lord of Creation. The artisan god glanced at Venerable Xia. Yes, teacher. Venerable Xia saluted respectfully. Then he disappeared and waited outside the palace. Currently, on the entire artisan god mountain, there were only the artisan god and his disciples. They had long stopped accepting the business of refining treasures for outsiders and were fully preparing to refine the supreme treasure. In addition to all the material inventory matters, the artisan god's disciples, including Venerable Xia, were also cultivating. After Venerable Xia left, the artisan god opened his mouth and said, Xiaoyu, I heard that you showed great power in the universe boat. You gained a lot. Haha, it was a fluke, a fluke. Xiaoyu said modestly with a smile. You are too modest. What you did in the universe boat, it can be said that no one has ever done before. Just the subjugation of the 9 lava demon gods is enough to shock everyone. The artisan god continued to praise. It's all a small matter, not worth mentioning. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Compared to what he would do in the future, subduing the lava demon gods was not a small matter. Old Stone, you are in such a hurry to find me, do you already have a suitable plan to refine the artisan god's star into a supreme treasure? Xiaoyu asked. That's right, but I still need your help. The artisan god said. No problem. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. After Xiaoyu and the artisan god agreed, the artisan god also summoned many disciples to prepare. 3 months later, Xiaoyu, the artisan god, and a group of the artisan god's disciples were all suspended in the void not far outside the artisan god star. To upgrade the artisan god star from a top palace treasure to a supreme treasure, the first step is to dismantle the artisan god star. The artisan god looked at the artisan god star where he had lived for endless years, with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Dismantle the artisan god star. How to dismantle it? How to dismantle the 3.2 trillion kilometer artisan god star? The artisan god's disciples were all at a loss. Chapter 471, The Most Powerful and Treasure God of Craftsmanship. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. I already scouted it out. The entire palace treasure is composed of 36,558 unit treasures. The core of these treasures is Craftsman God Mountain. As long as Craftsman God Mountain is disassembled, Craftsman God Star will automatically disperse, Xiaoyu said. Although Craftsman God Mountain is composed of 36,558 unit treasures, each treasure also has smaller constituent structures. That's right, first disassemble Craftsman God Mountain, Craftsman God nodded. This is also the most difficult point in disassembling Craftsman God Star. Even Craftsman God felt it was difficult, and his disciples were even more troubled, all thinking about how to disassemble the entire Craftsman God Star without damaging any of the treasures. Disassembly is not difficult, Xiaoyu said with a smile, on the contrary, it's very easy. Really, do you have a way? Craftsman God asked happily. Just watch, Xiaoyu stretched out his right hand, and countless divine powers spread out from Xiaoyu's palm, penetrating into the entire Craftsman God Star. Endless light flashed, forming secret patterns, and endless secret patterns enveloped the entire Craftsman God Star. Open, Xiaoyu shouted in a low voice. The endless secret patterns emitted light, and then merged into Craftsman God Star. Boom, the entire Craftsman God Star suddenly split apart, a mountain range, a pool of lake water, a continent, etc., splitting into 36,558 parts. How could I forget the use of secret patterns in this? Craftsman God blamed himself in distress. Your skills are not up to par. You still have a lot to learn. Xiao Yu said with a smile, when you have time, you can go to the black patterned stone pillars in the universe boat to comprehend. I will go after I refine Craftsman God Star, Craftsman God said. Immediately, Craftsman God waved his hand, and all 36,558 treasures were collected into his inner ring. Some of these treasures are still useful, but some are no longer sufficient, and some are not even up to the level of materials. Especially Craftsman God Mountain. In my design, Craftsman God Mountain is the core of the entire Craftsman God Star, the most important thing. Its level must reach the supreme treasure level, and the level of the other treasures must also reach the top treasure level. Only by combining the power of all the treasures can we reach the supreme treasure palace level, Craftsman God said directly. Well, the idea is good. I have also studied your plan for a while, and I agree with it, Xiao Yu said with a smile. What is different from the original plan is that my own ability is insufficient for Craftsman God Mountain as the core. I can only entrust it to you, Craftsman God said, and a world ring appeared in his hand. Oh, didn't you say that I am only responsible for the secret patterns? Xiao Yu asked with a wry smile. This is different from what was originally said. However, Craftsman God has no choice. As a supreme treasure palace, its core components are related to the level of the entire treasure. But Craftsman God does not have the ability to refine supreme treasures. Okay, Craftsman God Mountain will be left to me, Xiao Yu thought for a long time, then agreed to Craftsman God's request. Really, will there be any problems? Craftsman God asked uncertainly. Don't worry, Xiao Yu nodded and took the world ring from Craftsman God. Divine power penetrated into it and found that it was full of precious materials, enough to refine a supreme treasure. Craftsman God's disciples all looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. They had heard of Xiao Yu's strength, but they had not heard that he could refine supreme treasures. Refining a supreme treasure is a very remarkable thing. If there were rumors, it would be impossible for people in their industry not to have heard of it. The rest will be done by me and my disciples, and the final secret patterns will be done by you, Craftsman God assigned the tasks. Okay, Xiao Yu came here to fulfill his promise, so naturally he had no objections. After the two had negotiated, Craftsman God took out a treasure. Suddenly, endless flames were produced in the void. Craftsman God and his disciples took out pieces of treasure refining tools and a large number of materials from the world ring, and then began to purify and process various materials. Craftsman God would also inject some virtual secret patterns into these materials during purification to increase the speed of purification. Seeing that Craftsman God and the others had begun to work attentively, Xiao Yu also took out a treasure that looked like a cauldron. This is a peak treasure, specially used for refining treasures. It has an inner world with endless flames. Immediately, Xiao Yu appeared directly in the cauldron, and endless flames enveloped the entire world. Taking out pieces of materials from the world ring, Xiao Yu took out pieces of treasure refining tools, and then officially began to refine treasures. To refine a supreme treasure, in addition to perfectly exerting the performance of the materials themselves, the refiner is also required to have a certain degree of understanding of the laws. After all, the secret patterns engraved on the treasure are not casual and require careful design. Although Xiao Yu has not yet been promoted to true God, his understanding of the laws is no less than that of any strongest person. Otherwise, he would not be able to create the Genesis secret technique with a power reaching the peak of the ninth order. In the vast divine kingdom, thick fog lingers. In the endless space-time, in the center of a world of only about 100 light-years, stands a law monument exuding an endless aura of law. Around the law monument, world master level and immortal level powerhouses are sitting cross-legged in the virtual shadow secret room. This secret room has hidden and visible dense secret patterns. In the center of thousands of people, a middle-aged man with a 7-8 resemblance to Xiao Yu suddenly showed a look of joy. I am about to advance to immortality. Son, I am about to be promoted, the middle-aged man whispered. This middle-aged man is Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Donghua. Immediately, the law of space-time enveloped Xiao Donghua, and in the next instant, Xiao Donghua disappeared. Appearing in a square 10 light-years away. This square has a diameter of more than 10 billion kilometers, and still retains the tragic aura of law divine power when the original law descended when a world master was promoted to an immortal god. When Xiao Donghua appeared in the center of the square, the origin descended immediately, and endless fire divine power descended. The ocean of law poured into Xiao Donghua's body, transforming his body into a divine body, and every trace of divine power in the divine body contained his soul imprint. In a moment, Xiao Donghua's divine body was transformed. The origin law receded, and Xiao Donghua had been promoted to immortality, and since then his life was infinite, equal to the universe he relied on. Xiao Donghua's promotion to immortality, although only the most ordinary immortal god. It is still a major event for the entire Xiao family. First, Xiao Donghua is Xiao Yu's father, and second, Xiao Donghua is the first ancestor of the Xiao family. Such a major event, such a happy event, naturally requires a grand celebration. Not only was it celebrated in the real world of Genesis universe, but it was also celebrated in the virtual universe. During the banquet, all the immortal gods of the Earth lineage, as well as the high-level executives of various families, companies, and forces, were present, as well as many high-level executives of forces that cooperated with the Earth lineage. Genesis universe, the original craftsman god star coordinates. Xiao Yu has been in the cauldron for 10 years. Finally, this craftsman god mountain has been refined. It is really not easy. A mountain range must not only serve as a palace, but also take into account the treasure refining function, Xiao Yu sighed secretly. At this time, he has a treasure in his hand that, once activated, exudes the aura of a supreme treasure, like a mountain range. The belly of this mountain range is empty. Chapter 472, Lian Baoshan. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Inside the gigantic mountain belly of Craftsman God Mountain, Xiao Yu refined it into individual spaces, each space resembling a world of its own. Each of these spaces could have its own separate uses, such as refining treasures, living quarters, treasure storage, and so on. Afterward, Xiao Yu used his divine power to inscribe secret patterns all over the continuous mountain range. These secret patterns possessed various functions, including amplifying and accumulating divine power, enhancing the performance of supreme treasures, providing protection, and dissipating force, among others. Subsequently, Xiao Yu stopped and immediately teleported to Craftsman God's side. Old Shi, the part 1 was responsible for is finished, Xiao Yu said. The Craftsman God, with his towering divine body, asked in surprise, really? Here, take a look for yourself. Xiao Yu took out Craftsman God Mountain from his world ring. Instantly, amidst the endless flames, a continuous mountain range appeared, stretching a light year in length. Waves of pressure naturally emanated from the mountain range. Haha, it seems that during this time, your treasure refining skills have greatly improved, Xiao Yu, Craftsman God said enviously. Craftsman God's disciples were also shocked by the sudden appearance of the supreme treasure mountain range nearby. Each of them was so astonished that they couldn't speak, and some even forgot the movements they were making. Focus. Craftsman God reprimanded. Being reprimanded by Craftsman God only made the few disciples who had just made mistakes even more flustered, causing even bigger messes. One of them even ruined the materials he was refining. Subsequently, these disciples received even harsher scolding from Craftsman God. Xiao Yu didn't mind it. How could a master teaching his disciples be without reprimands? Old Shi, I'll finish up with the final secret patterns. How many years do you roughly need to refine the remaining parts? Xiao Yu had already helped Craftsman God immensely, so he naturally couldn't overstep his boundaries. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered Craftsman God's masterpiece. 1500 years, perhaps, Craftsman God said. This was because he had learned Xiao Yu's secret pattern techniques, greatly increasing his refining speed. Otherwise, it would take epochs to calculate the time. Alright, my matter is settled for now. I'll leave first, and I'll come back to help in 1500 years, Xiao Yu prepared to leave. Xiao Yu handed over many secret techniques from the Wu Kingdom's inheritance to the human race. Although they weren't core inheritances, there were still many Chaos Master level inheritances. However, due to the suppression of the original will, they could only see the true God limit and below. After obtaining these inheritances, the super powerhouses of the human race successively prepared to return to the original universe to properly cultivate and improve their strength. Virtual universe, Giant Axe Plain. In front of the temple, Giant Axe and City Lord Chaos sat facing each other. Chaos, I'm preparing to directly return to my small universe to cultivate and improve my strength. I'll come out again when my strength reaches the limit of the strongest, Giant Axe founder said. At this time, He envied City Lord Chaos in front of him. Although his strength was only at the Universe Master level, he possessed avatars. The main body and avatars each performed their own duties, allowing him to simultaneously cultivate, guard, and venture out, and do everything well. After you leave the Inclined Peak realm, it's estimated that our Hong Alliance can only hold fast in the Universe Boat. Before Xiao Yu goes to the Universe Boat, we can only venture into the God Extinction Stream to be relatively safe, City Lord Chaos also said. Even if the human race's powerhouses needed to cultivate and improve their strength after obtaining the inheritance, many of those with avatars could still explore within the Universe Boat. It's just that without the escort of Giant Axe Founder, if they went to the Inclined Peak realm alone, they would easily fall. You'll be relatively safer in the Universe Boat. Xiao Yu said before that he will use the Universe Boat as his base in the future and will stay there for a long time, Giant Axe said with a smile. More than 100 years after Luo Feng became the Galaxy Lord. His human body avatar was cultivating within Purple Thorn Island. Suddenly, he received a summons from the two-faced ancestral god. Luo Feng came to this towering ancestral god palace for the first time, curiously looking at everything in the hall. Those heavenly pillars, each of which was carved with the totem of a race, including the human race, demon race, machine race, and so on, were of unknown height. Galaxy Lord, I see that the information you publicly released in the human race as Galaxy Lord, so I'll call you that, the two-faced ancestral god said. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Galaxy Lord, you have joined the outer organization of my ancestral god sect for some time, but you have never participated in a mission. This time, my ancestral god palace has a mission for you, the two-faced ancestral god said directly. It doesn't involve the human race, and it doesn't involve my friends, Luo Feng said. This mission doesn't involve either. It's just that it's very far from the human territory. Can you accept it? The two-faced ancestral god asked. Luo Feng nodded slightly. A golden light flew up and stopped in front of Luo Feng. It was a sculpture similar to a golden toad, and the toad's eyes were gray. You take it and go. Annihilate any life that can turn its eyes red, the two-faced ancestral god said solemnly. Ancestral god, what is its monitoring range? Luo Feng asked. About 100 million kilometers, the two-faced ancestral god said. If you are unwilling to take action, send a message to me, and I will send other members. This is a new communication token. A golden token floated to Luo Feng's side. Okay, Luo Feng responded, putting away the golden token. After Xiao Yu returned to the palace complex of the Creation Universe country, he directly teleported back to his divine kingdom. Then, he directly appeared in the land of endless flames. If I want to repair the 3000 realm warship, I must improve my ability to refine supreme treasures. Otherwise, how can I talk about repairing it? Xiao Yu thought to himself. The reason he returned to his divine kingdom was to refine supreme treasures himself. Previously, when he annihilated the God Eye clan, especially when he seized the small universe of the God Eye True Master, he obtained a great amount of precious materials. There were more materials than the entire human race's inventory combined. He had to make good use of these materials. On the one hand, he could improve his treasure refining skills, and on the other hand, the refined treasures could enrich the Earth lineage, and even the entire human race's supreme treasure vault. After Xiao Yu's human body entered the land of endless flames, he began his busy treasure refining career. In 10 years, the first thing Xiao Yu successfully refined was an auxiliary true god level supreme treasure, the treasure refining mountain. At the same time, it was also a true god level palace supreme treasure. Refining treasures within this treasure refining mountain, Xiao Yu could naturally eliminate the influence of external objects and concentrate on refining supreme treasures. Suddenly, Xiao Yu, who was far away in the palace of the Creation Universe country, felt a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation should be from the Yuanao secret realm, Xiao Yu thought to himself. It should be caused by the strange object obtained by the master of Yuanao. This fluctuation was very strange, as if it was being rejected by the entire original universe. I wonder if it's still the mission that Luo Feng is executing. Xiao Yu thought to himself, no matter what, I have to go and see. At the time when Xiao Yu sensed this fluctuation, Giant Axe Founder didn't sense it because he was in his small universe. However, other forces, such as the demon ancestor of the demon race, the queen of the Zerg race, the Northern Frontier Alliance, and the Ancestral God Sect, all sensed this fluctuation. They successively sent Universe Masters to investigate. Chapter 473, Lord of Yuanao. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. After entering the Yuanao secret realm, Luo Feng quickly discovered the source that caused the Golden Toad's eyes to turn red. After killing 2 Universe Venerables, he drew out the Yuanao Master. In the Yuanao Master's giant hand was a section of black wood, radiating endless power. Luo Feng found it somewhat strange that such a lifeless object like a piece of wood could pose a threat to the original universe. Human brat, in the original universe, you are the first to taste its power, the Yuanao Master said, his single eye filled with pride. Don't blame me if your battle armor, wings, and weapons are lost. Incinerate. Suddenly, the Yuanao Master roared. Instantly, a giant flame vortex, like a nebula vortex, enveloped the Yuanao Master, causing the intensity of his aura to surge violently. Luo Feng no longer held back any trump cards, burning his divine body and directly releasing his most powerful innate secret technique, I am the universe. Immediately, chaotic air currents arose, and a miniature universe was formed. Miniature universe, amplification, Golden Kingdom, amplification. Golden Sand Sea, strike. The Golden Sand Sea was a top-tier domain treasure that Luo Feng obtained from the Earth lineage, its power far surpassing the Nine Hells River. Luo Feng's miniature universe and Golden Kingdom were both amplified onto the Golden Sand Sea. Under the dual amplification, the endless flame domain around the Yuanao Master completely collapsed. Haha, exhilarating, but still, go to hell. The Yuanao Master appeared to be insane, his entire body covered in flame divine power, focused on the black divine wood. Endless power completely gathered on the black divine wood, causing strands of black air currents to be produced. Die, the Yuanao Master roared, and the black air current entwined divine wood in his hand stabbed straight towards Luo Feng. Instantly, the doubly amplified Golden Sand Sea collapsed, the Golden Sea of Sand split into 2, and the black air current entwined divine wood continued to surge, directly striking towards Luo Feng. Miniature universe, converge, Luo Feng roared, and instantly the endless power of the miniature universe converged onto the Jin Chan armor. A giant golden beast god appeared in front of Luo Feng, radiating endless power, charging towards the surging black divine wood. The golden beast god struck the black divine wood with a palm. Bang! Power soared into the sky. Luo Feng hid within the golden beast god's body, resisting the endless impact. The Yuanao Master was blasted back hundreds of kilometers by the terrifying impact. Pung, pung, pung. The two exchanged lightning-fast attacks, all using their most powerful secret techniques. Suddenly, the miniature universe shrouded in endless chaotic air currents disappeared. Luo Feng's strongest secret technique, which burned 10% of his divine power, could only be maintained for 9 seconds. Without the amplification of the strongest secret technique, the attack power of Luo Feng's golden beast god greatly decreased. In the previous battle, Luo Feng discovered that although he temporarily had the upper hand, he could not inflict real damage to the Yuanao Master. However, he himself had consumed 1/10 of his divine power due to using the miniature universe. Immediately, he no longer wanted to fight. As expected of the Yuanao Master, I admire you. I won't stay any longer, Luo Feng said, transforming into a stream of light and quickly fleeing. However, the surrounding space was sealed, and he could not directly teleport. Want to leave? The Yuanao Master roared, chasing after Luo Feng. With just you still want to chase me? Luo Feng laughed. Under the dual obstruction of the Golden Kingdom and Golden Sand Sea domains, the Yuanao Master's speed sharply decreased. He was far from being able to compare to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, human brat, consider yourself lucky to have run fast. I don't believe that any other universe masters in the ancestral god school can do anything to me, the Yuanao Master roared. Amidst the roar, Luo Feng had already flown out of the spatial blockade range, thus teleporting away. Ever since Xiao Yu sensed the fluctuation of that peculiar object, he instantly used the system to lock onto the location of the Yuanao secret realm, and then directly used Phantom Slash. The 6th level of Phantom Slash allowed the distance between each phantom to be measured in light years, and there was no limit to the number of phantoms. Moreover, after using Phantom Slash, although Xiao Yu's divine power could not slow down the time of the entire original universe, it could make the flow of time in his area much faster. Almost instantly, from the Genesis Universe country to the Yuanao secret realm, a human figure appeared almost every 100,000 light years. With a thought from Xiao Yu, he appeared outside the Yuanao secret realm. His eyes seemed to penetrate endless space and time, seeing the scene of Luo Feng and Yuanao fighting. Luo Feng now possesses the strength of a third-tier universe master. If his divine power had not yet transformed, he might be able to reach the fourth-tier combat power, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Luo Feng's current strength was created by a combination of factors. Soon, Xiao Yu saw Luo Feng teleporting and appearing in a void within the Yuanao secret realm. Xiao Yu teleported directly over. "Third brother, why are you here?" Luo Feng asked in surprise. He was just about to take out the token given to him by the two-sided ancestral god to ask for help. The appearance of a peculiar object will cause fluctuations throughout the original universe. Countless super experts will sense this strange fluctuation. Within the original universe, forces like the Northern Territory Alliance, the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance, the Monster Race, the Mechanical Race, the Zerg Race, the Crystal Race, and the Prison Race will all rush over. However, my situation is special, so I traveled much faster, Xiao Yu said. Peculiar object? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. Peculiar objects are special items that can only be born in the three great forbidden lands of the Universe Sea. They are either like divine wood or like grass vines, each one seemingly formed naturally. Each of these peculiar objects possesses power close to that of a supreme treasure, and there is no need for experts to study the secret patterns within. As long as the divine power is sufficient, it is enough to fully unleash its power, Xiao Yu explained. However, these peculiar objects seem to be natural enemies with the universe. Whether it is the original universe or a small universe, they will naturally reject them, Xiao Yu continued. This is the reason why the ancestral god school issued the mission, right? Luo Feng said. Since the original universe naturally rejects peculiar objects, then as long as there is a strong person who kills the owner of the peculiar object and brings the peculiar object out of the original universe, it is equivalent to making a great contribution to the original universe, Xiao Yu laughed. Making a great contribution to the original universe will cause the luck of the race to rise in the following period, which means that more geniuses will appear within the territory of this race, and more precious treasures will be nurtured. I see, now I understand why third brother appeared here. After becoming a universe master, Luo Feng also knew Xiao Yu's strength. If my human race wants to have more strong people, we not only need a larger territory, but also more luck, Xiao Yu said softly. Whether it is luck or favor, the meaning is actually the same, both meaning that the original will invest more resources in this race. Let's go, you come with me to see, I want to see how strong this Yuanao master is. Xiao Yu said directly. The mastermind behind this Yuanao master is the Realm Beast, attempting to provide a fake inclined peak realm map to attract strong people over. Xiao Yu came here this time to kill the Yuanao master in advance and then go to the so-called Realm Beast nest alone to take a look. Okay, since third brother became a universe master, I haven't seen third brother make a move yet, Luo Feng laughed. Whoosh! Immediately, the two super powerhouses of the Earth lineage instantly disappeared in this void. Chapter 474 Black Sacred Tree. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. In the void, two figures separated, looking distantly at the enormous 12-piece continent suspended in the distance. Third brother, I'll lure him over, Luo Feng said. All right, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, naturally having his own methods. The master of Yuanao was already soul-enslaved. He carried strange objects into the original universe, serving as bait for the world beast's fishing scheme. Xiao Yu now essentially volunteered as the fish. Watch me, Luo Feng said, his four wings unfolding. A golden kingdom spread out, instantly covering dozens of light years around. Yuanao, Luo Feng shouted loudly. The shout echoed through the golden kingdom, instantly reverberating in every inch of space across the 12 continents, causing panic among the lifeforms there. Human Luo Feng. A furious roar resounded. Immediately, a stream of fiery light shot out from one of the continents, instantly teleporting to the void millions of kilometers away from Luo Feng. You dared to come after fleeing in panic earlier. The towering master of Yuanao's single eye was filled with madness, and his gaze intensified it. Human creator, no wonder this cowardly galaxy lord dared to come, he has a helper. Oh, Xiao Yu chuckled, and with a thought, endless divine power surged, instantly enveloping the void within a 50 light-year diameter. Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, master of Yuan Ao, and the 12 continents seemed isolated within a world formed by a compass. True God Realm, a hint of astonishment flashed in Master of Yuan Ao's eyes. His orders were to attract the attention of various forces in the original universe, not just the human race. True God Realm, Luo Feng turned to look at the indifferent figure beside him, filled with even more admiration. Although he didn't know what the True God Realm treasure was, he could sense that it was definitely an incredible treasure. I had many assumptions, anticipating the arrival of the Master of the Nine Nethers, encountering the Star River Lord, the City Lord of Chaos, and even the strongest descending, but I never expected it would be you who arrived first, Master of Yuan Ao roared. If I hadn't possessed the strange object, I might have feared you, but this is the original universe. No matter how strong you are, you can't unleash your full power. Is that so? Xiao Yu smiled, and instantly, the entire True God Realm was space-locked. Come then, Master of Yuan Ao also produced the Black Divine Wood emitting endless power, his single eye filled with confidence and madness. Luo Feng watched from a distance. Xiao Yu transformed into a stream of light, easily exceeding the speed of light by 100 times, his origin god blade radiating an aura of endless destruction. He launched the ultimate move, Destruction, right away. The river containing endless destructive power seemed to fill the entire True God Realm, completely enveloping the Master of Yuan Ao under its force. This was originally a Tier 9 secret technique in the Universe C, but in the original universe, it could only exert the power of a top Tier 6. Under the endless destructive force, the Master of Yuan Ao instantly shrunk to the size of a fist, attempting to weaken the power he endured, but no matter how small he became, the power he bore remained at the top of Tier 6. Everything dissipated. The Master of Yuan Ao, shrunk to the size of a fist, suddenly expanded. Haha, the legendary creator, that's all you are, Master of Yuan Ao laughed madly. Although he lost 5% of his divine power in the battle, he still didn't care. It was as if fear didn't exist in his heart. Third brother is really powerful. Luo Feng admired in his heart. The secret technique just now had shocked him. Yuan Ao, you're just a small universe master, using only the strongest secret techniques, not even integrating the strongest secret techniques, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Xiao Yu scoffed. Even if you possess a strange object comparable to a supreme treasure, so what? No matter how powerful this strange object is, if you can't utilize it, it's not even as good as a fire stick. Human, you dare insult me? Yuan Ao roared, flames erupting from his body, and endless divine power poured into the Black Divine Wood. Immediately, strands of black gas appeared, surrounding the Black Divine Wood. Xiao Yu transformed into a stream of blood-colored light, easily breaking the speed of light, exceeding it by 100 times, and then engaged in close combat with the Master of Yuan Ao. The Origin God Blade, imbued with endless divine power, slashed at the Black Divine Wood. Boom! The Master of Yuan Ao was blasted away millions of kilometers. The speed of this creator is so fast. Master of Yuan Ao deeply felt powerless, even more so than facing the strongest in the universe. Xiao Yu chased after the Master of Yuan Ao, his Origin God Blade flashing like lightning. While attacking, he didn't forget to dodge Yuan Ao's attacks. The Master of Yuan Ao was like a non-resistant target, constantly being slashed around in the True God Realm by Xiao Yu. Each of Xiao Yu's strikes reached the peak power of Tier 6. The Master of Yuan Ao's divine power was rapidly declining, 80%, 60%, 50%. Luo Feng, watching from a distance, was stunned. Xiao Yu's fighting style was shocking to him. Third brother's instantaneous speed and reaction ability far surpassed the Master of Yuan Ao. In front of third brother, even I might only be a target, Luo Feng sighed. In just an instant of combat, Luo Feng felt the aura emanating from the Master of Yuan Ao rapidly declining. This Master of Yuan Ao probably won't last 3 seconds, Luo Feng guessed in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yu hovered in the void, looking at the Master of Yuan Ao, whose divine power was only 10% remaining and was flying backward. The Master of Yuan Ao was filled with anger, planning for so long, originally intending to wait for all the forces to gather, but unexpectedly, it was the Creator who was attracted, and I'm restricted in this True God realm, unable to even escape. It seems the plan can't be completed. This Yuan Ao is really too weak. This Creator is really powerful, attracting him can be considered a good harvest. Yuan Ao, can you tell me, what are you guys thinking? Isn't it good to develop in peace? Xiao Yu suddenly asked. What are you saying? The master of Yuanao pretended not to understand. Luo Feng was also confused by Xiao Yu. Alright, since you're not cooperating, then die. Xiao Yu's origin god blade suddenly raised high, and endless black gas surged from it, instantly forming an endless dark vortex. Endless power emanated from the dark vortex. What kind of move is this? It's so terrifying. Luo Feng was horrified, a trace of fear arising from the bottom of his heart. This is. The master of Yuanao was also terrified, desperately holding the black divine wood and turning to flee. Reincarnation, Xiao Yu whispered, and the soul attack, infinitely weakened by the original universe, instantly enveloped the master of Yuanao. Ah! The master of Yuanao suddenly let out a miserable roar, even more miserable than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered on a chopping board. The master of Yuanao was not only enduring endless pain, but his soul was also being rapidly annihilated. What kind of soul attack is this? How could third brother have this kind of hobby? Luo Feng was also frightened. In less than 3 seconds, the master of Yuanao's screams stopped, and the endless dark vortex dissipated, leaving only a pile of treasures and a world ring floating in the void. Chapter 475, Pulling Silk Diagram. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Xiao Yu glanced at Luo Feng, whose pupils were constricted, and said, Luo Feng, don't worry, I won't use this move on you. What, third brother, you still want to use this move on me? Luo Feng was immediately startled. Xiao Yu appeared at the original location of the master of Yanao, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the items into his world ring, except for the black divine wood, which Xiao Yu held in his hand, playing with it. Then, with a wave of his hand, the true god realm that isolated one side of space-time instantly shrank and flew back into Xiao Yu's palm, before merging into his divine body. Luo Feng, report back to the ancestral god sect, this black divine wood, I will take it out of the original universe. Xiao Yu said, raising the black divine wood in his hand. Third brother, I have already reported to the ancestral god, this mission has been completed. Luo Feng laughed, third brother's harvest this time is not bad. Ha ha. Xiao Yu laughed, and endless divine power surged from his hand, forming endless secret patterns, which then enveloped the black divine wood. Instantly, the aura of the black divine wood became restrained, as if it were an ordinary piece of dead wood. Xiao Yu casually put the black dead wood into his world ring, and then took out a treasure like a holy grail. This was the Flame Sand Cup, a top-tier domain-type treasure. Luo Feng, you contributed a lot this time, this Flame Sand Cup is yours. Xiao Yu threw the sand cup to Luo Feng, who was still recovering from the shock. Okay. Luo Feng took the Flame Sand Cup. He had already known about the number of treasures Xiao Yu possessed through the treasure vault of the Earth lineage, so he no longer cared about a top-tier domain treasure. The significance of this top-tier domain treasure to Luo Feng, who now possesses the top-tier domain treasure Golden Sand Sea, is to contribute it to the Earth lineage or to the human race in exchange for certain contribution points. Xiao Yu casually inspected the armor, warhammer, etc. he had obtained this time, and found that they were just ordinary peak treasures or top-tier treasures. Then, he took out a silk drawing map from his world ring. This was a complete map of the falling peak realm, the so-called remains of Zanyuan. Silk drawing is a very precious special material, a core material for refining illusion-type peak treasures. Divine power penetrated into the silk drawing map, and Xiao Yu discovered a map that was dozens of times more complete than the map drawn by the human race, involving many core areas. This map is not entirely traps. More than 99% of the map should be real. As long as the part of the map that guides people into the core area, dim land, is removed, it should still be a decent map. Xiao Yu thought to himself, planning to explore the falling peak realm himself first. Now, the 1 billion beast kings in that beast king nest should not be too powerful. Luo Feng, are you returning to the human territory with me, or acting alone? Xiao Yu asked. I'll return alone, Luo Feng said. Well, with your current strength, you can already venture into the Universe Sea. Xiao Yu suggested. The Universe Sea. Luo Feng was taken aback. The Universe Sea is very dangerous, especially the 3 major forbidden areas, the falling peak realm, the Universe Boat, and the flowing heavy mountain. Even Universe Masters often fall there, but you have clones, so you don't need to worry too much about falling, just losing some treasures. Xiao Yu laughed. So, Teacher's main killing avatar is venturing in the Universe C. Luo Feng asked. That's right, for the time being, Teacher and the Dark Lord are all venturing in the Universe boat. Xiao Yu replied, compared to the Universe C, the original universe is like a newbie village in a game. Although there are dangers, they are not great. Therefore, many universe masters and the strongest in the entire original universe are venturing in the Universe C. The Universe C is the true battlefield for the strong. Not only are there various dangerous places, but there are also the 3 major forbidden areas where many precious treasures appear. In addition, there are many strong from before the Great Destruction era, any one of whom is more ancient than the strong in the original universe. Xiao Yu continued. Luo Feng held his breath. This was the first time he had obtained so much knowledge, and suddenly he felt as if a new world had been opened to him. Detailed information will be sent to you before you enter the Universe C. Xiao Yu said. Third brother, I'll go prepare first. Luo Feng said. Let's go back. Xiao Yu said casually, and then directly teleported away from the Yanao secret realm. After Xiao Yu and Luo Feng left, the universe masters dispatched by the various super forces of the universe, such as the Star River Lord, finally arrived at the Yanao secret realm, but they searched for a long time and did not find the whereabouts of the master of Yanao and the strange objects. And the 3 universe masters of the ancestral god sect, such as the 9 Nether Lord, had already received the notification from the 2-faced ancestral god on the way that the mission had been completed, and they immediately returned to the ancestral god palace. The vast Universe C is boundless, with endless chaotic air currents surging, forming whirlpools from time to time. Hundreds of billions of light years away from the original universe, there is a small universe. In a small universe, alas, a game planned for a long time, this time I abandoned that soul slave, the master of Yanao. I didn't want to abandon him so much, but unfortunately he couldn't escape. Hao Lei also threw a strange object, the divine wood, into it. After paying so much, it has become an utter mess because of a newly rising human. I am really unwilling. A tall and majestic figure, as if cast from steel, with eyes like 2 burning fireballs. King Zhenjia, the purpose of our layout this time was to attract super strong people to enter it. Although we have not been able to attract the participation of more races for the time being, at least the human race already knows. If that giant axe founder can enter it, we will not be considered a failure. A creature resembling a towering mountain range, the ancestral god Chu Yan, uttered a deep rumbling sound. Whether the giant axe or the Lord of Creation falls, we will not be considered a failure, but only if both of them fall can we cause chaos in the original universe. The master of Hao Lei Star, who resembled a lightning giant, said. Although the game has been set up, it will take some effort and a lot of time to reap the rewards. The ancestral god Chu Yan, who resembled a reptile, said in a low voice. This is our last chance. If we are not sure, we will not be able to escape the shackles of lifespan in our current situation. Not only will we fall, but our clansmen will also fall with us. King Zhenjia said in a low voice. For eternity, for the clan, we must succeed. The master of Hao Lei Star said slowly. For eternity, for the clan, we must succeed. King Zhenjia also said slowly. For eternity, for the clan, we must succeed. The ancestral god Chu Yan also said slowly. The 3 great beings of the first reincarnation era simultaneously supported their continuous actions with absolute faith. 3 days later, Virtual Universe, the highest peak of Thunder Island shrouded in chaotic air currents. In the palace, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, and the city lord of chaos sat around a stone table. On the stone table were 3 bottles of different colored wines, and each of them had a cup of the same color in front of them, constantly emitting an extraordinary aura. Luo Feng, this time you are entering the Universe C, it should have been Teacher who escorted you there, but I am temporarily in the core of the universe boat, and it will take several years to come out. I can only ask your senior brother for help. The city lord of chaos said. Teacher, I will escort Luo Feng, safety is not a concern. Xiao Yu said. Thank you, third brother. Luo Feng said. Luo Feng, this time you enter the Universe C, it is best to exchange for a palace treasure. Venturing in the Universe C, a palace treasure is an indispensable treasure. The city lord of chaos instructed. Chapter 476. Even if you can't exchange for a pinnacle palace treasure, even a top-tier palace treasure is enough to deal with many dangers, said City Lord Chaos. The human race today can be described as rich and powerful, possessing many palace treasures. Even if the human race currently has 21 super powerhouses, it is enough for each person to have a pinnacle palace treasure, but the rules cannot be changed. However, even if you can't exchange for one, you can still rent one when you go to dangerous places. Then, third brother, please wait for me a few more days. I will go to the initial universe to donate the flame sand cup to the race, and then exchange for a top-tier palace treasure, Luo Feng said directly. For example, the flame sand cup, this top-tier domain treasure, has an exchange value of about 3,000 treasure points, which is slightly higher than the value of a top-tier palace treasure. Okay, then I will wait for you for a month. After a month, let's go to the universe C together, Xiao Yu said. Okay, I have no problem, Luo Feng nodded. Teacher, do you have anything else to say? Xiao Yu asked. It's good if you have decided, City Lord Chaos said. He now increasingly finds that having a disciple with super strength can save him a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Genesis Universe Country, a vast group of palaces, like a man-made Great Wall, stretches across the starry sky, boundless and endless. Are you ready? Xiao Yu, wearing blood-colored armor, floated in the void. Even though all his aura had been restrained, the surrounding space-time still faintly twisted, with a tendency to envelop Xiao Yu. Yes, Luo Feng responded, quietly sizing up his third brother. The closer he got, the more he realized that he didn't know much about his third brother. Follow me, Xiao Yu said. Immediately, he teleported, and then directly transmitted through his divine kingdom. When they reappeared, the two were already in front of the huge Tuya black hole. Then, Xiao Yu explained to Luo Feng the two methods of entering the original universe. Immediately, Xiao Yu began to tell Luo Feng about the differences in the spatial structure between the original universe and the universe C, without delving into overly deep topics. Then, he took out a crystal and threw it to Luo Feng beside him. Xiao Yu said, this crystal contains the most comprehensive map of the universe C of our human race. Among them, the maps of the 3 dangerous places are constantly being supplemented, especially the map of the universe boat, which is already very detailed. In addition, there is also information about some of the powerhouses in the universe C. In the universe C, maps are very important, and the reference objects on the maps are also extremely important. According to the map and the reference objects, you won't get lost in the universe C. Therefore, every universe master in the universe C needs to leave an avatar in the original universe to prevent some special situations in the universe C from causing complete loss. Luo Feng listened intently to Xiao Yu's description of the universe C. Xiao Yu has always been very concerned about this fellow villager, fourth brother, and junior brother from Earth. He would not be sloppy in introducing the universe C, and he also warned him that this map is the highest secret of the human race and must not be spread. It can be said that he explained everything in detail, and Xiao Yu has already explained many precautions that even City Lord Chaos has not understood. Afterwards, Xiao Yu took out an ordinary palm-sized metal hand card and said, this is the latest treasure I have refined, which can directly contact each other in the universe C. It is a pinnacle treasure level, and it only has one function, which is to contact, even if it is separated by hundreds of millions of light years, even if it is in a dangerous place, it can be contacted instantly. This communication treasure is a treasure that Xiao Yu refined after studying the spatial structure of the universe C. Xiao Yu only got it this time after returning to his divine kingdom. The refining materials of this communication treasure are very special. Xiao Yu has only refined 20 pieces in total, and he has brought them all out this time. Luo Feng carefully studied the communication treasure. Imprint your own soul mark on it, and you can use it at will, Xiao Yu continued. Luo Feng's divine power penetrated into it, imprinting his spiritual mark. Suddenly, a message entered his mind, forming a 3-dimensional virtual projection. The projection not only had his own coordinates, but also showed another person. This communication treasure can actually form reference coordinates, Luo Feng said in surprise. All communication treasures can see each other in the projection. This is also to facilitate mutual rescue in case of a crisis when venturing in the universe C in the future, Xiao Yu said. Let's go to the universe C. Xiao Yu directly took Luo Feng, and the two flew into the huge Tuya black hole together. In a moment, they had already flown out of the black hole and entered the universe C. Now many powerhouses of my human race are gathered in the universe boat. In the universe boat's extinction god stream, my human race has advantages that other races cannot match, that is, 9 lava demon gods comparable to the strongest as bodyguards, Xiao Yu continued. Are you going to the universe boat, or are you going to the inclined peak realm with me? Third brother, aren't you going to the universe boat? Luo Feng asked in confusion. If you are going, I will send you over. Teacher and a group of powerhouses are all venturing on the universe boat. Then I will go to the inclined peak realm to investigate some things, Xiao Yu explained briefly. In fact, venturing in the universe sea mostly requires individual independence, and in most cases, you need to face it alone. If you go to the inclined peak realm with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you, Xiao Yu continued. I'll go to the universe boat first, Luo Feng said. He thought that he would first adapt to the universe boat and then talk about it. Okay. Immediately, Xiao Yu took Luo Feng through many space vortexes, and then continuously teleported. Because he was taking Luo Feng, Xiao Yu had to take care of Luo Feng's situation in terms of the distance and frequency of each teleportation. Half a month later, the two had already appeared next to the universe boat, which was about hundreds of millions of light years long. How exactly was this universe boat produced? Why is it broken again? Luo Feng was shocked by the universe boat in front of him. Just like when Xiao Yu first came to this universe boat, countless questions and conjectures kept flashing in Luo Feng's mind. It's just that, after all, he just came out of the universe sea, and he doesn't have the foresight for the future. All he can guess is some ancient destroyed civilizations. Immediately, the two teleported a short distance and appeared on a fragment of a celestial body. Xiao Yu pointed to a domed palace in the distance in a gash that looked like a huge canyon and said, "That is the temporary residence of my human race in the universe boat. My human race has set up a residence in each of the 3 dangerous places for everyone to rest when they are tired from venturing." In the towering palace, there were only Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. Although the universe masters of the human race knew that Luo Feng was coming, it would take decades to rush back from the extinction god stream, and there was not enough time to welcome him. Although there are only the 2 of us, we still follow the old rules of my human race, Xiao Yu smiled and waved his hand, and suddenly there was a wine glass in front of both of them, and the glass was filled with wine. Galaxy Lord, I wish you endless treasures and eternal life. Xiao Yu raised his glass and smiled. Endless treasures, eternal life, Luo Feng also nodded. Chapter 477, World Beast Morosa. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. After resting for a day at the temporary camp, Xiao Yu led Luo Feng towards a huge, deep, and damaged entrance below, which was heavily entwined with vines. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Yu said, "Let's go, I'll take you on a shortcut directly into the extinction god abyss." How do we take a shortcut? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. Watch, Xiao Yu said softly, as streams of divine power surged into the control core fused within his body. Then, boundless divine power spread out from Xiao Yu, forming endless secret patterns over hundreds of billions of kilometers around. Xiao Yu locked onto himself and Luo Feng, setting the teleportation point within the extinction god abyss, near the location of City Lord Chaos. Instantly, the endless secret patterns flashed with a 9-colored light, and Xiao Yu and Luo Feng disappeared into thin air. Extinction god abyss. Amidst the endless sea of lava and the endless black rock earth, in a void. City Lord Chaos, clad in purple armor, was flying slowly, constantly dodging the lava falling from above, as well as some fiery rocks. Occasionally, when he couldn't dodge in time, a giant arm would suddenly appear above the sea of lava, blasting those threatening fiery rocks off course. Suddenly, from the distant black rock earth, a dazzling array of secret patterns flashed, and then 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. It was Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. City Lord Chaos said in surprise, "What kind of method is this?" City Lord Chaos flew towards Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. "Teacher," Xiao Yu said respectfully. "Teacher," Luo Feng also said respectfully. "Xiao Yu, the space in this area is frozen. How did you appear out of thin air?" City Lord Chaos asked, puzzled. Xiao Yu looked at the lava and fiery rocks constantly falling from above, and with a thought, Cold Cliff Fortress flew out of his body, then quickly transformed into a towering ice mountain of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Xiao Yu said, "Teacher, Luo Feng, let's enter Cold Cliff Fortress first, and we can chat later." "Alright," City Lord Chaos responded. Then, the three flew into Cold Cliff Fortress and sat on the huge throne. Teacher, this is a utilization of the Tao of secret patterns. It can connect two places by turning the space between them into nothingness, directly linking them together, Xiao Yu explained slightly. Oh, City Lord Chaos didn't quite understand, but he didn't ask for more details. He turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you've come. Adapt to this extinction god abyss for a while, then go to other places to explore. Yes, Luo Feng nodded slightly. Xiao Yu said, Teacher, Luo Feng, you can also go to the Black Stone Pillar area to temper yourselves and cultivate. The time flow in the Black Stone Pillar area is very fast, which can accelerate cultivation. I have an incarnation cultivating in the Black Stone Pillar space, so I'm quite familiar with the environment there. Xiao Yu, I will go there in a while, City Lord Chaos said. After obtaining the inheritance secret technique, he already had the idea of going into seclusion to cultivate. Third brother, I'll go there after a while. Luo Feng's main priority now was to familiarize himself with the rhythm of exploring the universe sea. Okay, Ztn Demon God, who is relatively friendly to our human race, is also in the Black Stone Pillar area, Xiao Yu added. Teacher, Luo Feng, I'll leave first. Let me know if you need anything. Xiao Yu, are you leaving Universe Boat? City Lord Chaos asked. Yes, teacher, I'm going to Tilt Peak Sector, Xiao Yu said directly, but he didn't say the specific reason. Alright, go ahead. Luo Feng has a group of universe masters from our human race in this extinction god abyss, and he also has Lava Demon God taking care of him, City Lord Chaos said. Xiao Yu nodded towards City Lord Chaos and Luo Feng, then City Lord Chaos and Luo Feng flew out of Cold Cliff Fortress. Xiao Yu then communicated with the control core again. A burst of 9-colored light flashed, and under the shroud of endless secret patterns, Cold Cliff Fortress teleported directly to the rift in Universe Boat. Then, Xiao Yu controlled Cold Cliff Fortress, constantly teleporting away. With continuous teleports, he would teleport directly through any spatial vortexes he encountered. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived at Tilt Peak Sector again. Looking at Tilt Peak Sector, Xiao Yu knew that the nest of the Realm Beast was located in the Dark Land, and the area around the Dark Land was a necessary passage to the Land of Reincarnation. So the Dark Land was actually easy to find. After humans obtained the map of the 3 dangerous places from the Black Stone Pillar secret chamber, Xiao Yu was already able to determine the range of the Dark Land. Xiao Yu rode Cold Cliff Fortress through one dangerous place after another, heading towards the Dark Land. Tilt Peak Sector, Core Area, Dark Land. At the edge of the endless Dark Land, surging with black mist. The black mist here was still very thin before, but as time went on, the black mist became more and more. Boom! A black light instantly rushed out of the edge of the Dark Land, and then slowed down and hovered. It was a huge monster with a dark light all over its body. It had 2 ferocious heads, each with a single eye, and its whole body was covered with dark, wrinkled skin, exuding an endless evil aura. This was Realm Beast Moro Sa, which could be said to be the ugliest monster in the world. Betty, I will definitely become the final king, Realm Beast Moro Sa murmured. Those 3 wastes are really useless, they can't even do such a small thing. Although the billion realm beasts in the realm beast nest were said to be born at the same time, there was still a sequence. Even if the time difference was not large, Realm Beast Moro Sa and Betty and others, as the first batch of realm beasts to be born, each seized the opportunity and believed that they could become the final king. As realm beasts, they understood their mission since they were born, and they also knew how to become stronger. Then, it turned into a stream of light and quickly flew towards the endless waves in the distance. In the endless waves, there was a large ship floating. When the black light flew over, 3 towering figures flew out from the ship. Respectable King, King Xianxia, Ancestral God Chuyan, and Star Master Haole said respectfully. Realm Beast Moro Sa looked down at the 3 true gods, and after a long time, he said, this mission was not completed very well. I am very unhappy. If there is another time, you will be my food for promotion. King, although this plan was not very perfect, the map has been obtained by the human race. Presumably Giant Axe Creator or Creation Master will come to explore. If it is Creation Master who comes, you must be careful. King Xianxia, Ancestral God Chuyan, and Star Master Haole trembled with fear. They already knew the power and cruelty of these realm beasts, so they naturally dared not disobey. Creation Master, Realm Beast Moro Sa looked down at the three true gods. What is the origin of this creation master? He is a strong human from the primitive universe era, a universe master. King Xianxia's voice was like metal colliding. Ha ha ha, a universe master, such fragile food, you actually want me to be careful of him? Realm Beast Moro Sa laughed wildly. Realm beasts were super lifeforms born from the highest law, representing destruction. As soon as they were born, they were already at the true god stage. With such great strength, how could he not laugh? Respectable king, you must not underestimate this creation master. The Shenyan race, which once dominated the universe, was destroyed by creation master alone, Star Master Haole said quickly. Tell me, how strong is this Shenyan race? Realm Beast Moro Sa became slightly more serious. Chapter 478, World Beast Lair. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. The God Eye race possessed 7 true gods and nearly 100 universe masters, yet such powerful strength was annihilated by the creator god in just a few years, continued Star Master Haole. Killed 7 true gods, World Beast Morosa became slightly more serious. A universe master being able to kill a true god was worthy of his attention, especially since he wasn't very strong at the moment, only at the first level, and still far from advancing to the second level. Whenever he recalled devouring his world beast brethren, World Beast Morosa couldn't help but drool. That was truly the most delicious food in the world. However, he had only succeeded once. Their strengths were similar, all at the first level. His success was due to his cunning in the alliance of 5 world beasts who killed that world beast, allowing him to reap the benefits. In the end, the team fell apart due to uneven distribution. That's why he was communicating with the outside world now. He wanted to devour some true god food to become stronger. Presumably, that creator god is also one of the most delicious foods in the world, World Beast Morosa thought to himself. In his eyes, the stronger the existence, the more delicious it would be to devour. Alright, you may leave. I will summon you again if there are any tasks. World Beast Morosa immediately wanted to return to his nest. He was constantly planning in his heart to unite with other world beasts to devour Betty. Respected king, what about us? Star Master Haole hurriedly asked. Don't worry, when I become king, I will make you eternal beings as well. World Beast Morosa continued to draw a pie in the sky for the 3 true gods. A moment later, World Beast Morosa re-entered the depths of the dim land. After 30 years, Xiaoyu finally arrived at the dim land aboard the cold cliff fortress. As soon as he approached the dim land, Xiaoyu was shocked. It's as if it's the most evil and dark place in the world, like the most turbid place in the universe. At the same time, Xiaoyu's Eye of Law also observed that this dim land contained the world's most concentrated law of destruction. This place is truly strange, actually able to nurture world beasts, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Then, Xiaoyu rode the cold cliff fortress into the dim land. Deep in the distant dim land, amidst the winding black mist, sleeping ugly monsters suddenly awakened. An enemy. An enemy. An enemy. Instantly, millions of world beasts woke up, and they madly flew towards the direction the enemy had entered. Boom! A huge roar came with spatial fluctuations. This must be at least tens of thousands of world beasts flying to produce such a strong movement. Xiaoyu inside the cold cliff fortress was immediately shocked. Xiaoyu wanted to spread his divine power to sense the situation in the distance, but found that his divine power was restricted everywhere in this dim land. Just one look, and I'll leave. Xiaoyu still had some confidence in himself, confident that he could leave safely. In a short while, Xiaoyu discovered millions of kilometers away, floating ugly monsters. These monsters exuded an endless evil aura. Seeing them, Xiaoyu already knew that they were all world beasts. There were many world beasts, and the number that could be counted was already more than 10,000, and there was an endless stream of world beasts coming from behind. Xiaoyu gasped, looking at the countless world beasts in front of him, each one exuding an aura comparable to a true god. Intruder, die, die, the world beasts roared, making roars that only world beasts could understand. But Xiaoyu seemed to understand the meaning of their roars. The world beasts almost simultaneously launched soul attacks, seemingly wanting to eliminate this invading enemy with one blow. Black light spheres bombarded the cold cliff fortress. The sky-covered soul attack almost covered all the cold cliff fortress's flight paths. Xiaoyu's whole body's divine power immediately evaporated. the burning god orb automatically opened, and the divine power actively burned. The cold cliff fortress suddenly emitted endless 9-colored flames. At the same time, Xiao Yu raised the source god blade in his hand, and a giant blade phantom about 3 light years high appeared in the void. The giant blade phantom seemed to contain an endless river of saber light, or a destroyed world. The universe space shattered, and endless black storms naturally arose, surrounding the huge giant blade phantom. Reincarnation, Xiao Yu whispered, and the source god blade drew a strange arc in front of his chest. Immediately, a soul-type attack secret technique reincarnation, comparable to the power of the 14th level, bombarded the soul attacks launched by the world beasts. Boom, 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 boom. In the endless bombardment, the soul-type attack secret techniques released by hundreds of thousands of world beasts annihilated each other with the reincarnation secret technique released by Xiao Yu. After one blow, Xiao Yu turned around and rode the cold cliff fortress away. He was not ready to officially fight with the world beasts yet. The main reason was that even if he killed all the world beasts, the last one left would still advance to become the world beast king. This is an unchangeable rule. If you want to solve it, you need to enslave a world beast first, and then kill all the other world beasts. Escaped, chase. The world beasts went straight towards the palace treasure flying out of the dim land, and some world beasts launched attacks from time to time during the process. The cold cliff fortress, as small as a particle, nimbly dodged the joint attacks time and time again, and even if it couldn't dodge, it would try its best to attack to resist the power. From beginning to end, every attack Xiao Yu launched, regardless of the power, tried to avoid the world beasts. He didn't want to cause a large number of world beast deaths. However, there were too many chasing world beasts, and accidental injuries were inevitable. Among the millions of chasing world beasts, most of them were chasing Xiao Yu, as if they didn't care about their own lives. However, there was an oddity in the world beast group, which was world beast Morosa. Seeing a world beast in front of him being seriously injured, its body almost split in half, and its 2 heads almost separated. Morosa muttered to himself, "The time has come." Morosa suddenly rushed to the seriously injured world beast, and launched a full attack as soon as he came up. "Morosa, you shameless traitor, you are actually attacking me at this time," the seriously injured world beast roared. However, it was too badly injured to fight back, and could only passively accept the attack. Morosa didn't care about the other party's weak roar and scolding. He killed the world beast, and then dragged it into a black mist before quickly devouring it. Delicious, delicious, really delicious. World beast Morosa seemed to be devouring the most delicious food in the world, and at the same time, it also felt its origin was increasing rapidly. While eating, world beast Morosa also looked up at the sky, at those companions who seemed to be red-eyed from killing, and sneered, "A bunch of idiots." At the same time, world beast Morosa also discovered that in the midair, there were several world beasts picking up leaks like it, including its enemy Betty. "Why isn't that guy Betty killed directly? That way I can devour delicious food." World beast Morosa looked forward to it. In the distance, the cold cliff fortress had already flown to the edge of the dim land. Inside the fortress, Xiao Yu also saw the behavior of the world beasts, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Perhaps, my arrival will give birth to several strong men among the world beasts. Chapter 479 Absorbing Strange Objects. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Leaving the dim place, Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then directly rode the Lenga fortress away from the Kaifeng realm. Fortunately, these world beasts are only at the first level, otherwise, facing countless world beasts, there is a risk of falling. There are too many world beasts. If you really fight, there will be countless world beasts from all directions and angles, making it difficult to avoid. Xiao Yu continued to think. At the edge of the dim place, millions of world beasts watched the iceberg that had flown far out of the nest. Damn it, if it weren't for the admonition of the highest law, otherwise we would have to chase it out. The universe sea is still very dangerous for me now, I must grow quickly. The eyes of the world beasts were filled with unwillingness. In the world beast group, Morosa's only eye was still full of shock. Is that the strong man of the universe sea? It is so powerful, it is not as weak as those 3 wastes said at all. Next time, when they come again, they must be used as food. It's a pity, I only devoured 2 by taking advantage of the chaos, and it will take a long time to be promoted. Morosa said to himself with regret, murmuring. In the distance, in a black fog, the world beast Betty's only eye was full of hatred. Looking into the distance, this Moro-sa is really lucky, he actually devoured 2 origins by taking advantage of the chaos. No, I must catch up and not fall behind. Moro-sa and Betty have been fighting each other since they were born. Xiao Yu left the dim place and did not appear again for a long time, and the world beasts also returned to each other with vigilance. When facing foreign enemies, they cooperate together, but after the foreign enemies are driven away, these world beasts will begin to fight each other. Outside the Kaifeng realm outer domain, in the airspace, among the gaps of countless mountain rocks and celestial bodies, a stream of light appears and disappears from time to time, each teleport being thousands of light years apart. Before long, a blood-colored stream of light appeared near the human race's garrison, next to the palace in the huge canyon on the celestial mountain rock. Xiao Yu rested in the deserted palace. In the huge palace, Xiao Yu casually sat on the towering throne, leisurely sipping wine, thinking about the next cultivation. The most important thing now is to increase the level of divine power to 100,000 times, and then directly advance to become a true god. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. After becoming a true god, the Genesis secret technique he created will also be upgraded again due to the improvement of divine power. Perhaps it cannot become an 11th order secret technique, but it can be upgraded to become a 10th order top tier. Although there is only one level difference between the 11th order secret technique and the 10th order secret technique, there is a qualitative difference. From the realm point of view, the 11th order secret technique already belongs to the void true god level secret technique, while the 10th order secret technique still belongs to the true god level secret technique. The 12th, 13th, and even 14th orders that Xiao Yu achieved using the origin god blade amplification in battle all reached the power level, but did not reach the realm. This is an accumulation of quantity and an increase in damage. Even if the void appears during the battle, it is only an occasional phenomenon because the battle is too intense. In addition to these, there is also my cultivation in the Yuan Soul way. The gestation of the world requires a long time. Perhaps I can do it in the black pattern stone pillar space. With tens of millions of times the time flow rate, only 1,000 years is tens of billions of years. Xiao Yu continued to plan. In addition, there is the map of Kaifeng realm. The dim place has been explored, so I will erase it from the map, along with the map of the surrounding tens of thousands of light years. Xiao Yu does not intend to inform the human race's high-level officials of the news now, nor does he notify the Origin will. The previous Origin will requested that he repair the universe boat, which already explained the problem. I am afraid that the original universe Origin will already knew about it in the early days of Reincarnation. Then Xiao Yu supplemented the latest map of Kaifeng realm, the missing part of the human race's universe C map, and then uploaded it through the virtual universe system. And sent an email to a group of super powerhouses of the human race. In just a moment, Lord of Genesis, there is another great discovery. Lord of Genesis, how is the harvest this time? Such as Chaos City Lord, Dark Lord, Luo Feng, etc., either in the virtual universe or sent emails to inquire. Xiao Yu replied to them one by one. After dealing with things roughly, Xiao Yu rarely gained a period of leisure. After resting for a month, Xiao Yu rushed towards the universe boat. Passing through countless space vortexes along the way, continuous teleportation. Soon he had arrived at the universe boat. Passing through the dangerous place formed by endless ice, fire, thunder and lightning, and other various laws in the outer domain of the universe boat, Xiao Yu directly came to the crack of the universe boat. Then Xiao Yu communicated with the control core. After a burst of 9-colored divine light, Xiao Yu was directly transmitted to the internal space of the black patterned stone pillar. It is the cultivation space where Xiao Yu's divine power incarnation is located, with a time flow rate of tens of millions of times. After putting the divine power incarnation back into the world ring, Xiao Yu adjusted his soul sensitivity to 80,000 times. Then he took out the strange object he had obtained before, the black divine wood. Then Xiao Yu's divine power wrapped the black divine wood and sent it into the divine body, the ethereal and uncertain world seed. Boom! A huge swallowing force was generated, pulling the black divine wood towards the world seed. Under the endless swallowing force, the black divine wood was torn apart, collapsing from the outside to the inside, turning into strands of black energy, and quickly pulled into the world seed. Then Xiao Yu only retained a trace of soul sensitivity on the world seed, and all the remaining soul power was used to cultivate and comprehend secret techniques and experiment with divine power structures. Time passed leisurely, and 10,000 years had passed in the cultivation space in the blink of an eye. In 10,000 years, the world seed finally completely devoured the huge black divine wood. Why didn't a new law seed gestate? Xiao Yu wondered. However, he felt more changes inside the world, and the energy in this endless time and space was several times richer. After absorbing the black divine wood's strange object, Xiao Yu's mind moved, and he appeared in the inheritance space, and then began to cultivate the complete inheritance secret technique, and at the same time, he was constantly familiarizing himself with the blueprints and secret patterns of the 3,000 Conquer Realm boats. At the same time, he separated 20,000 times the soul sensitivity to study the divine power structure. Original Universe, Genesis Universe Kingdom. In the towering and continuous palace complex, Xiao Yu's divine power incarnation, which is 100,000 kilometers high, is stationed here, wearing complete armor and weapons, as well as a pinnacle domain treasure and a pinnacle palace treasure. The time has come, my true body cannot return to the original universe temporarily, so I will go and help craftsman God complete the final secret pattern engraving. Xiao Yu thought to himself, and then disappeared out of thin air. After one teleportation, he appeared in the void, a place shrouded in endless flames. The flames here are extremely hot, and ordinary universe venerables cannot tolerate such heat. Xiao Yu turned into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of the endless flames. In the depths of the endless flames, there are dozens of figures, each figure simultaneously manipulating several treasure refining tools, hammering piles of materials like mountains. Xiao Yu, you're finally here. The craftsman god's voice, like a continuous mountain range, rumbled. Old Shi, it's okay to be here, anyway, it's not late. Xiao Yu said softly. Chapter 480, Craftsman Star. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Why did you send an avatar this time? Is your true body in the universe C? Do you need help? The artisan god asked. He knew Xiao Yu very well. If it wasn't for something important, he wouldn't easily ask a divine power avatar for help. Oh, your perception is getting stronger and stronger, Xiao Yu praised. I've been refining treasures recently and gained some insights, which have improved me a lot. The artisan god laughed loudly, his huge laughter shattering the surrounding space, and endless flames surged, forming whirlwinds of fire. These whirlwinds of fire affected his disciples. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly controlled the space-time, stabilized the spatial structure, and calmed the fire whirlwinds. Teacher, why are you making such a big commotion? Little 53 is only a universe venerable, he can't withstand such a big commotion from you, Venerable Xia complained. Ha. The artisan god smiled awkwardly, realizing that he had forgotten about his weaker disciples. Old Shi, release all the refined treasure components. I'll do the finishing work. You all need to learn carefully. Xiao Yu looked around and didn't find a single finished component. He understood that these treasure components had been collected by the artisan god. Okay, these are all the treasure components refined before, including the previous ones and some newly added components, totaling 180,000 treasure components. With a wave of his hand, the artisan god caused treasure components to appear out of thin air. Some of these treasures were like a disc, some like a cone, some like a continent, some like a rugged pot, some like an inverted triangle, and countless others in various styles. Under the shroud of flames, each treasure emitted a different aura. Some were like ordinary treasures, some emitted the aura of high-level treasures, and the most intense aura came from the continuous mountain range, Artisan God Mountain. Not bad, I see that 10 of the treasure components are emitting auras that have reached the peak treasure level, Xiao Yu praised. In the endless flames, each of these suspended treasure components was flawed. Even Artisan God Mountain was like that. Although it emitted the aura of an ultimate treasure, it always felt incomplete. Looking at the more than 180,000 treasure components in front of him, Xiao Yu felt a little worried and looked at the artisan god, who resembled a mountain, and said, Old Shi, so many. You're not just going to watch from the sidelines, are you? I haven't mastered the Tao of mystical runes, so I can only do the refining stage of the runes. As for the final process, I really can't do anything about it. The artisan god waved his hand, stood behind Xiao Yu, and directly transmitted his voice. Together with his disciples, they stared at Xiao Yu with fiery eyes. Xiao Yu felt a chill down his spine. As divine power flowed, space-time distorted, hiding himself so they couldn't see him. Xiao Yu, don't be so stingy. You're just learning something from me, aren't you? The artisan god joked. It's the first time I've seen someone steal a teacher's skills so openly, Xiao Yu retorted. Then he began his work. Xiao Yu's body was filled with endless divine power, which spread out, covering a radius of 1 light year around. Suddenly, the divine power burst out with endless 9-colored light, forming mystical runes, each different from the other. It's been a while since I've seen you refine treasures. Your skill in engraving mystical runes has become even more exquisite, the artisan god praised. Teacher, can you also use this method of the creator god? Venerable Xiya asked. As the artisan god's closest disciple, Venerable Xiya often followed him. Many questions that other disciples didn't dare to ask, he dared to ask. Of course I can, the artisan god smiled awkwardly. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, not minding, and continued to concentrate on controlling the endless mystical runes, guiding them to accurately land on each treasure component. The endless mystical runes landed on the treasure components and then disappeared inside. Xiao Yu then continued to inscribe these mystical runes on more than 180,000 treasure components simultaneously. Again and again, each time they were added, the aura emitted by these treasures would change slightly. Teacher, how many times is the creator god going to inscribe the mystical runes? Venerable Xiya asked, puzzled. According to my original design, 3,600 different mystical runes are needed. These endless mystical runes, when superimposed, will allow all the treasure components to merge into a true palace-type supreme treasure, the artisan god laughed. He designed the entire treasures plan himself, so he could easily say it. Why do we need to use 3,600 layers of mystical runes instead of inscribing them all at once? Venerable Xiya didn't understand. He also cultivated with the artisan god and knew many of the techniques for inscribing mystical runes, but he didn't understand these profound refining principles. If the treasure is just a two-dimensional surface, then inscribing one layer of mystical runes on this surface is enough. But the treasure is not a flat surface, but a solid three-dimensional object. To maximize the performance of the treasure, we need to delve the mystical runes deep into the interior of the treasure, taking into account all levels as much as possible. That's why we need a multi-layered mystical rune structure, the artisan god said in a booming voice. The higher the level of the treasure, the more layers are needed, the artisan god continued. Teacher, this is different from what you taught us before, Venerable Xiya asked, pursuing the question. You only said before that it was enough to inscribe mystical runes on the surface of the treasure components. The other disciples also had such doubts, and they all looked at the artisan god with bright eyes, expecting the teacher's answer. The highest level of treasures refined before was only top-tier treasures, which are not on the same level as supreme treasures, so the techniques are also very different, the artisan god explained. He had also figured this out after learning the Tao of mystical runes from Xiao Yu. He had also experimented before, and the experimental results were very good. Using this technique, refining top-tier treasures could save half the materials. You all watch carefully and learn more. Such an opportunity is very rare. If you have any questions, ask after the treasure is refined, the artisan god reminded. Yes, teacher. Venerable Xiya and the other disciples all quieted down and carefully observed and learned. In the endless flames, streaks of 9-colored divine light flashed, and then endless mystical runes were formed time and time again, and these endless mystical runes were refined into the treasure over and over again. Then the whole thing disappeared into the treasure. These layers of mystical runes, each layer is different, but the two adjacent layers still have a certain connection, either connecting divine power, or increasing the power of mystical techniques, or enhancing the material texture, etc. 3 days later, after expending great effort, Xiao Yu finally completed the refining of the last layer of mystical runes. All the treasure components were now covered with complex and profound mystical runes. Condense. Xiao Yu's endless divine power fell into Artisan God Mountain. Suddenly, Artisan God Mountain flew out of the endless flames, and then suddenly soared thousands of times in size. In the void, a virtual image of a planet with a diameter of 10 light-years appeared. On this planet, only Artisan God Mountain was real. Chapter 481 The Strongest Craftsman Star. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Go, Xiao Yu uttered in a low voice, as the massive planet phantom shimmered with endless secret patterns. Within the boundless flames, One supreme treasure component after another transformed into streaks of light, flying into that phantom in succession, expanding continuously as they flew. Each supreme treasure component, like pieces of a puzzle, expanded as they flew towards the phantom. All of the craftsman god's disciples looked at the scene before them in astonishment, even though most of them had witnessed it once before, tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing it again after so long, they still felt deeply shaken. As the final piece of the massive planet Phantom flew into place, the entire planet seemed to pulse like a heart, emanating powerful waves in the void. These waves possessed a unique frequency, causing even the surrounding space-time to resonate. Is this the ultimate supreme treasure? It's incredibly powerful, Venerable Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. Haha, I have finally crafted an ultimate supreme treasure. The craftsman god laughed heartily, his voice booming. In the distance, Xiaoyu turned his head to look at the craftsman god and said, Old Shi, you only participated, don't take all the credit for yourself. The craftsman god was rendered speechless and could only offer an awkward smile, but since the craftsman god was formed from mountains, it was impossible to tell if he was blushing. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu uttered in a low voice, stabilize. Instantly, endless secret patterns formed in the void and then merged into the massive planet, making the entire planet seem as if it had formed naturally. Apart from the countless secret patterns densely covering the planet, there was no trace of artificial carving. The fluctuations from the craftsman god star becoming an ultimate supreme treasure spread through space-time to distant lands. Even the immortal gods and universe venerables within the vast palace complex tens of thousands of light years away felt it, and they all looked over in succession. What's that commotion? Some newly advanced experts, unfamiliar with the situation, asked in confusion. It feels like a supreme treasure is being born. Some universe venerables who had previously entered the original star and experienced the birth of supreme treasures had experience and speculated. However, they were not entirely certain, as there was only one secret realm within hundreds of thousands of light years around here, but that secret realm was not in the direction from which the fluctuations originated. One universe venerable after another, along with one king-level immortal after another, quickly left their palaces and then continuously teleported towards the direction of the fluctuations. In just a moment, the human race's universe venerables and immortals had appeared in the void near the endless flames. When did such a massive planet appear here? What planet? This is clearly the craftsman god star, but enlarged dozens of times, and with some changes. The creation master is here. The craftsman god is also here. They're probably refining treasures here. They were all shocked by the massive craftsman god star in the distance, which was beginning to absorb cosmic energy in the void. They all discussed animatedly. Xiaoyu glanced at the human experts in the distance and transmitted his voice, "Go back, nothing major is happening, just refining treasures." "Yes, creation master," a group of universe venerables and immortal gods respectfully replied. Then, the human race's group of universe venerables and immortal gods all teleported away, returning to the palace complex. But in the virtual universe, their discussions continued, and they were all speculating about what level of treasure the current craftsman god star was. Xiaoyu clapped his hands and then appeared next to the craftsman god. "It's done. Claim it as your own, it requires the soul will of the strongest level. Old Shi, you wouldn't fail, would you?" "How could that be?" the craftsman god said indignantly. "Kid, in front of so many of my disciples, couldn't you leave me some face? Is face important, or is the ultimate supreme treasure important?" Xiaoyu asked. "Naturally, crafting the ultimate supreme treasure is important," the craftsman god affirmed. Immediately, the craftsman god's divine power permeated into the massive craftsman god star, beginning the series of procedures for claiming ownership. After a moment, the craftsman god completed the process. From then on, the craftsman god was the master of the ultimate supreme treasure craftsman god star, and perhaps after a long period, the craftsman god star would also give birth to a spirit. "Old Shi, what are your plans for the future?" Xiaoyu asked. "I plan to cultivate in seclusion for a period. This time, reforging the craftsman god star has given me great insights. I'll close up to completely digest these insights," the craftsman god said excitedly. "I'm going back to guard the place. Contact me if anything happens," Xiaoyu said, turning to leave. "Xiaoyu, these are the materials I accumulated from refining treasures over a long period. Although reforging the craftsman god star consumed a lot, there's still quite a bit left," the craftsman god said, and with a thought, a world ring appeared in front of Xiao Yu. So generous, you're giving it all to me. Xiao Yu took the world ring. His divine power permeated into it, and he immediately discovered that the world within this world ring had a diameter of 10 light years, filled with precious materials. They were all materials for refining treasures. However, most of them were materials suitable for refining high-grade treasures and below, with only a very small portion of extremely rare materials. I promised it long ago, the craftsman god nodded happily. The value of the materials inside is roughly equivalent to an ultimate supreme treasure. All right, I'll accept it then, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Immediately, Xiao Yu flew out of the endless flames and then teleported directly back to his palace in the Creation Universe country. Back in the palace, Xiao Yu directly sent the world ring into his divine kingdom through divine kingdom teleportation. Vast divine kingdom, Flame Canyon, also known as Treasure Refining Valley. A towering blood-colored stream of light flew into the sky, taking the suddenly appearing world ring in its hand. These materials are only enough to refine 5 pinnacle treasures, but top-tier treasures, high-grade treasures, and ordinary treasures can be refined in the thousands or tens of thousands, Xiao Yu sighed. Although they aren't considered precious, some ordinary treasures, and even massive amounts of heavy treasures, can greatly replenish my Earth lineage's treasury, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Although the treasures had not yet been refined, he had already begun planning their use. Xiao Yu returned to Treasure Refining Valley, distributed the materials, and 20 divine power clones began to refine treasures in an orderly manner. The craftsman god star being upgraded to an ultimate supreme treasure palace was a major event, both for the Hong Alliance and for other super forces throughout the original universe. Virtual Universe, Giant Axe Plane. Xiao Yu informed the Giant Axe founder and the City Lord of Chaos about the matter. Xiao Yu, keep this matter quiet for now, and tell the craftsman god as well, the Giant Axe founder said solemnly. Giant Axe, some of the craftsman god's disciples are also from other forces, it's difficult to keep it secret, Xiao Yu said directly. Since it can't be kept secret, we might as well celebrate it with great fanfare, the City Lord of Chaos said with a smile. All right, the Giant Axe founder nodded in agreement. Virtual Universe, Hong Alliance Hall. At the massive long table, all the universe lords of the entire Hong Alliance were seated on their thrones. Xiao Yu and the Giant Axe founder were seated in the main positions. The reason for gathering everyone here this time is to celebrate the fact that my Hong Alliance's craftsman god Hall Master has refined an ultimate supreme treasure. This is the most worthy thing to celebrate in the entire Hong Alliance for millions of eras, the Giant Axe founder said loudly. Instantly, all the universe lords in the hall were shocked. Chapter 482. In the entire Universe C, as far as is currently known, only Sitting Mountain Guest can refine supreme treasures, but very few people truly know him, and even fewer can get him to help with refining. Now that a master who can refine supreme treasures has appeared within the Hong Alliance, how could people not be happy? From now on, within my Hong Alliance, we will also possess more supreme treasures, Giant Axe founder said happily. Immediately, there was another wave of joy and celebration. Many hall masters, holding wine glasses, sought out craftsman god. Everyone hoped to become familiar with this newly joined alliance refining master, making it easier to have treasures refined in the future. Although even within the alliance, asking craftsman god to refine treasures might not be much cheaper, many precious treasures simply cannot find a master to refine them. Masters who can refine top-grade treasures are among the most scarce resources in the entire Universe C. Therefore, craftsman god became the focus of the entire banquet. Xiao Yu suddenly transmitted a message to Luo Feng beside him. Luo Feng, I heard from teacher that you are going to explore Chongfang realm. Third brother, that's right. I plan to explore all 3 dangerous realms to broaden my horizons, Luo Feng replied via telepathy. Well, in Chongfang realm, our human race doesn't have the strongest to guard it. You must be careful. When you come in, explore the outer regions, and even if you enter the inner regions, do not enter the core area, Xiao Yu advised via telepathy. Don't worry, I've seen the latest updated map. I won't go to those particularly dangerous places, Luo Feng replied via telepathy. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and stopped paying attention to Luo Feng. He possesses an avatar. Even if his true body perishes, it will only be a loss of some treasures, not a true demise. Within the vast and boundless divine kingdom. Beside the endless, towering world tree trunk, in an independent space-time. Beside the law steel, there are World Master level, Domain Master level, and Undying God level members of the Earth lineage comprehending the laws. In a virtual shadow chamber, Thor, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly shouted, "Xiao Yu, I'm about to advance." At this moment, Thor felt that the three profound mysteries of the law of time, time acceleration, stop, and reversal, were all integrated together, becoming a complete law of time. World Tree Xiao Yu's divine power swept over Thor, and he immediately sensed a feeling of time perfection on him. With a thought, he moved Thor entirely to the top of the divine palace above. Then, 9-colored divine power flashed, and Thor was teleported near the Genesis Universe country. A week later, in the virtual universe, in Thor's exclusive plane, a towering divine palace surrounded by endless lightning floated in the void. Divine Palace Hall. Beside a long table, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thor sat on huge thrones. Bottles of precious wine were placed on the table, and 4 or 5 bottles were already empty. "Second brother, congratulations," Xiao Yu said. "Second brother, may life be eternal," Luo Feng also congratulated. The 4 of them had been celebrating for some time, and they had already drunk several rounds of wine. However, for powerful beings like them, a banquet lasting 10 days or half a month is normal. It is not only for celebration but also a way to rest and relax from busy cultivation. Our Earth lineage is truly rising now. Not only have 2 universe masters appeared, but there are also nearly 200 undying gods among the other universe venerables in later generations, Hong said with emotion. To think that more than 10,000 years ago, our Earth had just come into contact with the universe, and now it has become one of the top civilizations in the entire universe, Thor said with a smile. With the current strength of the Earth lineage, even if it separated from the human race, it could be called a super force. The main reason is that Xiao Yu's strength is too extraordinary. With Third Brother's way of cultivating talents, our Earth lineage will also produce more universe venerables, universe masters, and even the strongest, Luo Feng said. Perhaps one day, the minimum level of those living on Earth will be undying, Thor said with a smile. Hundreds of billions of undying gods, how powerful would our Earth lineage be then? Hong also fantasized. Believe that in the near future, we will see it, Xiao Yu said with a smile, giving a definite answer. Chongfang Realm, Core Area, Land of Obscurity. The black mist is even thicker. A large ship is floating in the endless tide. Inside the ship, 3 towering figures stand facing each other. This time, what does the king want from us? King Zhenjia's voice sounded like steel. Unknown, ancestral god Chuyan said. Suddenly, 13 black lights flew from the edge of the land of obscurity. When those 13 black lights flew closer, they were the ugly monster realm beasts, among which was Meluosa. The other 12 realm beasts were Meluosa's newly acquainted allies. "The kings are here, let's go out and greet them," Star Master Haolei's voice boomed. Okay. Then the 3 turned into streamers of light and appeared outside the big ship. "Respectful greetings, kings," the 3 respectfully saluted. "How did you handle things? You didn't explain that humans are so strong." Realm beast Meluosa roared angrily. The other 12 realm beasts also roared together, and the 3 were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. They are still located in the land of obscurity, fearing that they would be blamed by the realm beasts and turned into food. "Respected king, what happened? Have humans already been here?" Star Master Haolei asked immediately. "I don't know if it was a human, but more than 1,000 years ago, a towering iceberg broke in and later escaped." Realm beast Meluosa showed a virtual projection in front of him. In the projection, a towering iceberg was lifelike, and a fortress beside the iceberg cliff looked very solid. Cold Cliff Fortress, it is the supreme treasure palace possessed by the human Genesis Lord, Xiao Yu, King Zhenjia said immediately. "He has already escaped, but why didn't he expose the matter of the land of obscurity?" Star Master Haolei was puzzled. "The plan of you 3 wastes has obviously failed. A new plan must be formulated to attract more of the strongest, otherwise think about your future, your race," Realm beast Meluosa roared angrily. "It prides itself on being the most perfect life in the universe and looks down on the food in front of it. If it weren't for more delicious food, it would not have endured the desire to eat." "Yes, respected king, next time we will definitely bring more of the strongest," Star Master Haolei said immediately. In an ice and sand world far away from the land of obscurity, a large ship broke through layers of frozen ice. Inside the ship, True God's ancestral god Chuyan, King Xianxia, and Star Master Haole were frowning and thinking about countermeasures. Haole, our plan for a long time has completely failed this time. I didn't expect that it was the human Genesis Lord who came in the past, and he actually escaped, King Xianxia said with emotion. In the beginning, we all entered without knowing why. If we hadn't agreed to become the king's subordinates, we might have already fallen, ancestral god Chuyan said. The three of them all ventured into Chongfeng realm and accidentally entered the land of obscurity, where they were besieged by countless realm beasts. In the end, in order to survive, they had no choice but to become the subordinates of the realm beasts. Chapter 483. The king commands us to lure more of the strongest into the dark land. What should we do? Ancestral god Chuyan asked. Xianxia king, built like a high-speed rail, stretched his body, emitting a clanging sound. We failed last time, we must plan this carefully, and the time cannot be too long. If it is, things might be exposed. I don't understand why the creator didn't expose the dark land. But this is a good thing for us, said the lightning giant, Haole Star Master. For the sake of the race, we must also do our best to complete the king's command, said Xianxia king. This time, I will be responsible for leading people near the dark land. You two will hide nearby. When the time comes, the three of us will work together to throw them into the dark land. We won't need to worry about what happens after that. The king will take care of the rest, Haole Star Master said. This plan must not fail again, otherwise we will have no status in the king's heart, said ancestral god Chuyan. It won't fail. No one in the entire universe C knows the relationship between the three of us, Haole Star Master said repeatedly. Edge of the dark land. 13 streams of black light suddenly stopped, hiding in the black mist. Zoro, we must devour Betty this time, Morosa, the world beast, said, its single eye emitting a dark light. It and Betty had fought many times, both in one-on-one battles and group fights. The most they ever had was when they each teamed up with dozens of world beasts and then fought against each other. But in so many battles, the two world beasts had their own victories and defeats, and both survived. Morosa, why are you being so polite to those three wastes? World beast Zoro roared. Zoro was still immersed in the scene of their first meeting. As the most perfect super life in the universe C, it disdained talking to low-level lives. Zoro, don't be angry. Although we are the most perfect life in the world, we are not familiar with the universe yet, and we still can't go out. Although those three are wastes, they are still useful to us, said world beast Morosa. Morosa, Betty has just entered the dark forest, a world beast next to Morosa suddenly said. Miao Guangxi, Betty actually dares to enter the dark forest alone. Morosa also sensed Betty's recent location. The dark forest is an extremely vast forest in the dark land, filled with trees that are hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and emit black gas. Go, let's devour Betty together. It has now reached the peak of the first order, Morosa said eagerly. The strength gap between world beasts is not yet large, and the probability of successful devouring is not high. If Betty advances first, then Betty will gain a great advantage. Entering the dark forest, our senses are limited. Although we can roughly sense each other's positions, the error can be hundreds of billions of kilometers, Zoro said in confusion. Hundreds of billions of kilometers is not a big deal. With so many companions together, I don't believe we still can't deal with Betty, said Morosa. It had been waiting for this day for a long time, dreaming of devouring Betty's body. Okay, Miao Guangxi agreed. 13 streams of black light flew into the distance, far exceeding the speed of light. Edge of the dark forest, a tall world beast rushed into the dark forest. This is Betty. World beast Betty sensed a heavily injured world beast deep in the dark forest and murmured, Eudes, this time you fought with Kia, although you escaped, you were seriously injured and escaped to the dark forest so close to me. You deserve to be devoured by me. World beasts can not only sense each other's positions, but also sense the other's life state. They can even immediately sense whether the other party is still loyal to destruction. Haha, as long as I devour you, I can advance to the second order. Then I will have the blood-burning technique, burning the blood in my body into blood light, greatly increasing my strength. Then who in the entire dark land will be my opponent? Betty laughed to himself. The more it thought about it, the happier it became. Deep in the dark forest, world beast Eudes was fleeing deeper into the dark forest. Betty, Morosa, and Kia are all top existences in the entire nest. This time I fought with Kia and was seriously injured. My strength has fallen from the peak of the first order, and my strength is not as good as before. Now I can only lie low and recruit some weaker ones to take action, Udis thought to himself. The entire Dark Land is like a breeding ground for GU. 1 billion world beasts are born as First Order, which is the realm of true gods. After a long period of killing, roughly more than 30 million Second Order will be left, and after mutual killing and devouring, more than 1 million Third Order will be produced. These more than 1 million Third Order, after continuous killing, will produce more than 30,000 Fourth Order. More than 30,000 Fourth Order world beasts, after a long period of killing, will produce more than 1,000 Fifth Order world beasts. More than 1,000 Fifth Order world beasts, after endless epochs of killing, will produce more than 36th Order world beasts. Finally, these more than 36th Order world beasts will produce a world beast king through killing. This world beast king will be an invincible existence in the entire universe C. Although Udis was seriously injured this time, it also hoped that it could become the final king. All 1 billion world beasts in the entire world beast nest proudly believed that they would be that lucky one. Udis had long understood that the probability of becoming a world beast king was only 1 in a billion, and the hope was slim, so it repeatedly fought to hone its combat experience. In constant battles, its experience has become very rich, which is why it was able to devour more than 20 world beasts and become a peak First Order existence. Damn, I fought with Kia, I was seriously injured, and it was also slightly injured. It didn't chase after me, but this Betty is obviously coming in my direction. Udis had realized that Betty's target was itself. Escape, I can't let Betty benefit, Udis thought to itself, and then suddenly let out a roar, and a layer of black-edged, gold-boned patterns appeared on the surface of its skin, with a full 99 patterns appearing. Then, with a bang, World Beast Udis's body quickly split into 99 streams of light, flying at ultra-high speed in different directions. It cannot teleport within the dark forest, so it can only escape by flying. If it advances to the Third Order, it will sense the World Light Channel method, and then it can burn the world in its body, open a colorful light channel, and teleport away instantly. The higher the order of the World Beast, the stronger it is, and the more life-saving methods it has. Distant edge of the dark forest. World Beast Betty sneered to itself. You can transform into 99 avatars, can't I? Udis, you will definitely be devoured by me this time. As long as I devour you, I can advance to the Second Order and become the first Second Order World Beast in the entire World Beast nest. Then Betty also roared, 99 patterns appeared, turning into 99 streams of light, each chasing a target. Now Udis's strength is weaker than Betty's, and its speed is also slower. Plus Betty was chasing first, and Udis's reaction was ultimately half a beat slower. After a few days, Betty caught up with one of Udis's avatars. Chapter 484. Both world beasts are split bodies, but Betty's main body is stronger than Udis's, so the split bodies are the same. Udis, don't run, become the resource for my advancement. Betty shouted in a low voice. Wishful thinking, Udis roared. Betty and Udis faced each other from a distance, both observing the other. Suddenly, both world beasts opened their mouths, but did not make any sound. But two silent screams collided together. In the end, Betty, who was relatively stronger, was slightly better. Udis was stunned for a moment by the soul attack. Betty used the advantage of that moment, and black threads appeared around his body. These black threads quickly enveloped Udis in the distance. The black threads were extremely fast, not restricted by the speed limit of the Universe C at all, and instantly arrived around Udis, heavily surrounding Udis, wrapping Udis into a black mist cocoon. The black threads began to devour Udis's origin of destruction. Udis woke up instantly and found himself surrounded by black mist. Immediately, black mist surrounded his entire body, blasting away Betty's black mist. The black mist threads of the two were evenly matched. These black mist threads are the means by which world beasts devour divine power and the origin of the universe. At the same time as Udis broke free from the black mist cocoon, Betty had already arrived at Udis, and it was two heavy blows that sent him flying backwards for millions of kilometers. Betty pressed on relentlessly, rushing towards Udis in the distance. Pressing him under his body, his two arms pressed the opponent's two heads on the ground, and his two single eyes contained endless greed for delicious food. The ugly head frantically bit towards Eustace's chest, and Eustace suddenly disappeared. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped so quickly, Betty snorted coldly, and then disappeared. The other split bodies have been chasing. Whenever one of Eustace's split bodies was caught up and fell into a disadvantage in battle, it would disappear. In the dim forest, a black light fled at high speed. 36 split bodies have been caught up by Betty. Although they dissipated in time, the strength of the other split bodies has increased slightly, but this is not a solution, and you still can't escape. Suddenly, a black light rushed forward and knocked Eustace flying backwards. Don't run, you can't escape my palm. Betty's single eye contained endless greed and endless desire. That is the desire to devour the same kind. Don't even think about it, Eustace roared, and then this split body dissipated. As one split body after another was caught up and dissipated, Eustace understood that he could not live anymore, and the result of being devoured was inevitable, but he could choose who devoured him. Betty, I won't let you succeed, Eustace roared, while making a decision in his heart. He looked at the 13 world beasts in the distance who were rushing to the dim forest, including Moro-sa, Miao Guangs, Zoro, etc. Eustace directly sent a message to Moro-sa. Moro-sa, I was seriously injured in a battle with Chia, and now I have been attacked by Betty. I can't escape, but I don't want to make Betty so cheap. As long as he devours me, he will advance to the second level. At that time, he will not let you go. As long as you save me this time, I will kill Betty with you, Eustace transmitted the voice. Okay, you hold Betty back, I'll be right over, Moro-sa said anxiously. It didn't want Betty to be the first to advance to the second level. Miao Guangs, Zoro, let's speed up. If Betty successfully advances to the second level first, we will probably become his first target, Moro-sa anxiously ordered. Okay, speed up, Zoro was the first to agree. They formed a temporary alliance because of their common enemy Betty. Moreover, their original goal was Betty. Soon the other 11 world beasts also agreed. Moro-sa, Miao Guangs, Zoro and other 13 world beasts came to the edge of the dim forest. After receiving the message from Eustace, they accelerated again. I have informed Moro-sa and the others of the news that you are about to advance to the second level. They will definitely come and besiege you together, Eustace roared, looking at Betty surrounded by black mist on the opposite side. HMPH, you can't escape, Betty roared, and a look of resentment appeared in his single eye. He also sensed the 13 figures. Eustace's split body disappeared again. I will successfully devour you before they arrive, and then successfully advance to the second level, Betty roared, and the split body disappeared again. Eustace's split bodies, whenever they were caught up by Betty, except at the beginning, they would still resist, but the result was still defeat. After that, the split bodies would actively dissipate without any resistance. Soon all 80 of Eustace's split bodies dissipated, leaving only 18 split bodies flying away from Moro-sa, still alive. Eustace desperately looked at the Betty split body chasing behind him, very helpless. Now he is not as good as the opponent in combat experience, and he is also seriously injured, and his strength is not as good as the opponent. He is behind Betty in all aspects, and today he is inevitable to die. Chase quickly, you must catch up, Moro-sa said anxiously. It didn't want Betty to succeed, and even more didn't want Betty to be the first to advance to the second level. Moro-sa, Betty now has 13 split bodies, we can just chase in one direction each, Zoro suggested. Chase separately, we will definitely be able to catch up before Betty devours Eustace. As long as one person chases in the right direction, then as long as we hold Betty back, we will go to support together, Miao Guang said. Okay, chase separately, one person in one direction. Moro-sa also felt that the chances of success were greater if they were separated. Suddenly, 13 world beasts turned into 13 black lights and chased in 13 directions. Tear, black flesh tore, blood splattered, and the ugly head frantically bit and devoured. Ha ha, Betty, who was biting Eustace, laughed wildly. I, Betty, have finally succeeded, and I am about to be the first to advance to the second level. Betty's body was also full of scars, and the other half of his head was torn apart. Obviously the previous fight was extremely tragic. Betty, you ate me, and you will be eaten by other world beasts in the future, Eustace roared unwillingly. Idiot, if I devour you, I will step into the second level. With my combat experience, I will be an invincible existence in the entire nest. At that time, I will also be the first to advance to the 3rd level, the first to become a 4th level world beast, and finally become the final king, Betty roared. But the biting action did not stop. His mouth kept repeating, delicious. So delicious, it's simply the most delicious existence. Betty's body and mind kept trembling, enjoying the process of devouring the same kind and increasing his strength at the same time. You are already seriously injured now, even if you advance to the 2nd level, you will be besieged. I have spread the news of your advancement to the 2nd level throughout the entire nest. Eudes was still unwilling. What if I am besieged? One step faster, every step faster, don't you understand this principle? As long as I am the first to advance to the 2nd level, I can wantonly kill those 1st level peak existences, so that they cannot advance in a short time, and my strength can be increased again in the hunt. Betty looked at Eudes on the ground indifferently. Chapter 485, 2nd Order Beast. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Deep within the dark forest, Betty completely devoured Eudes, black mist rising from his entire body, completely restoring the damage caused by the earlier battle. Ha ha ha, I have finally become a 2nd order, endless years of fighting, finally gaining the upper hand. Betty laughed maniacally. Suddenly, one of Betty's heads looked into the distant void, a cold glint in its single eye. Zoro, that idiot, doesn't even realize he's being used as a pawn by Morosa. In the distance, a streak of black light rapidly approached Betty's location. Morosa, hurry, I can already see Betty. Zoro urgently transmitted. In the distant depths of the forest, 12 world beasts simultaneously halted. Morosa anxiously pressed, is Eudes all right? Eudes, he, has already become a part of Betty. Zoro casually replied. Then we'll rush over immediately, you hold Betty back. Myogongsi also transmitted. Okay, you guys hurry over. Zoro said. Zoro's speed was extremely fast, exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light, quickly reaching Betty's vicinity. Deep within the world beast nest, on a floating desert rock, a massive black figure was lying prone. With a whoosh, it suddenly sat up, gazing into the distance. Its 2 ugly heads simultaneously looked in one direction, the single eyes on its heads coldly staring into the distance. Betty, it murmured to itself, you actually advanced to the 2nd order, I need to speed up as well. It was Mingdonglai, a peak 1st order existence entrenched in the world beast nest, and also a strong contender who once had the potential to be the first to advance to the 2nd order. The struggle is becoming increasingly fierce. World beast Mingdonglai said. Previously, everyone was at the 1st order, and although the struggle was intense, it was rare to see anyone successfully devouring their opponent. But once a world beast advances to the 2nd order, there is a clear gap in strength. Moreover, those like Mingdonglai who were already at the peak of the 1st order would desperately devour world beasts to catch up as soon as possible, so as to ensure that they would not be devoured. In the dark forest, in the endless lake not far away, on a majestic island, the beach was covered with black reefs, and a huge black figure was lying on a huge reef. It was Kia, who had severely injured Eudes. Betty, consider yourself lucky. Kia had been injured in the previous battle with Eudes, and it had escaped, allowing Betty to pick up the scraps. However, what you gained today, you will have to repay in the future, I will get it back. Kia snorted coldly, then flew away into the distance. It also needed to continue to fight and devour world beasts to advance to the 2nd order as soon as possible. Deep within the dark forest, the single eyes on Betty's 2 heads coldly stared at the ugly monster opposite, its entire body almost shrouded in black mist. Zoro, you came at the right time, I just advanced to the 2nd order, and I'm not yet familiar with the newly acquired burning blood technique. Betty looked at Zoro not far away. Zoro's strength was in the middle tier of the 1st order, still a distance from the peak of the 1st order. Although it was not within Betty's hunting range, how could he refuse the delicious food that came to his door? Betty, although you advance to the 2nd order, I am not afraid of you. My companions will arrive soon. When the time comes, the 13 of us will fight you alone, and we will definitely be able to kill you. Zoro roared. Despite only a difference of 1 level, the pressure emanating from Betty still made Zoro feel palpitations. It could only rely on roaring to boost its morale. Is that so? Betty was not in a hurry, slowly approaching Zoro, and said leisurely, are you talking about Morosa as a companion? This is an extremely cunning guy, and you still regard him as a partner. Take a look now, where is he? Zoro immediately sensed the location of Morosa, Miyogongsi, and the other 11. It immediately discovered that their positions were not only not approaching, but were actually moving away. Morosa, Miyogongsi, you lied to me. In that case, don't blame me. Zoro hissed, turned to look at Betty, and hoped, Betty, I know a little secret about Morosa, I'll tell you, and you let me leave, how about it? A secret? No need. Betty said casually, the blood in his body burning, the single eyes on the two heads shot out blood light, and his strength soared 2 levels. Betty's speed was extremely fast, suddenly accelerating, exceeding 100 times the speed of light, and the laws of the universe seemed to no longer exist. Almost instantly, he appeared next to Zoro, his hands like claws, surrounded by black mist, directly bombarding Zoro's chest. Zoro hurriedly raised his hands to resist, and was bombarded and flew backwards for millions of kilometers, crashing into a huge tree trunk surrounded by black mist. The fighting between world beasts is often close combat and mutual devouring. Their strengths are the same and restrain each other. Transforming into 99 avatars is often to escape in advance, rather than during actual combat. This is the burning blood technique, it's so powerful. Zoro felt an irresistible force just now. That power was overwhelming, and it felt that with its own combat experience, there was no possibility of resistance. The two sides clashed like lightning, and countless huge trees were destroyed. Even if world beasts are not good at fighting, their strength is still at the true god level, destroying the sky and destroying the earth at every turn. In a moment, Zoro's 2 heads were destroyed, and his hands and feet were torn off and swallowed by Betty. Tear. Zoro's black flesh was torn apart, black blood spilled, and Betty was frantically tearing and devouring. Enjoying the results of his first battle after becoming a second order. Delicious, delicious, so delicious, this is the most delicious food in the world. This is really a moment worth enjoying for a lifetime. Betty kept tearing and enjoying the pleasure brought by devouring the same kind and the improvement of the origin of destruction in the realm. Betty, if you eat me, you will be eaten by other world beasts in the future. Zoro's heart was still full of unwillingness. Although its head was gone, its soul was still hiding deep in the realm, and it had not completely died. That's why it can continue to transmit sound and struggle. If Betty stops devouring it at this time, then Zoro can still use the origin of destruction in the realm to restore its body and regrow its head and limbs. There's no need to struggle anymore. Maybe I will be eaten by other world beasts, but you won't see it, so just honestly become a part of my body. Betty lowed and devoured more violently, not giving Zoro any hope at all. Edge of the dark forest. 12 streaks of black light flew at high speed in midair. Morosa, you shouldn't have let everyone retreat. Betty has only just advanced to the second order. Even if his strength has improved, he hasn't adapted after all. We still have a chance, and together we can completely fight him. Miyogongsi roared. It now seemed to be able to hear Zoro's helpless roar, and endless anger ignited in its heart. When forming the alliance, I had already stated that when facing an irresistible opponent, the alliance relationship will no longer exist. Morosa shouted in a low voice, besides, your running speed is not slower than me. Morosa's heart was proud, and it could not allow anyone to refute it. Chapter 486, World Beast Battle. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. All world beasts are proud in their hearts, even when facing their own kind, especially those of the same rank. Being able to form a temporary alliance was only because of the common enemy, Betty. HMPH. Miao Guangxi snorted coldly, the alliance ends here. After saying that, Miao Guangxi was about to transform into a streak of black light and fly away, followed closely by 3 other world beasts. Boom! A figure was standing in front of Miao Guangxi, eyes full of greed. Are you leaving now? Mo Luos's voice was incredibly cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What? The alliance failed, so you want to kill us? Miao Guangxi's eyes were full of vigilance. That's natural. That Betty has already advanced to the second level. Of course, I also need to advance so that I have a chance to fight him, Mo Luosa said. You are the target I have chosen. As long as I devour you, I can also advance to the second level. Miao Guangxi had already devoured more than a dozen world beasts. If Mo Luosa devoured Miao Guangxi, the source of destruction within its world would exceed that of 31st level world beasts, enough for it to advance to the second level. Are you really going to be so untrustworthy? If I spread what you did today, I want to see who will ally with you in the future, Miao Guangxi roared, his eyes full of anger. Mo Luosa, we are unwilling to attack our former allies. We will leave, a world beast behind Mo Luosa said. Then, before Mo Luosa could react, 4 world beasts immediately flew away at high speed. You, Mo Luosa roared, ha ha ha, Mo Luosa, you should have been able to imagine this result when you did this. Miao Guangxi laughed wildly. While the 2 world beasts were talking, the other 6 world beasts also flew away at high speed. None of them were willing to attack their former allies, so they chose to leave. No one wanted to help. Mo Luosa, look, how unpopular you are. After today, you will be alone. It's good that they left. I can have a good fight. With them around, I was worried about being attacked, Mo Luosa said. We are all competing to become the final world beast king. Confrontation is inevitable sooner or later. Mo Luosa suddenly flew towards Miao Guangxi at super high speed. The 2 world beasts abandoned all other methods such as soul attacks and splitting, and engaged in a naked physical battle. Fist to flesh, every claw hit solidly against each other. The battle was as fast as lightning. In just a moment, they had already fought tens of thousands of times. Mo Luosa's strength was ultimately slightly stronger than Miao Guangxi's, and he gained the upper hand. Mo Luosa, the battle between Betty and Zoro is probably over. If he knows you are here, he will definitely come over. With your current strength, you will definitely not be his opponent, Miao Guangxi roared. One of its arms had already been devoured, and its chest had been pierced, leaving a huge hole. Half of one of its heads was missing, and its whole body was covered in claw marks. Black liquid was seeping out of its black skin everywhere. Your strength is not as good as mine, and your combat experience and skills are also much worse than mine. You will definitely die today, Mo Luosa said coldly. Mo Luosa's whole body was covered in claw marks, but his hands, feet, and head were intact, all superficial wounds. Deep in the dark forest, Betty roared to the sky, venting his joyful emotions after enjoying the delicious meal. Mo Luosa and Miao Guangxi are fighting. Betty sensed the battle between the 2 world beasts nearby. Mo Luosa is actually gaining the upper hand. No, I can't let him devour Miao Guangxi, otherwise my advantage will be gone, Betty thought to himself. His whole body was shrouded in black mist, and he suddenly flew towards the edge of the dark forest. Miao Guangxi, hold on, I'm coming to save you, Betty transmitted his voice. Betty, who wants you to save me? You shameless thief, Miao Guangxi roared angrily via voice transmission. The grudges between the 2 world beasts have a long history. A long time ago, Miao Guangxi was fighting with other world beasts and seriously injured one after a desperate fight. When he was about to savor the deliciousness, a world beast suddenly broke in and snatched Miao Guangxi's hard-won gains. That world beast was Betty. And it wasn't just once, but 3 times, a full 3 times, its spoils of war were taken by Betty. This is one of the reasons why it hates Betty so much. It is said that a slow start leads to a slow pace. It originally had a chance to become one of the top world beasts in the entire world beast nest, but this opportunity was repeatedly taken away by Betty. Not far outside the dark forest. Black flesh was torn, blood splattered, and ugly heads frantically bit and devoured. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Mo Luosa laughed wildly, I'm finally about to advance to the second level. Although I'm not the first to advance, being able to become the second world beast to advance to the second level is not bad. At least I'm not too much slower than Betty. Its body was also full of scars, and only a huge hole was left in the one-eyed head. Mo Luosa, if you eat me, you must defeat Betty. Miao Guangxi, who was missing a head, had endless unwillingness in his only eye. It was unwilling to fall, and also unwilling to not be able to devour Betty personally. Its hatred for Betty was no less than that of Mo Luosa, who was tearing at its body. Don't worry, in the future, you will stand with me at the peak of the entire Dark Land. We will surpass Betty together, defeat all enemies, and become the final king. Mo Luosa's eyes were full of infinite anticipation. It looked forward to the day when its words could come true. In just a moment, Miao Guangxi had been completely devoured, and even the world within its body had been transformed into Mo Luosa's resources for advancement. The source of destruction within Mo Luos's world suddenly surged, and then messages were transmitted into its consciousness. Is this the blood-burning technique? Burning the blood in the body and turning it into blood light to make the strength skyrocket, Mo Luosa murmured. Mo Luosa carefully sensed the positions of the world beasts around him, especially the position of Betty who was approaching. Betty, now I am also at the second level, I am not afraid of you. Mo Luosa looked coldly at the dark forest in the distance. World beasts are born for destruction, they are never afraid of battle, nor are they afraid of death. Now that it has used the source of destruction during its advancement to restore all its injuries, it is even less afraid of battle. A year later, on a vast and boundless black ice field far away from the dark forest. Two world beasts, with blood-red eyes, seemed like two primitive beasts entangled and fighting together. Two heads bit each other's necks, and their hands and feet kept leaving black blood marks on each other's bodies. Mo Luosa, your second level is a bit weak. Betty sneered. Betty, aren't you powerful? Why are your claws like tickling? Mo Luosa also sneered. The two world beasts had been fighting for a whole year, neither giving way, and all kinds of methods had been exhausted, leaving only the most primitive fight. The source within the two world beasts' bodies was severely depleted. There are so many who want to pick up bargains. If we continue to fight, no matter who wins or loses, we will be making wedding clothes for others, Betty roared. It had sensed that there were more than 100 world beasts hidden in various places around. Chapter 487 100,000 times. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. As long as I kill you and devour the world within you, these injuries can be instantly healed. Morosa roared, biting even more fiercely. Suddenly, Morosa sensed that the surrounding world beasts were slowly approaching, and immediately changed his tone. All right, it's settled then. We'll stop fighting and leave separately. Good, Betty replied. Now, after a year of fighting, and repeated use of the blood-burning technique, both world beasts had severely depleted their origins and desperately needed to recover, including their injuries. Immediately, Betty and Morosa transformed into two streaks of black light, flying in opposite directions. As they flew, they almost simultaneously used the blood-burning technique. The two streaks of blood-colored light instantly surged in speed, breaking through the speed limit as if the laws of the universe didn't exist. They are heavily injured. Even if they escape separately, they won't escape our encirclement. Split up and chase. The surrounding world beasts immediately transformed into two groups, chasing in opposite directions. Betty and Morosa were severely injured, but they were still Tier 2 world beasts. The difference in strength was significant, and their speed was even greater, further amplified by the blood-burning technique. 10 years later, both Betty and Morosa had escaped the pursuit and found relatively secluded places to heal their wounds. The Dark Lands, as the nest of the world beasts, is where nearly 1 billion world beasts are born, live, and fight. Under the influence of Betty and Morosa's successive advancements to Tier 2, the infighting became even more intense. In the absence of outsiders, any two world beasts would fight upon meeting, sometimes ending in mutual injury, and sometimes with one being devoured by the other. Amidst such fierce competition, time passed by, and 1,000 years had gone by. Deep within the world beast nest, a celestial rock suspended in midair. In the middle of the rock was a huge lake. Beside the lake, on the black rocks, a huge world beast was tearing at a world beast carcass. Ha ha ha, I'm finally about to advance to Tier 2. The ugly world beast laughed maniacally. Mohei, you are still 1,000 years behind Betty and the others. Even if you advance to Tier 2 now, you will still end up as food for other world beasts. The soul within the devoured world beast carcass roared unwillingly. Fierce battles produced batches of Tier 2 world beasts. Such as Mohei, Yu, Mengku, Kia, and Angs, who were previously at the peak of Tier 1, finally advanced to Tier 2 after 1,000 years of fighting. As time passed, batches of world beasts advanced to Tier 2 in mutual combat. Cosmic Boat, one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the universe ocean, in the core area, within the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space. Xiao Yu had been cultivating here for nearly 30 billion years, nearly 3,000 years had passed in the outside world. During these long years, Xiao Yu's main soul had been in the inheritance space, comprehending the complete Wu Kingdom inheritance, many secret techniques that could not be seen in the universe ocean. In Dream Old Man's world, they could be seen in their entirety. For nearly 30 billion years, Xiaoyu had become familiar with the cosmic boat. Even if he closed his eyes and was randomly teleported to any location within the cosmic boat, he could clearly state what that location was, how it was constructed, what secret patterns it contained, and which secret techniques were suitable for it to take effect. During these long years, the laws within the world seed in Xiaoyu's soul had also been completely nurtured. 13 original laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, soul, dream, and nothingness were fully nurtured. Original laws confirmed. With a thought from Xiaoyu, the 13 basic laws became the original laws of this world. With the original laws established, more laws began to evolve, and the world's structure began to be built, evolving the world. 10,000 time spaces, evolve. Xiaoyu whispered. Layers of time-space began to evolve within the world seed, each layer like a parallel time-space, sharing the same original laws but not interfering with each other. The number of time-space layers increased rapidly, soon reaching 10,000 layers. Each of these 10,000 layers of time-space was separated by endless nothingness. At the same time, the world seed and the inner world were also separated by endless nothingness. This nothingness was like zero, and also like infinite existence. The world within the world seed expanded infinitely as it evolved. Now, the space of each layer of time-space had reached 10,000 light years, but it was still shrouded in nothingness. When the world evolved to 10,000 light years, Xiaoyu suddenly felt an invisible wave transmitted from within the world seed, passing through his soul into Xiaoyu's body. Instantly, he felt his divine power structure rapidly changing and evolving, and his original saint body was constantly being optimized. Xiaoyu subconsciously left the inheritance space. Boom! Xiaoyu felt his life structure was changing. The original life gene level of 99,999 times, which could be said to have reached a perfect state, now seemed to be optimized by an invisible energy. Only some simple changes were made, and many detailed structures remained the same as before, but the large framework connections underwent very different changes. And as the life structure changed, Xiaoyu increasingly felt that he saw a completely different path from the Universe Master, True God, and Void True God factions. Xiaoyu seemed to see his soul transformed into countless huge worlds, with countless strange lives breeding and living within them. As the life structure changed, Xiaoyu also felt his body adapting to this new path. At the same time, a small part of the life structure was also detaching. This detached, extremely small part of the life structure diagram actually turned into a tiny spot of light, like the world seed formed after the destruction of the origin soul, virtual world, but with some differences. The light spot contained laws different from those within the world seed. Suddenly, when a very small part of the entire life structure diagram turned into light spots, a full 100,000 light spots appeared, each light spot like a world seed, each seed containing different laws. These 100,000 worlds, although not connected, were faintly related to each other. When the 100,000 light spots of the life structure appeared, Xiaoyu's whole body emitted 9-colored divine light. Instantly, Xiaoyu's whole body, including his hair, completed its transformation. Xiaoyu's divine power level reached 100,000 times, and his divine body was infinite. Just as the entire divine body finally completely transformed, it was as if a universe master had detonated, releasing tens of millions of times more energy than usual. Xiaoyu's whole body naturally burst out with hundreds of millions of 9-colored divine light. The light was immense, illuminating billions of light years. The divine light was not restricted by any rules, and its speed could be described as instantaneous, instantly illuminating the entire black patterned stone pillar space, illuminating the distant god-extinguishing ravine, and even passing through the cosmic boat to illuminate the universe ocean. The divine light spread rapidly, silently, surpassing time and space. Unobstructed, without needing time, hundreds of millions of divine lights illuminated everything in the entire universe ocean, and even spread to the primal universe. At this moment, Xiaoyu was the center of the entire universe ocean. Chapter 488 True God. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Cosmic Boat, the space of the black patterned stone pillars. 16 black patterned stone pillars, with super powerhouses, whether in the dense fog area or in the time flow zone. Whether they are true gods or universe masters. No material could obstruct the divine light transcending time and space, shining into the souls of every powerhouse. In their souls, a figure emitting billions of divine lights formed. They could clearly see the appearance of that figure. At this moment, this figure was the greatest existence in their hearts. Xiao Yu, human Xiao Yu, the purple heaven devil god also saw the figure of Xiao Yu, radiating divine light, under the guidance and strengthening of the highest rules, obeying the natural worship of lower-level life for higher-level life. The purple heaven devil god slowly knelt down. Even the purple heaven devil god knelt, and hundreds of universe masters such as the Yan Eagle Master immediately knelt under the illumination of the divine light. Even Lord Baiki, whose soul will was the strongest, also bowed down under the guidance of the highest rules. In the distant god-extinguishing ravine area, inside the palace treasures, universe masters of the Hong Alliance such as the City Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Darkness also saw Xiao Yu, radiating divine light, in the divine light, and they all knelt down involuntarily. Even the lava devil god, hidden in the magma sea, knelt down unconsciously, roaring in an unknown language. The divine light shone, illuminating endless light years, illuminating the entire universe sea. No one could stop it. Even the original universe's original will temporarily avoided it, because this was the highest rule, and the divine light enveloped the highest rule, so it could shine from the universe sea into the original universe. The entire universe sea, including the original universe, all life, whether newborn infants or true gods, all races, whether good, kind, or evil, all knelt down prostrate. Gradually, the divine light that spread over billions of light years dissipated, and the highest rules no longer affected endless life. The original will of the original universe also re-enveloped the entire universe. A group of super powerhouses from the ancestral god religion gathered in the ancestral god palace. Even we universe masters couldn't help but kneel. Han Whale roared, no matter how powerful the creator god is, he was only a universe master before. Even if he breaks through, he is just the strongest. Why are we kneeling uncontrollably even though he is countless light years away from us? Don't even mention you, even the three of us ancestral gods, favored by the original will, knelt down the same way when the divine light traveled through endless time and space earlier. We couldn't even think of resisting. The young ancestral god shook his head. Too incredible. This doesn't seem like the situation when breaking through realms. Such an exaggerated movement must be a very special breakthrough. Every powerhouse, including the three ancestral gods, was shocked by it. Virtual universe, giant axe plane. All universe masters except Xiao Yu were present. What kind of breakthrough did the creator god have? This caused such a big commotion, even making the universe see and the endless life of the original universe take the initiative to kneel, the Lord of Darkness said with emotion. This kid, even I, his teacher, knelt down. It's really outrageous. City Lord Chaos pretended to be angry, but was actually proud in his heart. Creator God, could it be that he is starting to break through to become the strongest? Lord Huang Jian said with emotion. It shouldn't be an ordinary breakthrough to become the strongest. The previous scene when Giant Axe broke through wasn't like this, Lord Shujin said. Xiao Yu was already a perfect gene life when he became a world master, and he also obtained the Wu Kingdom inheritance. We also know that the route to break through and become a true god is divided into two, one is the law, and the other is divine power, City Lord Chaos said. Breaking through to become a true god through the law route doesn't have this kind of scene, we already know clearly, but we don't know about breaking through the divine power route. Perhaps, Xiao Yu is taking the divine power route, and it is the kind that is unprecedented, City Lord Chaos said with emotion. Throughout the universe sea, countless races and countless powerhouses were discussing, and there were various speculations. Some powerhouses believed that Xiao Yu had comprehended some very powerful and special secret technique. Some powerhouses believed that this was a sign of Xiao Yu breaking through to become the strongest, and it was the most special breakthrough. However, in a small universe not far from the original universe, Mount Sitting Guest was sitting on a mountain peak in a mess. His face was full of rejoicing. Fortunately, I hid in my small universe in time, otherwise even my soul will couldn't resist. The highest rule is just guiding and strengthening, and I almost knelt down immediately. I already knew the power of the highest rule before, but I didn't expect it to be even more powerful than what I saw back then. What kind of achievement did this creator god have to make the highest rule celebrate like this, even making his figure reflected in the souls of all things? Mount Sitting Guest was puzzled. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even the third level of the divine power route wouldn't cause such a movement, and breaking through the law route wouldn't either. In the cosmic boat, in the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space. In the void, Xiao Yu's body of 100 light-years was completely stretched out. Carefully feeling the results of this breakthrough, I feel that after breaking through to 10,000 times, my divine body has actually gained some special abilities. I feel like I have become a universe, and I can directly sense all the universes in the universe C. Xiao Yu sensed the endless small universes in the entire universe C, including the 2 Holy Land universes, broken small universes, true God universes, and the largest original universe. However, there were also small universes far away from the original universe, exceeding the distance that could be explored in 3 reincarnation eras, with diameters exceeding hundreds of billions of light-years. And there were quite a few of them, but they were quite far away. Even with Xiao Yu's newly acquired special ability, he could only barely sense them, very vaguely. It's time to return to the original universe and break through. With a thought, endless divine light flashed, and Xiao Yu directly appeared outside the cosmic boat. Then Xiao Yu kept teleporting directly, and returned to the original universe in just one day. Entering the original universe, Xiao Yu directly teleported through his divine kingdom and returned to his divine kingdom. Xiao Yu appeared above the huge world tree, and then began to absorb divine power. Endless divine power was absorbed by Xiao Yu to replenish the part of divine power that was missing due to the promotion of divine power. Disperse! Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice, and suddenly, in the original universe, Xiao Yu's several divine power clones dissipated, and all dozens of divine power clones in the divine kingdom also dissipated. Only Xiao Yu's human body and the world tree clone remained, and the 10,081 roots of the world tree also returned. The excess soul power from the dissipation of the clones was all returned to the human body. Breakthrough! Then Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice, and released the suppression. Suddenly, the endless ocean of laws descended. A large amount of divine power seemed to form huge water columns, directly pouring into the world tree and the human body. Xiao Yu felt his body absorbing crazily. For more than a year, the phantom of the ocean of laws in the sky finally dissipated. Then Xiao Yu devoured the divine power in the world tree to completely transform the divine power in his body. Completely absorbing all the true God divine power in the world tree can only completely transform the divine power in my human body, Xiao Yu exclaimed. The origin of the original universe is not truly endless, and it is impossible to really allow him to absorb it without limit. Chapter 489 Small Universe. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. In the vast God Kingdom, a figure 100 light-years tall hovered in midair. God Kingdom, let the evolution begin. Xiao Yu was a little excited. Soon, his God Kingdom would become a miniature universe. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the vast God Kingdom immediately began to expand with a rumble. The God Kingdom, which had already reached its limit, continued to expand. The God Kingdom began to shake, and immediately, void passages appeared, directly connecting within the God Kingdom. From unknown origins, these void passages frantically poured out endless streams of chaotic energy. As the dense chaotic energy surged in, it tore apart the land, shattered the oceans, and destroyed everything, returning it to chaos, like the end of the world. With a thought, Xiao Yu protected countless treasures and the countless lives within the God Kingdom with layers of spacetime barriers, shielding them from the effects of the God Kingdom's changes. While constantly expanding, the God Kingdom also advanced towards the universe C within the spatial layers. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The God Kingdom has reached a diameter of 100 million light-years, Xiao Yu sighed, standing in the chaotic energy. The God Kingdom's barriers had become the universe's membrane walls. The miniature universe's diameter continued to skyrocket. 200 million light-years, 300 million light-years. With the help of the original universe's will and the urging of the highest rules, Xiao Yu's miniature universe was generating its own origin while expanding. As the diameter grew larger, the chaotic energy required for expansion became more immense, and the speed of expansion slowed down. Finally, when the miniature universe reached a diameter of 1 billion light-years, it stopped expanding. At the same time, an irresistible, vast force acted upon the miniature universe, causing it to be ejected directly from the original universe, as it had already touched the original universe's membrane walls. Like a fish entering the sea, it entered the boundless universe sea, crushing the surrounding chaotic energy and forcing it to squeeze outwards. The miniature universe also experienced violent tremors. The vibrations spread out, attracting the attention of the universe lords lying in wait nearby. There's a fluctuation, a serpentine, lizard-like, emerald green beast muttered in the chaotic energy. It immediately teleported towards the source of the vibration. This is a miniature universe. How is it so big? After the emerald green lizard teleported into view, dozens of universe lords constantly teleported nearby. Previously, Xiao Yu's figure had been reflected across the universe sea, causing all races to kneel involuntarily, which had garnered their attention. The powerhouses of all races were stationed outside the universe membrane walls corresponding to the human territory, with nearly 100 universe lords maintaining a long-term vigil. The dozens of universe lords who had teleported here were those currently stationed nearby. It's still rolling, moving away from the original universe. It must have been recently expelled from the original universe. It should be the miniature universe of the Creation Master. How big is such a large miniature universe? The universe lords teleported around the miniature universe to determine its size. It's actually 1 billion light-years. The miniature universes of other true gods are all a standard 100 million light-years. The Creation Master's miniature universe has reached 1 billion light-years. It's almost catching up to the size of the two Holy Lands. But those two Holy Land universes are existences that have transcended reincarnation. The universe lords, and even the strongest ones, were all shocked. However, although shocked, they could accept it. In their minds, the Creation Master was a powerhouse who could destroy the God Eye race. His breakthrough had caused all races in the universe sea to worship him. It was not strange for him to have such a miniature universe. Soon, the news spread among the various races of the universe sea. Naturally, it also reached the Purple Moon Holy Land, which was paying close attention to the geniuses and powerhouses of the universe sea. What exactly did Xiao Yu do to cause the races of the universe sea to kneel in worship? And his miniature universe reached a diameter of 1 billion light-years when he became a true god, the Purple Moon Ancestor said in disbelief. Since my birth, the miniature universes I have seen in the universe sea have all been a standard 100 million light-years. There have been no exceptions throughout countless reincarnations. But no matter what, I hope you don't affect my plans, the Purple Moon Ancestor gritted his teeth. Compared to the Purple Moon Ancestor's frustration in the Purple Moon Holy Land, the human race's reaction was completely the opposite. Virtual Universe, Giant Axe Plane. Giant Axe was overjoyed and looked at the Chaos City Lord beside him, saying, "Chaos, I thought you would be the third true god of our human race. I didn't expect the Creation Master to advance even earlier than you, and in such a shocking way. Unprecedented." The Chaos City Lord also sighed. He had felt that he was about to advance. He had told Giant Axe earlier, but he didn't expect his disciple to become a true god without a word. Since obtaining the inheritance that Xiao Yu brought back, many powerhouses of the human race began to study it, especially the cultivation of the universe lords, which gained a more systematic understanding. Among them, the Chaos City Lord gained the most. His strength had already reached the peak of the universe lords. He had been struggling to find a path forward, relying on his own research, but he had not found a suitable direction. The stronger the Creation Master is, the stronger our human race will naturally be. Peng Gong Master was also very happy. He was also a 6th-tier master, although he had achieved it with the help of the strongest treasure. However, after obtaining the inheritance, he had also gained a lot and slowly found his own direction. Although his progress was not as good as the Chaos City Lords, it was considered good among the human race's universe lords. Opposite the Chaos City Lord, the Primal Ancestor appeared, but Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord did not notice. The Primal Ancestor quietly listened to the discussions of the human race's powerhouses and was also very happy. Our human race has produced an extraordinary fellow. His breakthrough led to the guidance of the highest rules, causing billions of races in the universe to kneel in worship and reverence. And when he became a true god, he guided out a miniature universe of 1 billion light-years. It's truly unimaginable. The Purple Moon Holy Land is only 2.1 billion light-years. A true god's miniature universe is almost catching up to a miniature universe that has surpassed a true god, the Primal Ancestor praised secretly. The Primal Ancestor was suppressed by the original universe's will and had a greater understanding of the highest rules than others. He had a more direct feeling when billions of races knelt in worship earlier. The size of the miniature universe is the foundation. From all the known miniature universes in the entire universe sea, which all start from a diameter of 100 million light-years, we can see how amazing the potential of the creation true God is. It seems that our human race will produce a powerhouse who has passed reincarnation, Giant Axe said with great anticipation. For him, only the emergence of a Holy Land universe in the human race would be a true rise. Otherwise, no matter how many universe lords and true gods the human race had, or how much territory they occupied, even if everyone was a universe lord, as long as 3 reincarnation eras ended, everything of the human race would become a bubble. Perhaps it's time to explore the matter of rescuing the primal ancestor with Xiao Yu, Giant Axe thought to himself. Xiao Yu's becoming a true god made all the human race's super powerhouses extremely happy. Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord and others celebrated for more than a month. Chapter 490, 100,000 Planes. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Inside the miniature universe, Xiao Yu floated in the endless chaotic airflow, the miniature universe having already expanded to its limit. All the void passages had disappeared. The next step is the fusion of the avatars, returning to the origin, transforming into the true self. Also, the universe's origin and structure, Xiao Yu breathed deeply. Xiao Yu had extremely detailed explanations of the subsequent progress in the Wu Kingdom inheritance he received. There were even more cases for the final step of the universe's structure. It listed many cases of the universe structures of well-known powerhouses of the Wu Kingdom, and also provided more detailed analyses of these universe structures. Xiao Yu had already memorized these thoroughly. Avatar fusion, return to the origin, Xiao Yu uttered in a low voice, the sound echoing throughout the entire miniature universe. Boom! A powerful force immediately acted upon Luo Feng's true self and the World Tree Avatar, instantly transferring them all into the miniature universe's origin, which was still a chaotic void for the time being. It would only evolve the origin after the universe's structure was determined. Disintegrate. Instantly, Xiao Yu's human true self and the incomparably huge World Tree Avatar completely disintegrated, all treasures floating to the side, the divine body disintegrating into endless divine power, and at the center of the endless divine power, a huge heart. This was the heart of a true god. After becoming a true god, Xiao Yu's soul was hidden within it. The heart of a true god also directly communicated with the origin of the miniature universe, directly transmitting the miniature universe's origin into the heart of a true god. Return to the source. Following Xiao Yu's will, endless divine power began to continuously condense, constantly purifying during the condensation process, increasing the divine power by 100-fold. At the same time, endless divine power began to condense into flesh, skin, tendons, bones, hair, and other body tissues. Soon, Xiao Yu, with black hair, completely naked, and resembling the most perfect man in the world, reappeared. With a thought, one supreme treasure after another flew towards Xiao Yu. Huh, didn't the world tree disintegrate? How can a seed still appear? Xiao Yu wondered. He suddenly discovered that at the location where the original world tree avatar disappeared, there was a tiny seed, this seed exactly the same as the world tree seed Xiao Yu had obtained before. Although surprised, now was obviously not the time to study it. With a thought, Xiao Yu had already stored the seed in the world ring. Afterward, he began to simply examine his own situation. The divine power has been greatly reduced in quantity after being purified, but my world tree avatar was still too large. Even after 100-fold purification, my body is still 100 light-years tall after returning to the origin, and my life structure is significantly different from the current factions. The amount of divine power that can be accommodated in my body has increased 100-fold, Xiao Yu sighed softly. Even so, there is still endless divine power being absorbed by the world seed in my soul. Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the world tree seed he had obtained before. The world tree's previous height had already reached 3,000 light-years, and the diameter of its canopy had reached 300,000 light-years. The length of the world tree's roots had reached 1,000,000 light-years. Such a huge world tree could swallow and absorb the chaotic airflow of the universe sea, accumulating and transforming endless divine power. Start constructing the universe, Xiao Yu thought to himself. In the Wu Kingdom inheritance I obtained, there are countless construction methods. In addition, there are also methods for constructing a small universe from the inheritance obtained from Dream Old Man, but I want to follow my own ideas. 10,000 planes, b. With a single thought, Xiao Yu enveloped the entire universe, and all the chaos in the origin space and the universe trembled. The chaotic airflow constantly churned, and then one plane space after another began to rapidly emerge. With a thought, 10,000 planes were born. 10,000 planes, surrounding the origin space, were separated by endless chaotic airflow, independent of each other, but also subtly connected. Plane evolution, begin. With a thought, Xiao Yu consumed endless chaotic airflow, and the origin previously absorbed from other true gods was also rapidly consumed. In the 10,000 planes, the laws of time and space began to take effect, and the internal space of each plane grew to a diameter of 1 billion light-years, and could continue to grow as long as it had enough origin energy. Various material structures were also evolving in each plane. Some plane spaces were like a primordial continent, with only a huge continent, the continent seeming to form a yin and yang side, each side surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. Some spaces were like the universe's starry sky, with stars, planets, and other components forming, and galaxies forming, countless galaxies forming star fields and even star regions, just like the structure of the original universe. Some plane spaces formed a vast ocean world. Some plane spaces seemed like a demon world. Some plane spaces seemed like a world of fire. 10,000 planes were different, consuming origin energy and constantly evolving. The 10,000 planes could directly connect to the miniature universe's membrane wall, and which plane one entered from the outside depended on Xiao Yu's will. Time-Space Palace, appear. With a thought, Xiao Yu condensed a palace more than 3,000 light-years high in the center of the 10,000 planes, near the origin space, covered by endless chaotic airflow. This was a palace Xiao Yu had prepared for himself. Universe structure complete. With a thought, Xiao Yu's universe structure had been finalized, and the universe's origin began to evolve. With the universe structure complete, the miniature universe also began to frantically swallow the endless chaotic airflow of the universe sea, and then transform it into the origin of the miniature universe. Next, let's see what's going on with the previous world seed. Xiao Yu thought to himself. System, analyze the world tree seed. Open black lens bracket 100 million wish coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The world tree seed has recognized its owner and has grown into a true god level world tree seed. After returning to the origin, it returned to its seed state, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability, the branches and roots of the world tree can cross any form of time and space, unaffected by any time and space obstacles. The leaves of the world tree can be nurtured into a world, the size of which depends on the world tree's own energy. The world tree can transform back into a world tree seed when encountering life and death calamities, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Explanation, after the world tree sprouts, it can absorb any form of energy. The higher the level of energy, the faster the world tree seed grows, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been fulfilled, close black lens bracket. So that's how it is. Xiao Yu already understood that the previous return to the origin was equivalent to a life and death calamity for the world tree, which allowed it to transform into a seed after disintegration. Xiao Yu casually threw the world seed next to the time-space palace. Since it had already recognized its owner, it would definitely still recognize him. He would just throw it here and let it grow naturally. Suddenly, Xiao Yu thought of something. When I advanced earlier, I retained a piece of time and space, where there are many geniuses of my Earth lineage, and many of my treasures. I'll put them all in the Earth plane. When evolving the planes, Xiao Yu specially provided more energy to one of the planes, which was the plane like a primordial continent. With a thought, Xiao Yu moved all the time-space barriers protecting the out-of-control spaces into the first plane. All the geniuses in all the planes had been moved there without knowing the specific situation. Chapter 491, Enlightenment and Improvement. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Space of plane number 1. Above the vast continent shrouded in chaotic mist, a law tablet appeared out of thin air, standing in the center of the continent. Then, figures of humans appeared out of nowhere, all of them geniuses and powerhouses from the Earth lineage. I just saw the collapse of time and space, the shattering of the continent. How did I suddenly appear here? Where is this place? Is this still the divine kingdom of the Creator God? The geniuses of the Earth lineage who had just appeared were filled with bewilderment. In the distance, Xiao Yu had already seen everything in this plane. He immediately said, "Don't be bewildered, I have just advanced, and the divine kingdom has transformed into a miniature universe. You are now all within my miniature universe." The voice of the ancestor. It's the voice of the human hero, the creator god. We are still in the ancestors' divine kingdom, or rather, in the miniature universe. Miniature universe, I remember that only the strongest possess a miniature universe. Does that mean the ancestor has become a true strongest? The geniuses of the earth lineage looked up at the sky obscured by mist. The vast voice just now came from the sky. They were all shocked by the information conveyed in the words just now. After understanding that this was Xiao Yu's miniature universe, they were no longer as bewildered as they were at the beginning, and instead began to examine this world. Virtual universe. Giant Axe Plain. In front of the temple, the Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe sat facing each other at the long table. Chaos, Xiao Yu is now at a crucial moment in becoming a true god, and outside his miniature universe, there are still the forced surveillance of various forces from the Universe C. I want to go and take a look, in case someone disturbs his advancement. The Giant Axe founder looked into the distance. Giant Axe, weren't you going into seclusion to improve your strength? The Chaos City Lord said, or should I bring all the people in the God-extinguishing stream over there? My comprehension of secret techniques has already reached another level, and I cannot improve again in a short time. My going there will be enough, the Giant Axe founder said. What? The Chaos City Lord was surprised. Have you now created a secret technique that has reached the 9th level? That's right, my original secret technique realm was at the peak of the 8th level. Now that I have a reference, comprehension is even faster. In addition, I have also accelerated time during this period. Under 10,000 times acceleration, my secret technique has reached the 9th level. Using the Supreme Treasure Divine Axe, I can now exert the power of the 10th level. The Giant Axe founder became more and more happy as he spoke, laughing incessantly, ha ha ha. Ha ha, then Giant Axe, I'm afraid that in the entire Universe C, apart from my disciple, no one is your opponent. The Chaos City Lord looked at Giant Axe. Before the Giant Axe's improvement, not counting Xiao Yu, with the primal ancestor suppressed, the Giant Axe was already able to compete for the top spot in the Universe C with 9th level strength. Now that his strength has improved further, there is even less of a problem. That's for sure, the Giant Axe said proudly. Next, after Xiao Yu's realm stabilizes, we will discuss the matter of rescuing the primal ancestor. Haha, I have been waiting for that day for a long time. The Chaos City Lord looked forward to it. The Chaos City Lord was looking forward to the day when the primal ancestor would be rescued. He often imagined how the human race would develop if the primal ancestor had always been there. The matter of rescuing the primal ancestor should be put aside for now. I will now rush to the vicinity of Xiao Yu's miniature universe, the Giant Axe founder said. Okay, I'm relieved that you're going, the Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. In the Time-Space Palace, Xiao Yu looked at the Earth lineage geniuses and his family and friends who had calmed down, and then looked at the adjacent plane world. With a thought, the secret pattern lifeforms protected by the time-space barrier were projected into a world similar to the original universe. How it develops depends on your own fortune, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then, all his thoughts were placed in the source space, the process of chaos evolution. The evolution of chaos into the source can only be seen when becoming a true god. It could be seen that the law of chaos was evolving, transforming into the 10 basic laws of time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, and wind. In the process of evolution, various fusion laws such as water and fire, metal and wood, and time and space also appeared. There were even multiple laws such as water, fire, and space, metal, wood, and time fusing and appearing. All the laws that Xiao Yu had comprehended appeared. However, the 10 basic laws were manifested, while the various fusion laws were hidden and integrated into the operating laws of the miniature universe's origin. Xiao Yu comprehended in reverse, comprehending the law of chaos from the evolution process of the law of chaos. With 100,000 times the soul sensitivity concentrated on one body, Xiao Yu's realm level was rapidly improving. The comprehension of the law of chaos was also rapidly improving, and the comprehension of the way of life and the way of destruction was also deepened a lot. After a long time, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, one eye faintly contained endless destruction, and the other eye seemed to be pregnant with endless life. Unfortunately, there is only this one time, Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. During this period, even if he did not actively comprehend secret techniques, just with his current realm, he could easily improve all 10 moves of the creation, secret technique to the peak 10th level. As soon as the operating laws were completed, Xiao Yu took a step and stepped out of the miniature universe. As soon as he left the miniature universe, Xiao Yu was shocked. Not far away, powerful fluctuations appeared, and then universe lords teleported out, and even true god-level powerhouses came to join in the fun. As expected, it is the creator god. A 10 billion light-year body. It's so tall. Dozens of universe lords exclaimed. They had never seen such a tall true god body. With one glance, Xiao Yu saw that most of these dozens of universe lords were forces from the first and second reincarnation eras, as well as universe lords from the two holy lands, and some super forces and top forces from the original universe. They are staring here, probably to confirm who the owner of this 1 billion light-year diameter miniature universe is as soon as possible. Xiao Yu thought to himself. A blood-colored figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Giant Axe founder. Giant Axe, why are you here? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. Xiao Yu, congratulations on becoming a true god, the Giant Axe congratulated happily, and then pointed to the super powerhouses in the distance. I am here because I am worried that they will disturb you. Now that you have become a true god, you should also know that the moment of origin evolution is the moment when your strength improves the fastest. Thank you, Xiao Yu thanked sincerely. He was very grateful that the Giant Axe could think of him in this way. Greetings, Creator God. Congratulations to the Creator God on becoming the strongest. Congratulations. Various alien voices rang out one after another. Alright, thank you for your support. Now that I have advanced, it is best for everyone to leave. Xiao Yu was driving people away. It always felt bad to have some ill-intentioned people staring at his door. We will leave now. We will leave immediately, Creator True God. One universe lord after another left, afraid that they would offend Xiao Yu if they left late. Xiao Yu's bloodthirsty temperament was still circulating throughout the universe sea, and they dared not provoke him easily. Chapter 492, Invisible Devouring Essence. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. After the alien universe lord left, Giant Axe founder also returned to his miniature universe to continue his secluded cultivation. Xiao Yu stood alone in the turbulent chaotic currents of the universe sea, pondering for a moment. 9-colored divine light radiated from Xiao Yu's body, and then a figure emerged from his towering divine body. This figure was exactly the same as Xiao Yu, but only 1 light year in height. Is this the ability I possess due to my perfect life structure? To differentiate into myriad forms, as long as I endow them with a certain amount of soul power, they can exert all my strength, Xiao Yu mused. With my current soul power, I can split into 99 clones, each with a height of 1 light year. Even if I split into all 99 clones, the reduction in my own divine power is less than 1,000th, which has no impact on my strength, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Immediately, he took the differentiated clone and re-entered the miniature universe. Such a huge miniature universe should have someone stationed to ensure greater security. After Luo Feng perfects his life structure in the future, he will possess the ability to be formless and without appearance. Do I also have this ability? Xiao Yu's mind stirred, and he restrained his fluctuations, instantly resembling an ordinary human. Formlessness had been achieved. What about without appearance? Xiao Yu's mind stirred, thinking of the appearance of the city lord of chaos, but no matter how hard he tried, he still maintained his own appearance. Obviously, without using the system, he could only achieve formlessness. Because a perfect life structure naturally allows one to not leak a trace of fluctuation, thereby achieving formlessness. Being able to be formless but not without appearance shows that a perfect life structure does not necessarily mean one can be without appearance. Only formlessness is standard, while being without appearance is related to the structure constructed by each person who reaches this level. At the time, I felt that my 10,000 light spots resembled a world. Does this mean that my special ability is also similar to a miniature universe? Xiao Yu kept thinking. Almost instantly, he found the trick. He could sense other universes. Obviously, he himself was like a universe. Instantly, Xiao Yu understood all his abilities. With a thought, countless suction forces emanated from the pores of his towering body. Instantly, the surrounding turbulent and endless chaotic currents were sucked into Xiao Yu's body, forming huge chaotic current vortexes. The chaotic currents were devoured and transformed into pure divine power through the evolution and transformation of the life structure. After understanding the special abilities he possessed, Xiao Yu did not continue to devour the chaotic currents. Haha, Formless devouring power, Xiao Yu was overjoyed. What made him happy was that his body could also devour any form of energy and transform it into divine power. Even if the miniature universe was gone, perhaps he could continue to improve his strength. Split off a clone and return to the original universe, my true self will rush to the universe boat, Xiao Yu planned. A divine light flashed, and a clone with a height of 1 light year flew out from Xiao Yu's true self. After flying out, this clone quickly shrank, restoring to a height of 100,000 kilometers. With a thought from Xiao Yu, 2 treasures flew out from the miniature universe, a peak domain treasure and a peak palace treasure, and were given to this clone. Immediately, Xiao Yu's true self stepped into the miniature universe and directly appeared in front of the time-space palace. System, open the law creation module, Xiao Yu silently recited. Immediately, a huge furnace shadow with a height of 300 light years appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Only Xiao Yu could see this furnace shadow. Even the Supreme Rule could not detect it. Immediately, Xiao Yu threw 1/1,000,000th of his true self's divine power into the treasure refining furnace, equivalent to the total amount of divine power possessed by a clone. Open black lens bracket. Please select the type of magic weapon to refine: attack, defense, soul, auxiliary, close black lens bracket. Battle blade, attack type. Open black lens bracket. Attack type magic weapon is being manufactured, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's mind moved, and the time flow in the entire time-space palace was accelerated by 10,000 times. 30 years later, the lid of the treasure refining furnace opened, and a battle blade appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. System, analyze the magic weapon. Open black lens bracket. 1 trillion wish gold coins have been deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Battle blade. Attack magic weapon, void blade, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 1. The power of secret techniques in the Chaos Law category is increased by 10,000 times, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 2. Break seal, can break all binding secret techniques at or below the eternal true God level, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 3. Increases the power of true God level secret techniques by 4 levels, and increases the power of void true God level secret techniques by 4 levels, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability 4. Void, can create a certain range of void with a single thought. The range of the void increases with the user's realm, close black lens bracket. Immediately, Xiao Yu refined 4 more void blades, making up 5. After that, Xiao Yu refined 5 more defensive treasures, void armor, and soul treasures, void god tower. Analyze these treasures. Open black lens bracket. Armor defense magic weapon, void armor, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability, completely resists true god level material attacks, weakens void true god level attacks by 99.9999%, and weakens eternal true god level attacks by 99%, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Soul defense magic weapon, void god tower, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability, completely defends against soul attacks below the true god level, weakens soul intrusions of the void true god level by 99.9999%, and weakens soul intrusion attacks of the eternal true god level by 99%, close black lens bracket. The 2 treasures can weaken attacks of the void true god level to 1/1,000,000th, which is definitely a life-saving weapon. Immediately, Xiao Yu distributed 2 sets of void blades, void armor, and void god tower to the 2 clones, and the true self's equipment was also replaced. The remaining 2 sets were also put into his world ring. 1 clone, with 1 teleport, had already reached outside the original universe, and then directly stepped in, entering the original universe. In an empty area, experiment with the abilities as a true god, words become law, and the universe's operating laws temporarily retreat. So cool, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Unfortunately, this is just the original universe giving face to the true god, and does not truly possess such ability. Then he kept teleporting, appearing in the Genesis universe country, and directly sat there. In the universe C, outside the miniature universe, Xiao Yu's human true self shrank to 100,000 light years and then rushed towards the universe boat. Virtual universe, a time-space plane shrouded in endless chaotic currents. In front of the towering temple, around a huge round table, universe lords were sitting on stone chairs engraved with complex secret patterns. Xiao Yu and Giant Axe sat next to each other, and on Xiao Yu's other side were City Lord of Chaos and others. Congratulations. Congratulations Xiao Yu on becoming a true god. The human race's universe lords all offered congratulations. Third brother, congratulations on advancing to true god. Luo Feng also raised his glass to congratulate. Xiao Yu raised his glass and touched it with Luo Feng, then drank it in one gulp, looked at Luo Feng, and said with a smile, I heard from teacher that you have returned to the universe boat during the time I was promoted. That's right, I obtained a map and a cyan token while exploring the peak world, Luo Feng said happily. Oh, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. In that case, Luo Feng had already encountered the chaotic golden wing, and also encountered the map and token left by Jia Fanzi. It seems that the inertia of the world is very strong, almost impossible to change. Then, will Giant Axe founder still fall in the Dark Lands? Xiao Yu didn't know, and didn't want to ruin his good mood, so he didn't continue to think about it. Instead, he looked at Luo Feng and asked, Are you returning to the universe boat this time to temper your will at the Black Stone Pillar? That's right, Luo Feng nodded slightly. Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, what are you secretly plotting? Come, continue drinking and celebrating. Peng Gongji Zhu walked over with a bottle of wine, speaking as he walked. Chapter 493. Xiao Yu's thoughts were instantly submerged in celebration. The human race had one more true god, and an unprecedented one at that, so naturally, they were extremely happy. After a long while, the Darkness Master, Peng Gong Master, and other universe masters of the human race all departed. In the end, only Xiao Yu, the Giant Axe founder, and the Chaos City Lord remained. Xiao Yu looked at the Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord, who were still sitting there. Xiao Yu, wait a moment, Chaos and I have something to discuss with you, Giant Axe said. What is it? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. We are discussing the matter of rescuing the Origin Ancestor. I originally planned to talk about this after Chaos advanced to True God, but now that you have advanced to True God ahead of time, the matter of rescuing the Origin Ancestor can be put on the agenda, Giant Axe said solemnly. That's right, my teacher has been suppressed for endless epochs, and I have long wanted to rescue the Origin Ancestor, the Chaos City Lord also said. Teacher, Giant Axe, the matter of rescuing the ancestral teacher, I can handle it alone, Xiao Yu said with a smile. How do you plan to save him? Giant Axe asked curiously. Yes, Xiao Yu, what method do you plan to use to rescue the teacher? You must know that it is the original will that suppresses the teacher, the Chaos City Lord looked at Xiao Yu expectantly. Before, when the ancestral teacher appeared, he left me alone, teacher, do you remember? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, the Chaos City Lord nodded slightly. At that time, I already said that it was the original will asking me to do something, which was to repair the universe boat. At that time, I agreed, but I also made a request that when I succeed, the Origin Ancestor would be released. Xiao Yu still remembered the scene at the time. This is perhaps the most likely way at present, the Chaos City Lord said. Since the Origin Ancestor was suppressed, he and Giant Axe would occasionally come into contact with the Origin Ancestor and knew a little about the power of the original will. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed in front of Xiao Yu, and the white-robed Origin Ancestor appeared out of thin air. This is indeed the only possible way. Now that I have surpassed the true God realm, I still cannot escape the suppression of the original will. Perhaps only the original will taking the initiative to release me is feasible. All other methods are impossible, the white-robed Origin Ancestor said in a gentle voice. Teacher, Senior, greetings, Ancestral Teacher. The Chaos City Lord, Giant Axe, and Xiao Yu immediately bowed and saluted. Yes, Creator True God, Xiao Yu, your method is indeed feasible, but how are you going to repair the universe boat? As far as I know, that universe boat is an extremely high-grade supreme treasure, the Origin Ancestor looked at Xiao Yu. Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord were also very curious and looked at Xiao Yu expectantly. I previously obtained the complete blueprints of this universe boat from the Wu Kingdom's inheritance, which included the entire refining secret method of the universe boat, the architecture, operation architecture, construction plan, secret texture patterns, various material analyses, and everything else. I previously obtained them and am already familiar with them, and I also used the time flow rate of the black pattern stone pillar space to learn all the repair secret methods, Xiao Yu explained. These inheritances are actually the contents of the Wu Kingdom's core inheritance, and they cannot be spread to outsiders. I hope Ancestral Teacher, Teacher, and Giant Axe can forgive me, Xiao Yu felt slightly apologetic, as he had not mentioned these things before. We can all understand this. It's like the secret methods I cultivate myself will not be spread to outsiders, otherwise it will be easy for the other party to study them and find loopholes and shortcomings in the secret methods to target specifically, Giant Axe said with a smile. The billions of secret methods you brought alone are already the greatest wealth of our human race. Now the wealth of our human race is not more than a dozen supreme treasures, but the billions of systematic secret methods you brought back, the Chaos City Lord also said. Even if you are familiar with all of these, how long will it take you to repair the universe boat? Just the thousands upon thousands of holes will probably take endless epochs, right? Just one crack is already tens of thousands of light years long, or even hundreds of thousands of light years long, and the fragments of the universe boat are scattered over hundreds of millions of light years. How are you going to transport these fragments back to the universe boat? The origin ancestor asked several very tricky questions in a row. Ancestral teacher, I have already considered these questions, and I will solve them step by step in the future, Xiao Yu did not answer immediately. He also had to think carefully about how to repair it. Repair the universe boat. Why does the original will want to repair the universe boat? Giant Axe next to him suddenly asked curiously. According to the original will, it is to deal with possible disasters in the future. However, I guess it has something to do with the endless monsters I encountered in the dim land, Xiao Yu explained, deciding to expose the matter of the realm beasts in order to prevent the Giant Axe founder from repeating the same mistakes. How is this related to the dim land again? Isn't that just a dangerous place in the peak world? The Chaos City Lord asked curiously. I once entered the dim land before, but I retreated as soon as I entered. You can see the specific situation, Xiao Yu pointed to the air. Suddenly, a virtual image appeared above the long table, and the image was the scene of Xiao Yu riding the cold cliff fortress into the dim land. In the image, a towering iceberg quickly flew into layers of black mist, encountering countless black-skinned monsters. There were hundreds of thousands of monsters, and they were constantly increasing. Then, the two sides started a battle, and Xiao Yu retreated while fighting in the cold cliff fortress. Countless black and ugly monsters chased the cold cliff fortress, driving it out of the dim land. The virtual video ended. Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord gasped, deeply shocked, and even forgot to exclaim for a while. Each of these monsters has the strength of a true god level. There are millions of such monsters, the origin ancestor sighed. I'm afraid there are more than that. I only just entered the edge of the dim land. Compared with the real size of the dim land, the distance I explored is just a drop in the ocean, and the entry time was very short. I'm afraid not many monsters could catch up, Xiao Yu said solemnly. I'm afraid the total number of these monsters exceeds 100 million. Xiao Yu gave a relatively conservative number. 100 million monsters with the strength of a true god level. Such a force, I'm afraid even if all the forces in the entire universe are dispatched, they will not be able to cope with it. Giant Axe took a deep breath and said. That's right, although these monsters are not very strong now, their life-saving ability is very strong, and they can devour their own kind. Look, Xiao Yu pointed to the virtual image in the air. One of the black spots was quickly enlarged, and the ugly monster was enlarged, making it clearer for the Chaos City Lord, Giant Axe, and the origin ancestor to see. A vast and boundless power swept over, and 3 of the ugly monsters could not dodge at all. A pattern flashed, and each ugly monster immediately transformed into 99 monsters, flying in different directions. The video was slowed down. As the power swept over, the incarnations of the ugly monsters, once unable to resist, immediately disappeared, until all the incarnations disappeared, leaving only the last incarnation, which became the main body. At this time, it had already dodged a lot of power. The remaining power also seriously injured it, almost breaking it into 2 pieces. At this time, an ugly monster came from behind, grabbed its remains, dragged it into the black mist, and began to devour it amidst the other's roar. After devouring it, the aura emanating from its body became stronger. Chapter 494 Human Race Improvement Plan. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. These monsters can actually devour their own kind to enhance their strength. City Lord Chaos suddenly stood up, utterly shocked. Terrifying. Such cruel monsters actually exist. Giant Axe and Primal Ancestor were equally astonished, having never seen such creatures before. If hundreds of millions of these monsters cannibalize each other, then an extraordinary being will emerge in the future, Giant Axe said with concern. Indeed, according to estimates, a monster surpassing the true god level will eventually appear, Xiaoyu stated. I've noticed something. Looking at the virtual images, they don't seem to chase beyond the dim land. All the monsters stop at the edge of the dim land, City Lord Chaos shared his observation. Yes, that might be good news for us, Giant Axe recalled and, confirming City Lord Chaos's words, breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows, perhaps they are simply attached to their nest and don't want to venture out, Xiaoyu said, or perhaps they have their own goals or missions. Such terrifying beings staying here constantly makes the universe C feel unsafe. I always feel a sense of unease. Perhaps we should make plans early, Giant Axe worried. Worrying is useless. What we should do now is improve our strength, City Lord Chaos said. I should strive to reach the true god level as soon as possible. I think the original will allow you to repair the universe boat because of this great crisis. It shouldn't want to see all life in the universe C annihilated and occupied by these ugly monsters, Primal Ancestor said. Probably, Xiaoyu said casually. Regardless, the human race must prepare for such a great crisis. At least, the highest levels of our human race must be aware of this, Giant Axe said solemnly. Let's confine the matter to the Universe Lord level. Don't spread it to the lower levels, or it might cause panic, Primal Ancestor suggested. Indeed, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, agreeing with Primal Ancestor's suggestion. Then, I will convene another high-level meeting in the name of these monsters, the World Beasts. World Beast, a monster capable of destroying worlds, a fitting name, Primal Ancestor said. Then, Primal Ancestor disappeared from the spot. Knowing about the World Beasts, neither Giant Axe, City Lord Chaos, nor Primal Ancestor had any immediate plans to inform the entire Universe C. Their first thought was how the human race should survive this crisis. After teleporting from the space-time plane, Luo Feng returned to his own plane. Golden Horned Beast Luo Feng is now cultivating at the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield base. The Silver River Lord Palace complex in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is stationed in the Milky Way, less than 1,000 light-years from Earth. Why are we having another meeting so soon after just leaving? Could there be an emergency? Luo Feng wondered. Then, he applied to teleport to the space-time plane again. Virtual universe. Space-time plane. Xiaoyu and the others didn't leave. After sending out the emails, universe lords arrived one after another, such as Dark Lord, Ponggong Lord, Desolate Mirror Lord, and Icy Peak Lord. Chaos, what's going on? We just left, and now there's something else, Ponggong Lord asked, looking at City Lord Chaos, who hadn't left. Ponggong, sit tight. We'll talk when everyone's here, Giant Axe said. Ponggong Lord had no choice but to return to his seat and discuss it with Qingdong Lord beside him. As the Universe Lords discussed among themselves, Luo Feng, the last one, arrived. Now that everyone is here, the reason for urgently summoning everyone is to discuss the great disaster that our human race, and even the entire Universe C, may face in the future, Xiaoyu said directly. Then, in a virtual image demonstration in the void, he recounted the world beast disaster that might occur in the future. With so many world beasts, and all of them at least at the true god level, it's impossible to resist. Facing such a number of world beasts, it's impossible for our race to resist. Perhaps there's still hope hiding in the original universe. I'm afraid even small universes can't resist. Even true gods can't resist, let alone small universes. I think the most likely to resist in the entire universe C is the creation true god, Xiaoyu. Immediately, the universe lords on both sides of the round table were shocked, just like Giant Axe and City Lord Chaos when they first heard it. After a long while, they began to discuss, all of them very pessimistic. Quiet, the reason for calling everyone here is to brainstorm and think of countermeasures together, Giant Axe founder scanned the crowd and then said. Ponggong Lord, Dark Lord, and the others all frowned, and the scene fell silent. Everyone doesn't need to be too pessimistic. We don't have to face this crisis for the time being. We still have a long time to prepare. Now, we must try our best to think of all ways to allow our human race to survive under this crisis, Xiaoyu said. If you feel your strength is insufficient, then improve your strength. If you feel the number of strong individuals is insufficient, then do your best to cultivate human geniuses. If resources are insufficient, then use other treasures to exchange for them. Our human race currently only has 19 universe lords and 2 true gods, which is not enough to fight against that number of world beasts, Desolate Mirror Lord said. To deal with them, even if we increase the number of all our universe lords and true gods tenfold, and every true god can be promoted to the true god level limit, perhaps we can barely resist and survive. Desolate Mirror Lord also saw the moves Xiao Yu used to resist the world beasts, which were ultimate moves exceeding the true god limit. 10 times the number may not be enough, perhaps another tenfold increase is possible. But our existing resources are not enough to cultivate so many strong individuals, Peng Gong Lord said. The creation true god has the ability to refine supreme treasures. Perhaps we should refine a certain number of supreme treasure palaces, like doomsday fortresses, to hide in when the world beasts come, which is more realistic. Peng Gong, the method you mentioned is too passive. I don't agree. Our human race never evades difficulties. The universe lords discussed one after another, each proposing a plan, and each believing that their plan was more suitable, while others' plans were the worst. The meeting continued for 3 days and 3 nights amidst constant arguments. This was the longest meeting in the entire history of the human race. A week later, under the joint proposal of Xiao Yu and Giant Axe, 10 resolutions were passed. These 10 resolutions included all aspects of talent cultivation, such as opening up cultivation resources, reducing the difficulty for geniuses to obtain resources, reducing the difficulty of exchanging or renting treasures, increasing the intensity and difficulty of genius training, reducing the minimum threshold and cost of talent resurrection, opening up the entry threshold for comprehension in the initial universe and the creation true god's small universe, opening up some secret methods, and having universe lords send avatars to sit in the human race's 3 small universes to teach, etc. The 10 resolutions targeted all aspects. Chapter 495 Study on the current status of spacecraft. AI model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. These 10 resolutions were known as the Human Race Powerhouse Cultivation Plan. Since the Human Race Powerhouse Cultivation Plan was approved by Xiao Yu, Giant Axe, City Lord Chaos, and other top powerhouses of the human race, an expanded meeting was immediately held. Subsequently, these universe venerables began to issue instructions, formulating more detailed and specific implementation plans and measures. In less than a month, the entire human territory, spanning 2,424 universe countries, and each secret realm of the universe, quietly underwent changes. City Lord Chaos, Darkness Master, Luo Feng, and other super-existences of the human race all left behind divine power clones in the 3 major universes of the human race: Giant Axe Universe, Initial Universe, and Genesis Universe. These divine power clones would take time each day to hold classes, explaining various laws and mysteries and secret techniques. Even Giant Axe, who was in seclusion to improve his strength, was no exception. Cosmic Sea, the fragmented celestial body region of the universe boat. A black stream of light flew to a fragment with a maximum diameter of 26 light-years, standing on top of this huge fragmented celestial body. This black figure was none other than Xiao Yu, now the Genesis true god. This time, my human race has spent so much effort and resources to cultivate talents, and in the future, there will definitely be more universe lords and true gods, Xiao Yu thought to himself. I also need to follow the plan and separate 2 divine power clones to go to the Giant Axe universe and the initial universe to oversee. A burst of 9-colored divine light flashed, and 2 divine power clones flew out of Xiao Yu's body. These 2 divine power clones were only for lecturing, and each clone was only tens of millions of kilometers tall, and the allocated soul sensitivity was only 1 times, but it was already equivalent to the full soul power of a true god. Go, Xiao Yu thought to himself, and then the 2 divine power clones shrunk to a height of 100,000 kilometers, and then teleported towards the Giant Axe universe and the initial universe respectively. The affairs of the human race have been arranged in this way. The rest is the matter of repairing the universe boat. It is estimated that the Duan-Dong River inheritance is about to begin. I will go to practice first, and officially start the repair after the Duan-Dong River inheritance is over, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Then, he left 50 divine power clones with a height of 1 light-year in this fragmented area. These divine power clones will enter various damaged areas of the universe boat to investigate the true extent of the damage to the universe boat and conduct on-site research on repair plans. Xiao Yu looked at the 50 divine power clones that had returned to normal height and teleported away, and then directly teleported towards the universe boat. After several teleports, he had already appeared at the outer shell of the universe boat. Communicating with the control core in his body, divine light flashed, countless secret patterns appeared, and then Xiaoyu had already appeared in the black patterned stone pillar space. With a thought, he directly entered the inheritance space. Inheritance space. The towering stars seemed to be accelerated billions of times. In the blink of an eye, the wind and clouds changed, the world was turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers changed their course. Only the cultivation space deep in the earth's crust remained unchanged, and the occasional red-bearded old man still appeared, as if time could not erode them, or as if they were outside the rules. Ha ha ha, not bad, kid, your aura is complete and without a trace. Old Meng stroked his red beard and smiled. Luck, Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up, very proud. Don't be complacent, it's nothing to have a complete life structure. Everyone in my lineage is like this. This is just the foundation. You have a long way to go. Wait until you can see my other disciples before you can be proud. Old Meng poured a basin of cold water on Xiaoyu. Teacher, how strong were you back then? Xiaoyu asked curiously. How strong? Unspeakable, immeasurable. Old Meng seemed to be talking nonsense. Oh, Xiaoyu didn't quite understand the true meaning of these 6 words, whether he didn't want to say it, couldn't say it, or couldn't say it. Practice hard. Your world is not simple. There will be a lot of trouble later. Old Meng smiled mysteriously and then disappeared. Trouble, world beasts. I will not allow them to produce unrestrained kings. Xiaoyu was very confident. Even without the system, with his current powerful soul power, coupled with the various soul secret techniques he has learned, it should be possible to enslave a world beast. However, Xiaoyu has a system, so he can make achieving this goal even more secure. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu sat down cross-legged to practice. In the Wu Kingdom inheritances that surpassed true gods and reached void true god level and above could be seen in this inheritance space. Among the inheritances, there were even complete chaos laws. Xiaoyu was constantly comprehending the laws, and his own realm was constantly improving. In addition to cultivation, Xiaoyu also used a small amount of soul sensitivity to improve his Genesis secret technique to reach the top level of the 10th order. In addition, outside the universe boat, the secret patterns on the universe boat fragments that 50 divine power clones actually researched were also being used to study the correct and fast repair plan with minimal soul sensitivity under a 10 million times time flow rate. Outer domain of the universe boat. Countless fragmented celestial bodies surrounded the universe boat, as if anchored by invisible forces. A divine power clone of Xiaoyu appeared on a fragment with a maximum diameter of only 600 billion kilometers. Divine power spread out, covering the entire fragment. The entire fragment is composed of 35 blocks, all of which have varying degrees of damage. Among them, 19 modules need material repair, and the relatively intact 16 modules have a secret pattern damage rate of 5% 10%. After Xiaoyu investigated this situation, he transmitted the message to his main body for overall planning on how to repair the universe boat in the future. This fragment has been investigated, it's time for the next one. Xiaoyu then directly teleported a short distance and appeared in the next fragment. A purple stream of light flashed by, and suddenly the purple figure reappeared, not far from the fragment where Xiaoyu was. This figure, with a height of 30,000 kilometers, was the Wind and Thunder Master of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Isn't this the Genesis true god of the original universe? Why is he in the outer domain of this universe boat? This is not a human race resident. The Wind and Thunder Master looked at Xiaoyu flying above the huge fragment in the distance, feeling very puzzled. What's so good about exploring this outer domain? There are no precious treasures at all. With the strength of the Genesis true god, he shouldn't be here. He's leaving, and teleporting to the adjacent fragmented celestial body again. The Wind and Thunder Master was very curious. Could it be that there are some treasures or effects on these fragments that I don't know about? I'll try it too. The Wind and Thunder Master teleported to the fragment that Xiaoyu had just left, and divine power permeated and covered the entire fragment, probing it over and over again. Besides these gully-like scratches, there are also some damaged secret patterns, but there's nothing special about it. The Wind and Thunder Master didn't find anything. He didn't even realize that these fragments were composed of blocks. The Wind and Thunder Master probed this fragment over and over again, but for a long time, he didn't find anything. Perhaps the Genesis true god has clues and is looking for some treasure, the Wind and Thunder Master guessed. Then I'll try it too. Maybe I can discover the treasure earlier, but I have to explore in another direction, otherwise, even if I discover the treasure, I'm afraid it will be snatched away by that Genesis true God. Then, the Wind and Thunder Master of the Purple Moon Holy Land took this guess and explored one fragment after another in another direction. Chapter 496, Fighting Hall. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Cosmic Sea. Boundless chaotic currents churned eternally. A small universe, 100 million light-years in diameter, gradually drifted away from the original universe with the surging chaotic currents. A towering black human figure appeared out of nowhere, immediately suspended in the chaotic currents, not revealing a trace of aura, as if he were an ordinary person. Giant Axe, according to the plan, I'm here, the black figure said. Xiao Yu, come in, a message came from within the small universe. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then, he stepped inside and appeared within the small universe. Original universe, Genesis Universe Kingdom. Spaceships, like ancient beasts, flew into a fixed teleportation channel. Inside one of the spaceships, Cosmic Level, Domain Lord Level, World Master Level, and Undying Level beings were all seated. An Undying Level Earth human in a black robe slowly walked to the center of the spaceship, scanning the surrounding human geniuses. The black-robed Undying slowly said, Everyone, I am Xiao Zhanzhang, and here I represent the Earth human lineage to welcome all of you from the Virtual Universe Company, Giant Axe Fighting Arena, Universe First Bank, Universe Star River Bank, and Universe Mercenary Alliance. Next, you will enter the Genesis Universe, which is as famous as the initial universe. This Genesis Universe is a nascent small universe, and its internal laws are evolving. The 10 basic laws are manifested, and the law fluctuations are obvious, making it easier to comprehend the laws than in the initial universe, Xiao Zhanzhang said. The spaceship quickly flew through the time turbulence zone and entered a vast world. Open the skylight, Xiao Zhanzhang said. Immediately, the metal cover on the top of the spaceship opened, and the metal plate on the top of the cabin slowly turned transparent. Wow, is this the manifested law? These law's secret patterns are so clear. A world master in blood-colored armor in the front row exclaimed. Previously, he had also entered the initial universe to comprehend the laws and had experienced the fluctuations of the laws in the initial universe, but they were not as clear as this. Inside the spaceship, all the geniuses were stunned by the scene outside the spaceship. Chaotic energy surged, and endless law secret patterns appeared, as if they had been magnified countless times. Even the secret patterns on the horizon seemed to be right in front of them if one looked closely. Close the skylight, Xiao Zhanzhang said, all right, everyone, there will be plenty of time to comprehend in Time-Space City, so don't rush. Xiao Yu divided an area on the continent and established a Time-Space City. Inside the Time-Space City, he re-established Chaos Tablets and Law Secret Pattern Tablets. The spaceship's speed easily exceeded the speed of light, but even exceeding the speed of light, it still did not enter the Dark Universe, because this was Xiao Yu's Genesis Universe, and there was no such thing as a Dark Universe. In just a moment, the spaceship arrived at a city 100 times larger than Chaos City. Although this city was newly built, it seemed to have existed for countless years. Upon reaching the destination, Xiao Zhanzhang guided the people on the spaceship into Time-Space City. Everyone, in Time-Space City, just like in the initial universe, there are 52 Chaos Tablets and 1 Law Secret Pattern Tablet. In addition, within the City Lord's mansion, there are also huge martial arts training halls and combat halls. The Martial Arts Training Hall is where powerful Universe Venerables and Universe Lords give lectures, divided into 3 levels for World Masters and below, Undying Levels, and Venerable Levels, namely the World Master Hall, the Undying Hall, and the Venerable Hall. Xiao Zhanzhang pointed to the 2 towering palaces in the distance. Each palace occupied an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The Combat Hall is the place that our Earth lineage's powerhouses like to go to the most. This Combat Hall is a place for everyone to engage in life and death duels, similar to the Giant Axe Fighting Arena, but in the Combat Hall, all soul-type attacks and all teleportation-type secret techniques are prohibited. All other methods can be used. There is only one way to end the battle, and that is the death of one party, Xiao Zhanzhang continued. Death to end it. So cruel. The human geniuses who were following Xiao Zhanzhang were all shocked. Even the Giant Axe Fighting Arena only had blood duels for ordinary powerhouses, and would never do this to the geniuses who were truly selected. I knew you would react like this. Don't worry, in the combat hall, if you die, you will be resurrected immediately after the duel ends. Xiao Zhanzhang laughed. The combat hall is currently only available in the Genesis universe, but soon, it will be built in the Giant Axe universe and the initial universe. Xiao Zhanzhang's words brought another round of discussion from the people behind him. They also speculated about the principle of resurrection, whether it was like the virtual universe. If you're interested, go experience it for yourself. I believe you will love it as much as I do. Xiao Zhanzhang smiled mysteriously and continued to introduce the other facilities of Time-Space City. The changes in the human race could not be hidden from the peak races such as the monster race, mechanical race, Zerg race, and crystal race, who had planted many spies in the human race. For this reason, a batch of spies were captured and killed under the strict investigation of the virtual universe system. The monster race, as a peak race adjacent to the human race, was also the first to receive the news. Monster Ancestor Secret Realm. In the Towering Temple. Dream Monster Ancestor received the message and couldn't figure it out. Horn Shaker, the human race has increased from 5 major forces to 6 major forces, which is fine. After all, Xiao Yu has become a true god. But these 6 major forces are actually uniting to cultivate talents. The geniuses of the Giant Axe fighting arena can freely go to the Genesis universe to comprehend, and they can also go to the initial universe of the virtual universe company to comprehend. What is going on? Is the original internal competition gone? Also, the human race has opened up a large number of secret techniques to ordinary undyings, although it still requires a certain amount of money or battlefield points to exchange, but these secret techniques are all original core level ones. These developed secret techniques, even in my monster race, are the most core secrets, and only geniuses with sufficient authority can obtain them. In the human race, even the most ordinary undying can easily obtain them. What exactly happened to the human race? Dream Monster Ancestor roared, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. Previously, the monster race was forced to cede territory, and she had always been unwilling. Now, the human race seems to have become a nouveau riche, squandering what she sees as rare wealth, which makes her even more angry. Perhaps, the human race has discovered some incredible treasure in the cosmic sea, which is why they are like this, Horn Shaker said. However, we need to inquire about the specifics. Each superpower that received the news had its own calculations. The human race can do this. They must have discovered a huge inheritance in the cosmic sea, like the God Eye race. The prison race demon ancestor chuckled. The secret techniques that can be opened to ordinary undyings are definitely not the most core ones. Those core secret techniques will only be more amazing. The demon ancestor ordered, pass down the order to spread the news that the human race has obtained the inheritance of ancient civilizations. Yes, the universe lords of the prison race immediately took orders and then rushed to all parts of the cosmic sea to spread the news. Chapter 497. Demon Ancestor's Secret Realm. The news of the human race obtaining the complete ancient inheritance has spread throughout the entire original universe. The Dream Demon Ancestor and the Shock Demon Ancestor of the demon race also gathered together to discuss. The Dream Demon Ancestor roared, "What dog shit luck did the human race get?" First, a creation true master comparable to the original ancestor appeared, and now they have obtained the inheritance of a distant civilization. The human race has successively produced the original ancestor, the creation true master, and now there is the genius Luo Feng. It can be said that they have gathered all the favor of the entire original universe in one race. This is unfair. The original universe is unfair. Why can the human race always rise again and again, while our demon race can only cede territory? This creation true master even made me kneel. The Dream Demon Ancestor roared unwillingly, her beautiful face distorted. She has always been unwilling about the previous losses of most of the universe masters of the demon race, the loss of many treasures, and the cession of territory, especially the matter of making her kneel. However, this kind of unwillingness is usually only expressed when only the Shock Demon Ancestor and she are together. For endless years, the two of them have supported the entire demon ancestor and are the most intimate comrades in arms. Have you vented enough? The Shock Demon Ancestor's voice was peaceful, as if it could soothe the mood. The Dream Demon Ancestor's agitated emotions were also quickly smoothed out. Speak, what's the matter? The Dream Demon Ancestor regained her composure. She also understood that she could only complain. Besides complaining, she couldn't do anything. The creation true master could destroy the God Eye race before becoming the strongest, and would only become stronger after becoming the strongest. Now that you're calm, I'll talk about business. The shock demon ancestor said leisurely, in the previous battles, we not only lost many powerful people, but also suffered serious losses of treasures. Now I will go to the 3 major forbidden areas to explore for treasures, and by the way, see if I can also obtain some ancient inheritance. If we obtain it, our demon race will rise again, surpass the human race, and even become the 3rd holy land in the entire universe C. No race in the universe C does not want to become the 3rd holy land, and the major peak races in the original universe are naturally no exception. Shockhorn, where are you going? The dream demon ancestor asked curiously. There are treasures born in countless dangerous places in the universe C, but only the 3 major forbidden areas have the most precious treasures, and the 3 major forbidden areas occasionally produce supreme treasures. It is said that the creation true master is in the universe boat, and most of the universe masters of the Hong Alliance are also there, so I won't go there. I will go to the peak world. In the next period of time, the peak world will be the main battlefield of our demon race alliance. The shock demon ancestor said directly. Why don't I go with you? It's safer with 2 people. The dream demon ancestor said. No need, I have a supreme treasure. As long as I don't encounter the creation true master, no one in the universe C can make me fall. The shock demon ancestor was very confident. You continue to guard the demon race. The 2 great existences of the demon race, one stays behind to guard the lair, and the other goes out to explore for treasures. Zerg territory. In the towering temple, the Zerg queen also learned the news. I said, how could this creation true master cause such a big commotion when he became a true god, even making me kneel? It turns out that he had already obtained the inheritance from afar, which is easy to understand. The Zerg queen shouted angrily. I have been spending time in the original universe during this period, fearing that the creation true master will continue to settle accounts. This is not a solution. I can't always stay out. The Zerg queen was also quite troubled. Boom, time and space descended, and then converged. A woman with thin wings behind her, as beautiful as the Zerg queen, flew into the temple and said respectfully, Queen Ellen, not bad, you have finally been promoted. The Zerg queen said happily. This is the happiest thing for her since shrinking the territory. All the troubles have been dispelled by this happiness. Without the queen's cultivation, I, Ellen, would not be where I am today. Master Ellen said respectfully. In the future, work hard for my Zerg race with your sisters. The Zerg queen then encouraged this newly promoted universe master a few words before saying, you have just been promoted, so don't go to the universe C yet. Wait until your strength is stable. Yes, Queen. Master Ellen saluted respectfully and then left. Like the Zerg and the demon race, all the super forces and top forces in the original universe learned the news that the human race had obtained the ancient inheritance. Some races were envious, some races were preparing to try their luck in the 3 major forbidden areas, and some races ignored it. Each race took different measures. But no race dared to go to the human race to make trouble. This news not only spread quickly within the original universe, but was also known to the various races in the universe C through the spread of some people. The people of the 2 holy lands also knew. Purple Moon Holy Land. The highest level of the Hall of Gods. Master Deer Insect saluted respectfully, and then said, Ancestor, now there is a piece of news widely spread in the universe C, which is spreading very quickly, and it is about the creation true master. About the creation true master. What news? Purple Moon Ancestor's curiosity was suddenly aroused. It is rumored that Xiao Yu obtained the complete ancient inheritance, which is why he was able to cause such a big commotion when he was promoted to true god, and the small universe reached a diameter of 1 billion light years. Master Deer Insect said cautiously. There is such a rumor. Thinking about it carefully, it really makes some sense. Purple Moon Ancestor has been in the origin universe for many eras. In that vast world where various schools of thought flourished, he also had some true god-level subordinates. None of their small universes could reach 1 billion light years. It was not until he arrived at the origin continent that he truly realized the various difficulties encountered by an ordinary cultivator. Ancestor, should we trade with the creation true master? He obtained the inheritance. Master Deer Insect asked. Trade? The universe C, the suppression of the original will, it is impossible to obtain content above the true god level, unless you obtain the original memory stone, but that creation true master is not stupid. Purple Moon Ancestor said, but you can try it, it's best if it works, it doesn't matter if it doesn't. Yes, I will go to the outer region of the universe boat. Master Deer Insect said respectfully. Xiao Yu's small universe is the most special small universe in the entire universe C. The powerhouses of various races are always paying attention to Xiao Yu's intelligence intentionally or unintentionally. Now the news that he is in the universe boat has already been known by various races in the universe. Master Deer Insect's divine power incarnation left. Purple Moon Ancestor looked remotely at the original universe in the distance, his heart full of greed. After a long time, this divine power incarnation disappeared. Outer region of the universe boat. A fragment celestial body with a maximum diameter of 300 light years. Xiao Yu's divine power was released, spreading over this celestial body fragment. 9 colored light flashed, and the divine power formed secret patterns, penetrating into the entire fragment. In a moment, everything about this fragment had been transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind, forming a 3-dimensional image. This huge fragment has a total of more than 800 million modules, of which more than 1 million modules need to be re-refined, and another 3 million modules have problems with the secret patterns, which can be easily repaired. The remaining modules are basically intact, and it seems that they are still connected to the universe boat. Xiao Yu thought to himself. So many modules, if they can be disassembled into individual modules and then repaired, perhaps it would be much simpler. Xiao Yu hoped. Chapter 498 A Deal. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere not far away. Lord of the Deer Bugs. Xiao Yu wondered. He didn't know what the people from the Purple Moon Holy Land were doing here. Overall, he didn't have much interaction with the Purple Moon Holy Land. He had been busy with cultivation recently and hadn't killed anyone from the Purple Moon Holy Land. Could it be because of the rumors spreading in the universe C? Xiao Yu already knew about this, but he didn't care. No one in the entire human race cared, and they were all silently improving their strength. Congratulations to the Genesis True Lord for successfully advancing to the strongest. The Lord of the Deer Bugs transmitted his voice. Thank you. Xiao Yu turned around, and his divine power had already been withdrawn. Genesis True Lord, I heard that you once obtained the complete ancient civilization inheritance. Is it true? The Lord of the Deer Bugs asked. If it is true, my Purple Moon Holy Land is willing to trade with you. Trade? How to trade? Xiao Yu turned around and chuckled. My clan's Purple Moon Ancestor said that he needs your inheritance. As for the conditions, you name them. The Lord of the Deer Bugs smiled. In his opinion, since the other party asked, it meant he was interested. As long as there was interest, then there was a possibility of success. What I mean is, I haven't obtained the inheritance, so how can I trade? Xiao Yu still smiled. How could you not have obtained the ancient civilization inheritance? The Lord of the Deer Bugs didn't believe it at all. Without the inheritance, how could you make all the races in the universe see kneel? Without the inheritance, how could your miniature universe have a diameter of 1 billion light years? Believe it or not, I really didn't obtain any inheritance. Xiao Yu didn't care whether the other party believed it or not. Anyway, he insisted that he didn't have it. Even if a traitor appeared among the human race's universe masters, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, the human race only obtained the peak true god level and below. Xiao Yu directly teleported to a nearby fragment to continue exploring. The Lord of the Deer Bugs also followed closely, teleporting over and transmitting his voice, 3 supreme treasures. Xiao Yu ignored him, focusing on his exploration. Soon, the secret pattern exploration fed back the situation of this fragment, which was only 3 light years in size. 5 supreme treasures, or treasures of equal value. The Lord of the Deer Bugs transmitted his voice again, his voice urgent. 10 supreme treasures, or treasures of equal value. A voice came. Then a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the North True Star Lord of the East Emperor Holy Land. I say, you too, don't listen to rumors, okay? I and my human race have not obtained the inheritance of ancient civilization for the time being. Xiao Yu said solemnly, and then, as if thinking of something, said, to say that there is none at all is not right. Before, true God Shenyan unfortunately fell. I entered his kingdom of God and found an inheritance. Do you want this? I don't want your 10 supreme treasures, just precious materials worth 3 supreme treasures. North True Star Lord, What do you think? Xiao Yu looked at the suddenly appearing North True Star Lord. The Lord of the Deer Bugs and the North True Star Lord didn't dare to make a decision, so they transmitted the information to their respective ancestors. The inheritance of the God Eye race. 3 supreme treasures, why doesn't he go rob someone? What do I want that broken thing for? The East Emperor ancestor sneered, since that Genesis True Lord doesn't admit it, then let it be. We'll look for an opportunity later. 10 supreme treasures, that is, 10 true God weapons. The East Emperor ancestor didn't care too much, but the other party obviously didn't want to trade. Without knowing the specific content and level of this inheritance, he was unwilling to lose too much face under the circumstances of mere speculation. What's more, if this Genesis True Lord fails to pass through reincarnation, he might be able to directly pick up the ready-made one. Unlike the East Emperor ancestor, after entering the origin continent, the Purple Moon ancestor was actually not doing well. For endless epochs, he was still at the bottom of the power structure. In the origin continent, to obtain better inheritances and cultivation methods, everything requires considerable wealth. 3 supreme treasures, you can exchange them. Ask the Genesis True Lord what level it is. If it's only the true God level, then forget it. The Purple Moon ancestor said. Yes, the Lord of the Deer Bugs said respectfully. On the space debris of the universe boat. The Lord of the Deer Bugs and the North True Star Lord opposite Xiao Yu had not left. Genesis True Lord, since you don't want to trade for the time being, then wait until you want to trade. My ancestor said, it's okay not to have the inheritance, even if it's just cultivation experience. Although the North True Star Lord said to talk about it next time, he still asked unwillingly. I'm sorry, I really can't do anything about it. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly. In fact, even if Xiao Yu wanted to trade, he couldn't do it. The inheritances he obtained were all stored in a control core. Without a memory stone, he couldn't trade. Before passing through reincarnation, he couldn't record those parts that exceeded the true God level at all. Okay, we'll talk about it when you change your mind. The North True Star Lord teleported away directly. Although the North True Star Lord left, the Lord of the Deer Bugs was still there. What, aren't you leaving? Xiao Yu looked at the Lord of the Deer Bugs, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Lord of the Deer Bugs trembled immediately and said, what level is the inheritance you said you obtained from the God Eye race? If it exceeds the strongest level, my clan's ancestor is interested in completing this transaction. According to the inheritance description, it should exceed the strongest level, but a part of it cannot be seen for the time being. Xiao Yu smiled. In fact, he had already seen it in the inheritance space before. This is only a set of void true God level inheritance. This set of secret methods has a magical effect, which can temporarily give the void true God the strength comparable to the eternal true God by borrowing the power of many supreme treasures. If it were only like this set of inheritance secret methods would definitely be considered top grade at the void true God level. Unfortunately, this set of inheritance secret methods has fatal flaws. This flaw is not an ordinary small flaw. The more power borrowed, the more likely the user is to lose his mind. Okay, my clan's ancestor has agreed to the transaction. The Lord of the Deer Bugs had already asked the Purple Moon ancestor again and received a definite reply. Afterwards, Xiao Yu and the Lord of the Deer Bugs discussed and decided on the location and time of the transaction. Finally, the transaction location was set on space debris number 09562 of the universe boat, and the transaction time was set 1 month later. Time flies, and a month has passed in a blink of an eye. On the space debris number 09562 in the outer domain of the universe boat, this is a fragment only 3 light-years in size. The surface of the fragment has countless scratches, like canyons. A palace treasure stopped on the fragment. Not far away, a divine light flashed, and a towering figure appeared. This figure was a divine power incarnation of Xiao Yu who had rushed over from the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space. Let's trade. Xiao Yu hovered in the sky above the fragment. Okay. The Lord of the Deer Bugs appeared from the palace treasure, appearing in front of Xiao Yu. The two sides directly exchanged world rings. Xiao Yu's divine power penetrated into it and found that many of them were materials for refining supreme treasures, and some were materials for refining peak treasures, with a total value equivalent to 3 supreme treasures. No problem, Xiao Yu asked. The Lord of the Deer Bugs also took out a memory stone from the world ring and checked the contents inside and found no problems. Transaction complete. The Lord of the Deer Bugs left happily and returned to the Purple Moon Holy Land. He felt that he had completed this mission quite well. Chapter 499 Defect Inheritance. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. After obtaining many precious materials, Xiaoyu rushed to his small universe and placed these materials in the treasure vault of the Time-Space Palace. Huh, Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. He saw not far from the Time-Space Palace, in the endless chaotic airflow, a plant resembling a small grass suspended in the void, its lush roots constantly absorbing the surrounding chaotic airflow. The World Tree seed has actually sprouted again. Xiaoyu appeared out of thin air next to the World Tree, and a sense of intimacy came from the newly grown World Tree. World Tree, grow up quickly and help me guard this universe. Xiaoyu reached out and gently stroked the leaves of the World Tree. The World Tree actually swayed happily from side to side, not at all like a plant. From now on, I will call you Little Tree, Xiaoyu said affectionately. Since you are still in the growth stage, then the divine power on my incarnation will be yours. The World Tree seemed to be acting coquettishly, its two oval leaves rubbing against Xiaoyu's hand. Scatter, Xiaoyu whispered, and then all his soul power was withdrawn, and the divine power clone turned into the purest divine power, drifting in the surrounding large area. The World Tree was joyfully and frantically absorbing this pure divine power, growing rapidly, almost changing every second, and soon it had grown into a 100-meter-tall tree. Even though the World Tree was frantically absorbing it, this pure divine power still didn't seem to decrease much. Universe C, in the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. Inside the palace of the Lord of Deer Insects. The Lord of Deer Insects stood in the palace, and in the middle of the hall, a figure was suspended. It was the Purple Moon Ancestor. Ancestor. The Lord of Deer Insects respectfully saluted. The memory stone has been obtained. Give it to me. The Purple Moon Ancestor looked down at the Lord of Deer Insects. Yes. With a flip of his hand, the Lord of Deer Insects produced a black stone, which was the memory stone. With a wave of his hand, the Purple Moon Ancestor brought the memory stone in front of him, and immediately divine power enveloped the memory stone, and a large amount of information directly poured into the Purple Moon Ancestor's mind. The Purple Moon Ancestor closed his eyes, quickly browsing the vast information within the memory stone. A long time passed. Humph! The Purple Moon Ancestor snorted coldly, and a terrible flame burst out in his eyes. Ancestor. The Lord of Deer Insects was afraid that his transaction with the Lord of Creation had gone wrong. Damn it! Damn human Xiaoyu! The Purple Moon Ancestor gritted his teeth. Ancestor, is there a problem with this memory stone? The Lord of Deer Insects' heart trembled. There is no problem. This is indeed the inheritance previously obtained by the God Eye clan, and it is complete. However, the inheritance itself has a huge flaw. The Purple Moon Ancestor's voice was cold. Using the power of treasures can enhance strength, but for existences beyond true gods, only the fusion of the body and many treasures can produce a true eternal true god, and once the fusion time exceeds the limit, they will fall into a state of madness, and without external interference, they will not be able to recover. Ancestor, this human Xiaoyu is so vicious, deceiving our Purple Moon Holy Land with useless secret techniques. We must make him regret it. The Lord of Deer Insects also gritted his teeth. He is now affiliated with the Holy Land universe, and his honor and disgrace are tied to the Purple Moon Holy Land. Only when the Purple Moon Ancestor is good can he have a better future. Once the Purple Moon Ancestor dies and the Holy Land collapses, he will also fall immediately. How to make him regret it? The Purple Moon Ancestor looked at the Lord of Deer Insects. Are you going to kill him? Or let Huehua go? The Lord of Deer Insects choked. Even before the Lord of Creation became a true god, they were not his opponents, let alone now. The current Xiaoyu has already become the well-deserved #1 expert in the Universe C. Then we'll just let him off so easily. The Lord of Deer Insects was unwilling. Actually, it's not completely without a chance. In times of life and death crisis, even being a little mad is much better than falling directly. The Purple Moon Ancestor said. Virtual Universe, Time-Space Plane. Xiaoyu sent an email to Giant Axe and City Lord Chaos detailing the contents of his transaction with the Purple Moon Ancestor. In addition, he repeatedly urged them not to spread the matter of inheritance. No matter how the outside world speculates, as long as the universe masters of the human race do not spread it, then it is equivalent to this matter not existing. Universe C, one of the three great forbidden lands, the inclined peak realm. Airspace. On a huge celestial rock, a blood-colored palace was built in a canyon. A huge warship appeared out of thin air next to the blood-colored palace, landing on the celestial rock. Whoosh! More than a dozen streams of light flew out of the warship and into the palace. Then the warship disappeared, and a towering alien beast covered in jagged shells appeared. This alien beast is the demon ancestor who suppresses demons. I hope this time we can obtain some precious treasures in the inclined peak realm. The demon ancestor who suppresses demons looked at the huge mountain in the distance. Then he also flew into the palace. The demon ancestor who suppresses demons brought some of the remaining universe masters of the demon race with the ability to split their bodies to this inclined peak realm to explore and venture. After entering the palace, more than a dozen demon universe masters were already sitting at a long table, and the long table was already filled with various meats and wines. According to the old rules, before entering the forbidden land, I wish my demon race eternal existence and countless treasures. The demon ancestor who suppresses demons shouted. May the demon race exist forever and have countless treasures. One by one, the demon universe masters all raised their glasses to wish. Just as a super powerhouse in the demon palace was drinking and resting, not far from this celestial rock, on a celestial rock only 10 billion kilometers in size, a thunder giant with a ball of lightning in his chest poked his head out of the canyon. The demon race has actually come to the inclined peak realm at this time, report it to the ancestor immediately. The thunder giant said. Universe C, the boundless chaotic airflow is constantly churning, pushing these small universes away from the original universe. Within the range of the small universe circle of the first reincarnation era, the small universe of the Thunderstorm Star clan is among them. Every member of the Thunderstorm Star clan evolved from a thunderstorm star. During the first reincarnation era, each thunderstorm star, like a planet in size, had its own will. After a long period of time, some thunderstorm stars would evolve. As long as they evolved, they would become immortal, and then continuously become stronger. These evolved thunderstorm stars naturally gathered together to form the Thunderstorm Star clan. The entire Thunderstorm Star clan produced many powerhouses, the most powerful of which was the Star Master Howley, who was an 8th order top powerhouse. The small universe of the Thunderstorm Star clan is also the small universe of the Star Master Howley. In the towering palace, the divine power incarnation of the Lord of Thunder shuttle walked out and transmitted a voice to the sky. Ancestor, the demon ancestor who suppresses demons has been discovered in the inclined peak realm, bringing 13 universe masters. Although he didn't know why the ancestor wanted him to monitor the movements of the demon race, he would still faithfully report it. In the 3 reincarnations, what the ancestor did has never been wrong. It has always been to make their clan stronger. Good job, Leishuo. A vast voice came from the sky. Continue to track and report when you see that Zhenjiao enters the inner domain. Yes, ancestor, the Lord of Thunder shuttle said respectfully. Chapter 500. A month later, ancestor Zhenjiao left the palace and teleported continuously towards the inner region of Kaifeng realm, riding a top-tier supreme treasure spaceship, moving at great speed. Other universe masters of the demon race also explored the outer regions according to their respective strengths, while the top experts entered the inner region. Lord Leishuo once again reported the obtained information to Lord Howley, sensing that his ancestor was planning a major event. Outside the dark place in the core area of Kaifeng realm. At the edge of the Wanzhong Lang water area, Zhenjia King, Chuyan ancestral god, and Howley Star Master, the 3 true gods and subordinates of the realm beast, gathered here. Zhenjia, our clan's experts have detected that the demon race's ancestor Zhenjiao has entered the inner region of Kaifeng realm. This is an opportunity for us, Howley Star Master's voice boomed. This time, we must plan carefully and not disappoint the kings again, otherwise our position will be in jeopardy, Chuyan ancestral god said. He was an ancestral god of the first reincarnation era, without his own race, but he didn't want to fall and wanted to live forever. Don't worry, I have already planned it. I have left clues that will lead Zhenjiao into this Wanzhong Lang water area. Then I will come forward to lead him into the dark place. If I can't succeed, you too will be my insurance. Even if it's forced, he must enter the dark place, Howley Star Master said solemnly. Okay, let's do it that way, Chuyan ancestral god and Zhenjia King both agreed to the plan. Entering the inner region of Kaifeng realm, ancestor Zhenjiao advanced rapidly, teleporting continuously, and flying through dangerous places at over 100,000 times the speed of light. Soon, he arrived at the ice-sand-sea area. The ice-sand-sea area is filled with boundless ice spheres, countless star-like ice spheres, floating in the void like sand, forming huge ice-sand vortexes in the great wind. The power of the ice-sand vortexes is very strong. Even a universe master with a supreme treasure would only be waiting to die once trapped. Even the strongest would find it troublesome to get caught in it. Ancestor Junyao carefully avoided the ice-sand vortexes and traveled quickly. Oh, there are traces of battle here. Ancestor Junyao saw a protruding mountain in the endless ice sphere sea of the ice-sand-sea area. There were traces of battle on the mountain, with wisps of power still emanating, broken armor, and supreme treasures scattered all over the ground. The incomplete divine bodies were scattered in the mountain stream, one of which was mostly broken, as if torn apart by countless gears. How foolish, to dare fight here, not knowing that even the strongest among us wouldn't dare to truly battle here. Ancestor Junyao chuckled, as if he were the most astute detective, immediately guessing the cause of death of the two universe masters. In his opinion, the two universe masters fought over treasures, injuring each other, and were swept away by a sudden ice-sand vortex, their divine bodies being crushed to death. Let me see what kind of treasure it is that could make two top universe masters fight here, Ancestor Junyao murmured, appearing beside the remains of these universe masters, his divine power spreading out. Immediately, two world rings flew out from the shattered divine bodies of the two universe masters. Ancestor Junyao's divine power penetrated into them, easily erasing the soul imprints within the two world rings, imprinting his own mark, and taking stock of the items. Materials, treasures, living supplies, recovery treasures. Oh, there's even a Xianxia map. Ancestor Junyao continued to clear the items, and a Xianxia map appeared in his hand. Divine power permeated into it, and a three-dimensional virtual map appeared before his eyes. This is much more detailed than my demon race's map of Kaifeng realm. The map has added many new areas. I will explore the danger level first, and then share it with the clan, Ancestor Junyao thought. Then, with a wave of his hand, he collected all the scattered treasures and broken armor on the ground into the world ring. Then, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the core area of Kaifeng realm. One of the three great Jedi of the universe sea, the universe boats Mie Shenjian. Above is an eternally suspended sea of magma, below is a black rock land, and a section of space in between. A blood-colored particle appeared out of thin air. This blood-colored particle was a 9-story tower the size of a particle. This is the Star Tower. Inside the Star Tower, Luo Feng sighed. Last time I entered Mie Shenjian, it was only for a moment. This time, I came by myself, and it took more than 20 years. After more than 1,000 years, Luo Feng entered Mie Shenjian again. Luo Feng, you've arrived at Mie Shenjian. Do you want to get together? Peng Gongjiju's voice came from the communication treasure. Now, all the universe masters of the human race each have a communication treasure refined by Xiao Yu. There is mutual induction between the communication treasures, and they can directly locate each other's coordinates in the universe sea, so Peng Gongjizu can see Luo Feng. Not only that, even the Chaos City Lord who is currently practicing in the Black Stone Pillar area can see Luo Feng's coordinates. Luo Feng can naturally see the coordinates of other strong people. No, I'm in a hurry to go to the Black Stone Pillar space. Luo Feng declined, he is now thinking about honing and improving his soul will. Okay, then you go. I heard that Chaos City Lord is now in the know. 11 Black Stone Pillar area, and Ztian Mo Shen is also there, Peng Gongjizu said. Now, in Mie Shenjian, the lava demon god is no longer an obstacle to humans, but a bodyguard of humans. Luo Feng rode the Divine King Weapon Star Tower and moved quickly towards the Black Stone Pillar space. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 480 years had passed. Luo Feng traveled through dangerous places all the way, using the power of the domain to explore. If he could teleport, he would teleport. If he couldn't teleport, he would fly at 100 times the speed of light. Wow, there are actually 13 universe masters of my human race in this Black Stone Pillar area. Teacher is also there, and there are 3 Xiao Yu, which means that except for Peng Gongjizu, most of the universe masters of my human race with avatars have come here. Luo Feng's divine power has been shrouded in the communication treasure, and he is naturally clear about the situation of the human strongmen in the Black Stone Pillar area. In the distance, in the No. 11 Black Stone Pillar area, the Chaos City Lord, who was practicing in a top-tier Supreme Treasure Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Luo Feng is here. Then, the Chaos City Lord turned into a stream of light, flew into the fog area, and then teleported directly, appearing beside Luo Feng. Teacher. Luo Feng respectfully saluted. Luo Feng, you're here. Earlier, you said you were coming, and I was wondering how long I would have to wait. I was originally planning to have Xiao Yu pick you up directly, Chaos City Lord said with a smile. Third brother is always so busy. I didn't bother him with this little thing. Besides, I feel that I have grown a lot by adventuring all the way and experiencing various dangers, Luo Feng said with a smile. Let me briefly introduce the current situation of the Black Stone Pillar space to you. Chaos City Lord turned his head to look at the entire Black Stone Pillar area. Currently, there are 5 true gods here, including the Genesis true lord of our human race, Zitian Mo Shen who is friendly with our human race, and also Hang Xing Mo Shen, Shui Lan Shi Zhu, and Bei Kai Xing Zhu. Now, many universe masters of our human race, as well as some alien universe masters in the Hong Alliance, are all on the side of the No. 11 Black Stone Pillar area. Chaos City Lord continued to introduce the situation of the Black Stone Pillar area.